Nothing like some technical difficulties on a Monday, right? I was like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, oh my goodness. I ain't even hit nothing. Oh my. I tell you. I don't know, guys. I have no clue what that was about. It definitely scared the mess out of me. I had to call a therapist. I don't know nothing about these computers. Okay. Okay. So that's what it is. Okay. I'm figuring it out. It's something with Court TV. I can't when I go onto their website to try to stream, I can't do anything. Cause I just tried now. So I'm gonna leave that alone. Let me go to YouTube. Okay, so when I go to Court TV's actual website, it's something where it won't let me stream through there. Like I usually stream through there versus the streaming through YouTube if they have it on their thing, but we are going to stream through YouTube the same information. Okay, so let me try to get us back where we were.
Where you went?
I believe we went to my mother's house.
And what did you do at your mother's house?
I went in and talked to her and told her what had happened.
And were you emotional when you spoke to your mom?
I was very emotional. Well, this whole thing has been just very emotional all over the place. It's just been very hard.
Do you remember what you told your mom?
No, not specifically. I don't.
Did you tell her the truth about what happened?
I believe so.
When you were at your mom's, did you and Christy both go?
Yes, but Christy stayed out in the car.
Okay. What did you do after you left your mom's house?
I went to a friend's house where I believe Samantha would be.
Which friend?
His name is Jeff.
Do you know Jeff's last name?
No, I don't.
Do you recall about what time you got to Jeff's house?
I don't remember.
Okay, do you know where Jeff lives?
Yes.
Where?
He lives in the veterans buildings in Appleton.
Okay, now, do I remember your testimony right that you said before you called 911, you called to Jeff and you said something along the lines of, "This is an emergency, call me right now." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are we talking about the same Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said you don't remember what time you got to Jeff's, is that correct?
Correct.
If I showed you a photo of you arriving there with a timestamp that was close to that time, would that maybe help refresh your memory?
Sure.
the witness.
All right, so I'm going to show you two images. They're exhibits 38 and 39. I want you to just take a look at them specifically as to who is in them and then what time is in the upper right corner of those images. Feel free to just take a look. And then when you're done, I'll ask you some more questions, okay?
Okay. In the pictures is Christy and my,
Wait. I don't want, wait till I ask questions. I just want you to take a look at them. See if do you recognize the people in those photos?
yes,
Okay, so let's look at both of them. Who are the people in those photos?
myself and Christy Cleveland.
Okay, and when about, do you recognize the area that those photos are from?
Yes, they're from the side door of the apartment building that Jeffrey lives in.
Okay, and what time, actually, before I ask that, let me ask this. After looking at those photos, does that help you remember exactly when you got there?
Yes.
And so about what time did you get to Jeff's apartment?
11:30 a.m.
And how long did you stay there?
About 40 minutes.
Now, when you left, let me ask that a different way. Did you get anything while you were at that apartment?
Yes, I picked up a cell phone from Samantha.
And do you know, was that originally Samantha's phone or was it somebody else's?
It was Samantha's phone.
And what did you do with the information that was on that phone?
I deleted her iCloud information, backed it up to the cloud, and then deleted it
And why did you do that?
so I could put my iCloud information on the phone.
Did you tell Samantha about that?
No, I did not.
You didn't tell her about backing up the iCloud information?
Yeah, I did. I told her I backed up her contacts and all her other information so she could still get access to them.
Did she ask you to do that?
No, I just did it on my own.
Did you communicate with her about that?
Yes.
Do you remember what you told her?
No, not specifically.
Would it help if I showed you the messages that you communicated with Samantha on about that phone?
Yes.
Can the bailiff hand me the last exhibit that he reviewed?
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, I'm sorry, I'm kind of doing a couple things at once. You said it would help you if I showed you.
Yes.
Okay, so just like we've been doing, Mr. Pfeffer, what I'd like you to do is I'm going to hand you exhibits. They're 108, 109, 110, 111, and 112. I just want you to take a look at these. And once you've looked at them, I'll ask you some more questions, okay?
Okay.
Okay, when I come up there, I'll probably grab the other ones that you have. Well, actually, strike that. I'll leave them with you. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Copies of those in there. They all summarize your conversation with Samantha?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, with that, I move to admit 108 to 112 and publish the same in series.
Exhibits 108 and 112, any objection?
No.
All right, those jurors, those exhibits 108 through 112 are received and may be published and presented to the jury.
With that, I'll begin with 108. It's kind of hard to read. Can you read what that says, Mr. Pepper?
I need your email sending your contacts.
We're moving along to 109. And I'd like to focus on the green bubble. Who's the green one from at the very top?
From Jeff Hayes.
But what the email address that's been sent to you, what's that email address?
That's Samantha's email.
And then those other two bubbles, fair to say those indicate calls?
Yes.
So let's move on to 110. What does 110 show us?
It shows the message that she wanted her phone back, and I said that her phone was gone permanently.
Again, that message, the green one, is from Jeff Hayes, is that right?
Correct.
So is it correct then, do I understand it right, that you're communicating with Samantha, but using Jeff Hayes's phone?
Yes.
And what did you mean by your phone's gone permanently?
That I had destroyed her phone, gotten rid of it.
Let's move to 111. The blue box is you, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you tell Samantha here?
That I backed up her photos and contacts, and that I can get those to her tomorrow. And then she replied, I can't get into my email unless I get a code sent to that phone.
And when did that take place?
On July 20.
Is there a reason why you deleted this phone for Samantha and she did not?
Because I had the phone.
Do you remember telling police anything about her not knowing how to do a complete job?
Yeah, something like that, yes.
Do you remember what you told them?
That she didn't know how to do a complete wipe.
You did it for her?
Yes.
So I'm going to move to exhibit 112 then. And this is the final one of this series. What does 112 tell us? It's the same as you, is that the same as what you have in front of you?
That's me. Give me 1 second. Let me see something. That screen scared me. I thought it was doing it again. I'm like, oh my gosh, what is this green screen? Okay, these are text messages. I'm in the clear. Sorry, guys.
Remember this.
What does this one say?
Says, if she can't get in there, remember my new password, then I can't have any of my contacts, stating the fact that she wouldn't be able to retrieve any of her contacts.
So that process of backing up the phone, who did you do that for?
I did that for Samantha.
Did you do that to protect her further?
No, I did it to back her stuff up. I mean, that's what you do.
You would wiped things that were on that phone from the time that Joy was stabbed, right?
Yes,
In deleting that, did you intend to help Samantha?
in doing that,
Yes, in wiping the phone.
not really. There wasn't anything there to incriminating.
Then I guess I don't understand, why would you wipe it at all?
You have to wipe the phone out and reset the iCloud so I could put my iCloud information in there and use the phone. You have to do that before you can do that.
Or was it your intention that in doing that, you would have destroyed anything that Samantha would have had on that phone?
Negative. When you back something up to the cloud, you're preserving it, you're saving it.
But when you preserved it and you saved it for Samantha.
Well, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay, and we're going to take our first break then. So we're about an hour in. So what we're going to do is probably take about a 20-minute break. It's about 10 after 9. We'll start again at 9:30 with cross-examination, and we'll have the jury step out first. All rise for the jury. Okay, before we take our break, I'm going to address the witness. So is the lawyer still logged in? Is that correct? You can have a seat.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and the court has a pending motion, so I'm going to just ask your client a few questions on that. Counsel, you can have a seat, please. We're going to continue with the witness. All right, the court has a pending motion, Mr. Pfeffer, I just kind of need to confirm a timeline or a general timeline. You had mentioned that you were at Appleton Police into the next morning, is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
And then the photo suggests you arrived at Mr. Hayes's about 11:30 in the morning. Is that your belief that you arrived there at some point?
Yes.
When you leave APD earlier that morning, did you go anywhere other than your mom's between APD and Jeff Hayes's house?
We went back to pick up my vehicle
Which was where?
at Samantha Krebs' apartment.
Okay. And you also said that during the time period you were at your mom's, you were in there, Christy was not in there.
Right.
And you talked about being emotional at your mom's for a period of time. Did she do anything to try and calm you down?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you have an estimate of how much time you hung out at your mom's during that mid-morning time before you went over to the Hayes apartment?
How long was I at my mom's?
It could be an estimate of your best recollection.
I probably had breakfast there as well. So probably an hour or maybe hour and a half,
Okay.
I'm guessing.
And you said when you talked to your mom, you were emotional about explaining what had happened?
Yes,
Okay. But as you sit here today, you don't recall the exact words you said to her?
correct.
Okay. All right. Just in relation to the motion, the prosecutors can ask some follow-up questions. Defense attorneys can ask some questions.
I don't have anything to add to your questions, Judge.
Go ahead, Ms. Rock, if you have any.
Any judge?
Okay. All right, we're going to take our break. We'll go for about 15 minutes or so. And if he needs to take a bathroom break, that's fine.
I have to admit, that was very different. The judge asking questions. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, well, we do have TiVo time, so I will TiVo us through this in order to get to the cross-examination. Because it don't look like they did it. So let me do it for us.
Versus Samantha Krebs. One other issue I want to address before we get back to the witness. At least the court to some extent, but the staff to some extent too. Once again, counsel, we need defense counsel in particular to talk to your client about the shaking of the head or movements during testimony, or even kind of any kind of smiling or smirking. So that cannot continue in any fashion, even if it's slight or more pronounced. Once again, with the case, the Norwood case, that could open the door to witnesses commenting on the defendant's demeanor on the stand. It could even open the door to the prosecution commenting on the defendant's demeanor. So that needs to stop. Do you understand that, Ms. Krebs? This is not an event where the referees or somebody is looking at the people in the crowd or the audience and responding to them, whether they're shaking their head or smiling or smirking. Not allowing the prosecution table or their officers to make any reaction either. So it goes both ways, but your behavior has been noticeable. It was earlier on in the process. It's come up during this present witness. It needs to stop. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, before we bring the jurors back out, we're back on the record on State versus Samantha Krebs. Mr. Pfeffer, your questioning now is going to be from Ms. Rock, so you can direct your attention her way. And once again, I need to caution you, listen to the question, keep your answers within the scope of the question. If the attorneys want more than it's outside the scope of the question, they'll ask you follow-up questions. You're not to volunteer anything extra beyond the scope of the question. Do you understand that?
Yes, Judge.
And do your best to stay near the mic. We appreciate those efforts. And any other issues before we bring the jury back out from the state?
No, sir, thank you.
The defense?
Nothing.
Okay, we'll bring the jury back out. Okay, everybody can be seated. All 14 jurors are back in court. We'll have the deputy slide back next to the bailiff. And when we left off, the prosecutor had passed the witness, so they've completed their direct examination of John Pfeffer. Ms. Rock, the defense counsel, will ask you questions now. Mr. Pfeffer, once again, do your best to listen to the scope of the question. If you have any trouble understanding the question, she can restate that, but you to limit your answers to within the scope of the question. Do you understand that?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Rock. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pfeffer, I want to make sure that we're all very clear on something right off the bat. As you sit here today, you do not know what occurred in apartment 5 on July 18th of 2024 before you arrived there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you first spoke to police on July 18th of 2024, when you were outside of apartment 5, you did not know what happened in that apartment prior to you arriving there.
Correct.
And when you spoke to police for the first time at the sheriff's department on the night of July 18th of 2024, you did not know what happened in apartment 5 prior to you arriving there, correct?
Correct.
And when you spoke to law enforcement, when you were in the room with Christy Cleland, you did not know what occurred in apartment 5 on July 18th of 2024 prior to you arriving there. And when you spoke with law enforcement on the day that you went to retrieve your cell phone, you did not know what occurred in apartment 5 on July 18th of 2024 prior to your arrival. You do not know whether Joey's wound was self-inflicted.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk a bit about your relationship with Samantha Krebs. You said that you've known her for about 8 to 10 years, is that correct?
Something like that, yes.
And you testified that around the time frame of July 2024, your relationship was to the point where you would converse about every other day.
Correct.
How long had that type of like frequent contact been in place for?
I don't know, a couple months.
And you had known Joey Carnot for about 6 months, is that correct?
Yes,
And you met him through your relationship with Sam?
correct.
And you essentially spent almost as much time with Joey because Joey and Samantha were always together.
Correct.
And you knew that Joey and Samantha were engaged?
Yes,
And were you aware that they had recently set a wedding date?
I was not aware of that.
And you had talked a bit about how you had some romantic interest for Samantha, is that correct?
Correct.
And that those feelings had developed just a few months before July of 2024, is that right?
Correct.
And you were aware that Samantha did not have those same feelings for you.
Correct.
She was dedicated to her relationship with Joey.
She was.
Would you have described yourself as being friends with Joey?
Yes,
And again, you spent frequent time with both him and Samantha.
correct.
You were aware that Samantha struggled with some addiction issues.
Yes,
You were aware that Joey struggled with some addiction issues.
yes,
You yourself struggle with addiction. And your issues relating to addiction or surrounding it, that's some of what your friendship with Samantha is based off of. Is that correct?
correct.
You and Samantha would often hang out together to do drugs.
Yes,
And Joey would often be there during those times as well.
yes,
And the three of you would partake in doing drugs.
yes,
And the drug of choice between the three of you was methamphetamine.
correct.
And when you actually were going over to apartment 5 on the night of July 18th of 2024, you were going over with the intent to use methamphetamine.
Correct.
And you believe that Samantha would be using as well.
Yes,
And same with Joey.
yes,
Prior to going to the apartment that night, had you already consumed methamphetamine?
no,
Talking a bit more about your relationship with Sam and Joey, spending time with them together, you would see how they'd be able to interact with one another, correct?
yes,
Did you ever witness any physical arguments between the two of them?
yes,
Physical altercations?
yes,
And those altercations that you had witnessed, was it Samantha being physical?
it was both of them.
And they would argue about things.
Yes,
And this would be more so when they were under the influence of a controlled substance.
yes,
And were there times, or let me ask, you were aware of some mental health issues, is that correct?
correct.
That Joey Carnot had suffered from?
Yes,
And were there occasions where you witnessed Joey going through some type of mental state?
yes.
Can you describe for us what you've witnessed?
He was very erratic and he would yell and kind of stomp around the apartment and, you know, he would just be kind of difficult to deal with.
Did you ever witness Joey Carnot being delusional?
Yes,
Did you ever witness Joey Carnot hallucinating?
no,
And Were you aware of whether he was prescribed any medications?
Yes, he was.
And around the incident, so July 18th of 2024, were you aware of whether he was taking those medications?
My understanding was he was off his meds at that time.
Now, talking about July 18th of 2024, at what point in that day, if you recall, did you make plans to go to apartment 5?
I'm sorry, at what time?
When throughout the day did those plans develop?
In the evening.
And how did they come about?
Well, basically, I wanted to get high, and so I called Samantha to see if she could help me out.
And tell us what you mean by help you out.
If she had anything that would get me high.
And she did.
Yes,
And so she had invited you to come to apartment 5.
correct,
And she told you that Joey would be there as well.
correct,
And the 3 of you made plans essentially to hang out
correct,
and consume methamphetamine.
correct.
How did Christy become a part of those plans?
Christy was hanging out with me at the time, and I just brought her with.
It's true that Christy's also suffered from addiction issues,
Yes,
and she was going to go with the intent of also consuming methamphetamine.
correct,
Christy was somebody that you were in an off again, on again relationship,
yes,
romantically.
yes,
So the plans to go to apartment 5 on the evening of July 18th of 2024 developed between you and Samantha.
yes,
And she invited you to come over to the apartment.
correct.
Did she have an idea as to when you were going to be arriving?
Calls for speculation.
Can you restate the question?
Absolutely. Did you tell Samantha when you believed you would get to the apartment?
Yes,
And what time did you believe you would get there?
sometime after 10 o'clock, I believe it was.
And what time, if you recall, did you actually arrive?
About 8:30, 8:40, something like that, or I'm sorry, 9:30, 9:40, somewhere in there.
9:30, 9:40 p.m., correct?
Correct,
And you arrived at the apartment with Christy.
yes,
And it was your understanding that when you went inside, both Samantha and Joey would be there.
correct,
When you are walking up to the apartment, are you bringing your meth pipe with you?
yes,
And that was because, again, your plan was to consume meth.
correct.
You talked about having 4 missed calls when you arrived that evening. Do you know when you had received those calls?
They all came in the previous 10 minutes to arriving at the apartment.
And when you had spoken with Samantha earlier to make the plans to go to that apartment, do you recall if that was by like written message or whether it was by some type of phone call?
I don't remember.
Do you recall being under the belief that anything would be unusual when you arrived at the apartment?
You restate the question?
Did you have any reason to think that that you would be walking in on something when you arrived at the apartment that night?
No,
Now, we've heard snippets of this audio recording that your phone took. Do you recall hearing some of that?
yes,
Have you ever heard the entire recording?
no,
All that you've gotten to hear are these little clips that the prosecutor chose to play for you. Is that right?
correct,
And you, in fact, weren't aware that your phone was even making this recording.
correct,
Now, we've heard, Mr. Pfeffer, about how you've told multiple stories about what you walked in on that night, right?
correct,
And you are the one who made the decision to tell those multiple stories.
correct,
You didn't do so because anybody told you to.
correct,
Specifically, you didn't do so because Samantha told you to.
correct.
And you didn't do so because she asked you to help her.
No,
You chose to help her.
correct,
And in doing so, you also believe that you were helping yourself.
I don't think that was a factor.
You just really wanted to look out for her.
Yes.
Now, as you sit here today, do you recall specifically what was said when you first walked into the apartment?
I don't recall specifically and exactly what was all said when I walked into the apartment, just what has been played for me on, the audio tapes.
So your memory at this time is based off of what you've heard earlier.
Yes.
Do you recall at some point when you initially walk in, asking Samantha if she had gotten the stuff out?
I don't remember that.
You were aware that there were drugs in the apartment.
Yes.
Were you aware that Samantha was on supervision?
Yes.
And you yourself were on supervision, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that Christy was on supervision.
Yes.
And when you're on supervision, you have to report any and all police contact.
Yes.
And if, knowing that you were on supervision this evening, you knew that if police were contacted, that was going to be reported to your agent.
Yes.
And you had been suffering from addiction at that time.
Yes.
You had been using on and off.
Yes.
And the same for Samantha. You knew that any police contact she had would have to be reported to her agent.
Yes.
And you were aware that she had been using on and off.
Yes.
When you first walked into the apartment, you said that you saw Joey laying on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And he's a good friend of yours.
I thought so, yes.
And you saw some blood, is that right?
Yes.
But at that time, you did not know how serious the wound was.
Correct.
And in fact, at that time, you didn't know if there was a wound.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of blood around the chest, so I didn't know.
You said that Christy, when she walked in, she went to assist Joey, is that right?
Correct.
And when you walked in, where was Samantha?
When we first walked in, she was standing above Joey, kind of, I don't remember if she was kneeling down or standing up, but she was by Joey.
She was assisting him.
Yes.
And she had some paper towel out already.
Yes.
And she was applying pressure to Joey's wound.
I believe so, yes.
And she was the one who showed you where the wound was.
Yes.
And at that point in time, did you see any weapon?
I don't remember when I noticed, but I noticed a knife on the floor.
And this was something that you picked up
Yes, I picked it up.
and you put it in the sink
Yes.
and you wiped it off.
No,
You never wiped it off?
no,
Do you recall telling police that you wiped it off?
no.
Why did you pick up the knife?
Well, because Joey had kind of come to for a minute and started flailing. He stood up. He actually stood up and started throwing his arms around and was kind of stumbling around. And I didn't want him to pick up the knife again. So I picked it up and put it in the sink, just took it off the floor.
Did anybody ask you to pick up the knife?
No,
And what you just told us about why you picked up the knife, that is what you've told law enforcement in the past, correct?
yes,
You are the one that told Samantha to leave.
yes,
You did so because you were concerned about her supervision status
in part, yes,
and because you were aware that there were drugs in the residence.
yes,
You were aware that she had been using,
yes,
and you also walked in to Joey bleeding.
Yeah.
And it's your belief that in a situation like that, a fiance is always a suspect,
correct,
always the first suspect,
yes,
no matter what the actual circumstances are.
right,
And again, Samantha is your friend and you wanted to protect her.
yes,
She never asked you to protect her.
no,
You told her to leave
yes,
and she did.
yes.
Before she left, do you recall her getting anything from the apartment?
Her purse,
And then she left.
yes.
Did you know where she was going?
She didn't tell me, but I had an idea.
You never told her where to go.
No.
After she leaves, you're looking through the apartment, correct?
Yes,
and at some point you locate a meth pipe
Yes.
and you decide to bring that to your car.
Yes.
Samantha never asked you to do that.
No.
She never told you where this meth pipe was.
No.
It's something you came across.
Correct.
You brought it to your car and we saw the photographs, correct?
Correct.
And you in fact don't know whether that was just Samantha's pipe or Joey's pipe or both.
Correct.
But oftentimes you would see them using the same items.
Yes.
And when you brought that pipe that you found out to your car, you also brought your meth pipe back out there.
Yes.
And you did this before you called law enforcement.
I don't remember if I did it before or after I called.
Do you recall how many times you walked out to your vehicle?
No, I don't recall.
You were concerned about any items of paraphernalia being located in the house when police arrived.
Yes.
And you were concerned about any physical drugs being located in the apartment when police arrived.
Yes.
And you wanted to do what you could to make sure those items were out before police arrived.
Yes.
And you did that to protect Samantha
Yes.
and to an extent yourself,
That's correct.
and also to protect Christy.
Correct.
At some point, we've heard that you contact Jeff, is that correct?
I tried.
And why did you try to contact Jeff?
He was a medic in the military and had training. And at the time, I didn't think that Joey's wound was that severe. There just wasn't that much blood. So I figured I'd call Jeff and find out where he was and, you know, have him come over if he was close by.
And that's because it would have been better to have somebody who is a friend help with the situation versus getting police involved.
Correct.
And Jeff didn't answer,
Correct.
and you sent him a text message.
Yes.
He didn't answer that either
Right.
for quite some time.
Yeah.
And after Jeff doesn't answer, you call somebody else, correct?
Yes.
Who's that?
His neighbor, Chuck,
Why was that call made?
because he lived right down the hall from Jeff and they knew each other. And I could have Chuck go and knock on Jeff's door and see if he was home or awake.
Chuck never answered.
Correct.
And so then you place a call to 911.
Correct.
When you contacted Jeff, was your intention to get him to help protect Samantha?
No,
It was to not get the police involved.
it was to get medical attention for Joey.
And Samantha never asked you to contact Jeff.
No.
You testified previously about the 911 call that you placed. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you testified how when you walked into the apartment, you suggested calling 911.
Yes.
And your testimony is that Samantha talked you out of calling the ambulance right away.
Yes.
Did she ask you not to call the ambulance?
I think she said something to the effect of, no, don't call yet.
And do you know whether she was saying that to you?
Yeah, she was saying it to me.
And no, don't call yet. That's what you heard on the recording?
Something like that, yeah.
And that's why you believe she said that?
Yes.
And if the recording said, no, just hold on, do you think that would be accurate?
Yes.
And if the recording said, no, just hold on, it's right here, do you think that would be accurate?
Yes.
And you don't know whether that statement was directed towards you or towards Christy, is that correct?
Correct.
And at that point in time, if you're thinking of calling 911, Christy's down rendering aid to Joey,
Yes.
which is what Samantha was doing.
Yes.
So when somebody is saying, no, just hold on, it's right here, you don't really know the context of that statement.
Right.
It's at that point in time where you ask Samantha if she's got everything out.
Yes.
And that actually wasn't one of the clips that you heard today, is that right?
Correct.
But that occurred.
Yes.
And in response to that, Samantha tells you, no, I've got to go get, and something of that nature, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
And we actually heard that statement played for you.
Yes,
But the statement where you ask her if everything else is out, you never got to hear that, correct?
correct.
But you know that you said that.
Yes,
And that's because, again, you're looking out for Samantha.
yes,
She never told you first that she had to go get stuff out of the apartment.
no,
She responded to a question that you asked.
yes.
When you make the 911 call, Samantha is gone. Is that correct?
I don't remember if she had already left or was getting stuff, her purse and stuff to get ready to leave. I don't remember.
And when you make the 911 call, you tell the dispatcher that when you arrived, nobody else was present.
Correct.
You are the one who decided to make that statement.
Yes,
Samantha never told you to make that statement.
no,
Samantha never asked you to make that statement.
no,
Samantha, you never had a conversation with Samantha where you told her you were going to make that statement.
I did.
When was that?
Well, before she left,
You told her that you would tell police she wasn't there.
I believe so.
And so on that 911 call, that's what you do.
Yes.
And you continue with that version of Samantha wasn't there when police first arrive.
Yes,
And you told Christy to tell police that Samantha wasn't there.
correct,
And again, that was all of your own accord.
correct.
You told the dispatcher that you believe Samantha was at a friend's house.
Correct.
Samantha never asked you to tell the dispatcher that.
No,
You also told police that you thought she was at a friend's house.
yes,
Samantha never asked you to tell police that.
no,
When you are first at the police department speaking with officers, we know that you continue to say that Samantha was not there, correct?
correct.
And at this point in time, you have only admitted to Joey having been at the apartment when you arrived.
Yes.
And you and Christy walking in together.
Yes,
And you were adamant up to that point that nobody else had been there.
correct.
And we saw a clip being played where you were in a hallway at the police department. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you were essentially on your way out of the police station.
yes,
You had been there for quite some time.
yes,
You were pretty emotional.
very,
You were stressed out.
big time.
You walked in on something pretty traumatic.
Yes,
You were concerned about drugs being located.
yes,
You were concerned about having been using in the days leading up to this.
correct.
You had those same concerns about Samantha.
Yes,
You had those same concerns about Christy.
yes,
And in addition to that, you're diabetic
yes,
and you were experiencing some issues with your diabetes, correct?
yes,
Having some blood sugar issues.
yes,
You're at the police department for quite a period of time before that clip where you're almost walking out.
yes,
And it's when you are in that hallway that you make this comment that you have concerns about Joey's killer.
yes,
And to be clear, at that point in time, you had no idea what happened to Joey.
correct.
And at that time, you knew that it was just you and Christy that were put in that apartment with Joey.
Yes,
You knew that you were a suspect.
yes,
You knew that you were involved
yes,
and you were concerned about that.
yes,
When you make those comments about being concerned, You were also concerned about where Christy was, is that right?
Yes.
You wanted her to leave with you,
Yes,
and you didn't know if that was going to happen.
correct.
You kept asking if that would happen,
Yes,
and you weren't told any information in that regard.
right.
You didn't know if something was going to happen to Christy based off of her supervision status,
You're right.
and you were trying to make sure that nothing happened to her,
Correct,
just like you were trying to make sure that nothing happened to Samantha.
correct.
It's after this that you're put into a room with Christy, is that correct?
Yes,
And you're in that room for a very long period of time.
yes,
You saw about a minute clip of when you and Christy are laying on the couch, is that right?
yes.
But in fact, it was hours that you were in that room with her.
I don't know how long.
But quite some time, fair to say.
Yes,
And when you first go into that room, law enforcement joins you, is that correct?
yes,
And you decide to tell them the truth.
yes,
And the truth was that Samantha had in fact been there.
yes,
And you told police that Samantha had told you to tell police that Joey stabbed himself.
yes,
And in your mind, that occurred as soon as you had walked into the apartment.
yes.
And to be clear, you don't know if Joey stabbed himself.
No,
He could have.
he could have.
And in fact, that is something that you've considered had happened.
Yes,
You didn't report to law enforcement that Samantha had confessed to you,
no,
and that's because she didn't.
she did not.
In fact, her words were to tell the police he stabbed himself.
Correct.
Now, we also heard a clip, Mr. Pfeffer, about you telling law enforcement that you didn't ask Samantha what happened because you didn't want her to confess, correct?
Correct.
And you've kind of explained that with your street involvement, you don't like to know things. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You don't want to be put in the middle of things.
Correct.
And so a lot of times you don't ask questions.
Right.
And so when you heard on that little clippet of the recording of when you walked into the apartment, this little snippet of you say, "What the heck, you stat." Do you recall that?
I don't recall saying it.
You recall hearing it?
Yes.
And it's just something that you stated when you walked in, correct?
Right.
And you didn't know what happened.
No.
You still don't know what happened.
Correct.
Other than Samantha telling you to tell the police that he stabbed himself, she never told you what else to tell police, correct?
Correct.
When law enforcement first arrived, you've admitted today, you're under oath, and you admitted that you had deleted things from your phone, correct?
Yes.
Samantha never asked you to delete anything from your phone.
No.
Christy never asked you to delete anything from your phone.
No.
You decided to do that,
Yes.
and you deleted quite a few things. Is that fair?
I don't recall.
You testified that you deleted things that you thought might have gotten you into trouble.
Yes.
And those were some messages from Sam.
Yes.
And to be clear, you've had conversations with Sam about drugs,
Yes.
about purchasing drugs,
Yes.
and about doing drugs.
Yes.
And you said you deleted messages from Joey,
Yes.
and those would have also been messages about drugs.
Yes.
And you said that you deleted conversations you had with other people regarding illegal things in nature.
Yes.
So conversations about drugs.
Yes.
But you didn't delete everything, is that correct?
Correct.
You did eventually hand your phone off to officers,
Yes,
and officers ultimately kept your phone after that evening. Is that correct?
yes,
And so you were left without any phone.
correct,
And when you left the police station the next day, you didn't have any phone.
correct.
We've talked about how when you're in that room with Christy and the police are there, that was the point that you decided to tell the truth. Is that correct?
Yes,
And it was the truth about what you recalled happening that evening.
yes,
And in that conversation, you did not tell the police about the objects that were hidden in your vehicle, correct?
correct.
And that's because you still had this concern about any drug usage.
Yes,
And that concern was with regard to yourself, Christy, and Samantha.
yes,
When you left the police department, do you recall why you decided to go to the Veterans Village Apartments?
well, Jeff was a friend. I wanted to tell him what happened, and I also believed that Samantha would be there.
You didn't know for sure whether Samantha was there, correct?
Correct.
But that's where you thought she would go.
Yes,
And Jeff was a friend of yours.
yes,
He was a friend of Samantha's,
yes,
and he was a friend of Joey's.
yes, he was.
And when you went to Jeff's house, you were with Christy, correct?
Yes,
And part of why you went to Jeff's house was to get drugs.
no,
When you went to Jeff's house, though, you did get drugs.
no,
You never purchased any drugs then.
not that time, no.
And when you got to Jeff's, you got Samantha's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you took it because you did not have a cell phone
correct,
and you needed a cell phone.
correct.
And your intention was not, or let me ask you this. When you took the phone, did you have an opportunity to review it?
No, not really, not when I took it.
But Samantha's information was on it,
Yes,
and you are the one that deleted that information.
yes,
And you deleted that information so that you could use the phone as yours.
correct,
And you believe that you had to delete that information in order to allow your iCloud information to work.
correct,
You also didn't think that you were deleting anything because you backed it up to the iCloud.
correct,
And you didn't tell Samantha that you were doing that until it was done.
correct.
And she expressed concern to you about not having her contact information
Yes,
and about not having any photographs, specifically photographs of her and Joey.
correct.
Now, when you got to the apartment, who was there?
When I got to Jeff's apartment,
Yes.
just Jeff.
Samantha was not there.
She was in the back room.
And so this is a pretty small apartment, correct?
Yes,
And you ultimately deliver the message that Joey had passed.
yes,
After you take this phone, you're using it for a period of time. Is that correct?
yes,
You never destroyed it.
no,
You believed that the information that had been on it was backed up.
yes,
We saw some text messages between you and a Jeff Hayes account. Do you
Yes.
recall those? And it's your belief that Jeff Hayes was actually Samantha communicating to you, right?
yes,
And in one of those messages, Samantha is actually asking for her phone back.
Yes.
She wasn't aware that you had done anything with it at that point in time.
correct,
You, in response to her asking for her phone back, tell her that it's gone permanently.
correct,
And that's when concern is expressed about not having contacts or photographs.
yes,
Now, you were asked about how when you talked to police about having taken the phone, making a comment that Samantha didn't know how to do a complete wipe. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And your response was that you did it for her.
I don't remember.
Do you recall during that meeting that you were having with law enforcement being advised that you had destroyed evidence?
That's what they said.
And you didn't think that because you had backed it up.
That's correct.
At that point in time, you were concerned about your involvement
Yes,
and you were concerned about anything that might have had to do with this phone.
correct.
And it's after you realize that you need to have these concerns that you make the statement that Samantha didn't know how to do a complete wipe.
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes,
You told the jury that you didn't do anything with Samantha's phone to try to protect her.
correct.
Anything having to do with the cell phone was done out of you just needing to use a cell phone.
Correct.
Just one moment, please.
Of course, no sound. That's not me. That's them. I guess they just said forget the sound. Oh, here goes some sound.
Phone she gave you?
I don't know if she was worried about it or not.
Now, when your questions, when Attorney Rock was asking you questions, you were asked some about your knowledge of what medications Joy was on. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Do you remember where you learned whether or not Joey had been taking his medications? Who had told you that?
Well, Samantha had told me that, but Joey also had told me that. We talked about that stuff
That same day?
a day or two earlier.
Now, you said that day, July 18th, 2024, you were to come to Appleton. The plan was to use methamphetamine?
Yes,
The defendant was going to supply that methamphetamine?
Got to repeat in the microphone. It had a pause. I apologize.
I said yes. Sorry.
Now, as we've heard, is it correct, or do I understand your testimony correct, that your first thought upon looking at apartment 5 was that the defendant, Samantha Krebs, had stabbed Joey Carna?
Yes,
And do I understand it correct that your initial reaction was to call 911,
yes,
not to call Jeff Hayes, right?
Correct.
Not to call his neighbor,
correct.
but to call 911? And it was the defendant who talked you out of that?
Yes,
Now, you also asked some questions that Samantha never told you what to say. Do you remember that?
yes,
That she never suggested what to tell the police? Is that, do you remember asking those questions?
no,
Through Attorney Rock, that Samantha never told you to lie to the police?
she never did.
That she never told you what to say?
Well, she told me to tell police that Joey had stabbed himself.
Did she say anything else to tell the police?
No,
Did you hear in the recording perhaps that it was her suggestion to say, what are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife?
oh yeah, I remember that.
That was Samantha?
Yes,
That wasn't Christie?
no,
That wasn't you?
no,
That was the defendant? Who would, rather than call 911, pose the question, what are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife.
I'm going to object for speculation as to whether she wanted to call 911.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
It was the defendant who, rather than call 911, posed the question that what are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife.
Yes,
No further questions.
Okay, you can recross.
Mr. Pfeffer, you said that you didn't call 911 initially because Samantha talked you out of it.
well, and I didn't think the wound was that severe. It didn't look that bad from looking at it.
And when you say that she talked you out of it, there was just that comment that said, hold on.
Yeah,
And again, you don't know who that comment was even being made to.
that's correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You didn't think it looked that bad, but your immediate reaction is to call 911.
Yes,
No further questions.
Nothing on that.
You said you were.
Okay, so that's what testimony that we have for the guy, her friend, Mr. Dang, I didn't forgot his name just that quick. Good grief. Oh gosh, I know the Pfeiffer. I know the last name is Pfeiffer. Her meth buddy. Well, I guess I can't even say meth buddy because they all meth buddies, right? Okay, his name is escaping me right now. What do y'all think about his testimony? I think that they actually he didn't know that they were that his phone was recording, right? I think that when he came into the apartment, he did act accidentally. Okay, John, thank you, OnlyFans. So I think that when he came into the apartment building, he actually did to say, oh my God, you stabbed, him, right? They got that on recording because that's what he initially thought. I do agree with the defense in some ways that some of the things that he did may seem logical. He was the one, if they were coming to look at the apartment building, where once the police got there, of course, nobody wants to be caught with all these drugs and pipes and torches and sticks and everything for a drug high party. So they don't want to be caught with all this stuff. So he took it upon himself to do all this stuff. And since the police had took his phone, he ended up taking her phone. Not so much that he wanted to erase her information, but he was trying to get his information on there. I don't know if with changing out the SIM card, things of that nature. So that seems kind of plausible. I don't think that those are things that she directed him to do. I believe him in those areas. It sounds like he took a lot of initiative to save his boo. he got Joey out of the way regardless, however it happened. So he wanted to save, Samantha in whatever way he could possibly save her. So he was doing all this stuff because he wanted to, because Samantha had left the scene by that time. And I could see them, if she's on probation, right? She shouldn't be doing drugs, right? I can see her leaving the scene. Whether it was an accident or not, because she probably scared. Can we agree? I'm not saying it's the best decision, but I could see where if you are on probation, you do drugs, they probably were on drugs. They probably had already been getting high. I'm just trying to see, can y'all see where the defense is trying to poke holes? Like, okay, and when he comes in, the homie lover variant, she like, shoot, just tell him that he fell on the knife or something. Tell him whatever you want to tell him. I'm out. Right?
And you indicated that was.
I mean, that's not really like a bad. I mean, I could see where we, playing, y'all know how I like to play devil's advocate from both sides. I could see where the defense is trying to go with this. Like, I ain't standing around. I'm really surprised that he stayed around. John, I'm surprised him and Christine stayed around. Like, we ain't standing around either. Look, but he figured if he put the stuff in the tires or bought a tire and one in the gas tank, that they all good out here. I don't know, SD. They're saying that they have some type of argument or something. We don't know. I don't know. Is she supposedly has stabbed him, but maybe something else happened. I mean, the defense, what they did, in all honesty, they pointed out that his story changed a lot of confusement, right? And a lot of his testimony, it was stuff that he did on his own. The only thing that he didn't do on his own was, I guess, tell her to leave or to delay in the 911 call, because it sounded like she said hold up, right? But they're saying that she could have been saying hold up to Christine. But The Rock, right? Our attorney, she was just saying that attacking his credibility, pointing out that he, changed his story multiple times, and just framing him like they were all panicked, like even Samantha. So everybody was panicked at the time. So let's see. So I think that his testimony, the reason why the prosecution team had to contact him, and that's why he has that immunity, because of he was putting himself at the scene. He was removing evidence. He was putting evidence certain places, but in the same token, that was just stuff that he did. Not look like a pebble. So we shall see. I think that in some parts his testimony was, I think it was good for both sides. To be honest, like, I can see it plausible for the defense, and I can see, getting some stuff in. So right now they are on day 4. So I am going to put them in day 4. I'm gonna put us in day 4, right? We'll have some TiVo time because, of course, court started earlier today, but I wanted to make sure that we were able to see all the prior testimony before we went into court today. So I am going to go ahead and put us in, and we shall see what testimony we have today.
Are you familiar with those photos?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell me what they are? Just generally speaking, not specific.
In general, they're autopsy photographs. They're photographs taken from at various times during the autopsy. In addition, there are some diagrams toward the back of the package here that depict the heart.
Are you familiar with all of those documents or those exhibits I just gave you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask the court to receive them, and then I'd ask permission to publish. One will be on the screen, and then the remainder I will ultimately hand out the purple files to the bailiff.
Any objection from the House? No objection. All right, so it's 60 through 68?
Yes.
Okay, those are all received.
So Dr. Kelly, you talked about the first one being the transport bag. Is that exhibit number 60?
It is.
Okay, I'd like to be able to put 60 on the screen. Now, with that transport bag, is there information contained on there that we see?
Yes.
And what might that be?
This tag is from the Allegheny County Coroner's Office, and it depicts the demographic information, or like, as you say, the vital information about the person.
And on this particular one, is there an indication that it is the transport bag for Joseph Carnot?
Yes.
And does it indicate a date of death on there?
Yes.
And what might that be?
It's July 19th of 2024.
There also is a red tag that we say that actually says sealed on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, that's a bag seal. So what that effectively is, it's kind of like a fancy zip tie. It's plastic and it has a unique identifier on it. And that's something that can be recorded by the coroner's office. And much in the same way that if you're following a truck on the highway and you see that little tag on the back, it doesn't prevent somebody from getting in there, but it will tell you that the seal has been broken, that somebody may have been able to get inside. So finding an intact seal means that the bag has been closed since the seal was applied to the bag.
Thank you. And were there any issues with this particular bag at all?
No.
Thank you. Judge, I'd like to provide the folders to the bailiff.
Once again, those folders will be passed out one by one. And don't open those until instructed. So we'll wait for each juror to have the folder. Get some up front, maybe, so. Okay, the record should reflect that all 14 jurors have a purple folder with certain exhibits in there. Not to look at those until instructed during the witness's testimony.
All right, now, Dr. Kelly, you talked about how during the autopsy process, the first thing you do is an external examination of the body.
Yes.
And part of that is observing any wounds or injuries or disease that might exist. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, so in the photo that, or I'm sorry, in the exhibits that you have, if everybody could turn to exhibit 61, it's the first photo that's in the packet. And if people could just turn to that one, and then we'll talk a little bit about that, and then we'll cover that photo back up. But in this first photo, 61, do you see some black box that's kind of on the top and the bottom portion of 61?
Yes,
And is that just to help kind of cover to make it a more sensitive photo?
yes,
So in the original photo you took, it would have been the entire picture without the boxes. Is that fair?
yes.
Okay. Now, when you're observing this photo and you're conducting your autopsy, what was the importance of observing this particular documentation?
It's to document the entire body. In this photograph, it shows the head and the torso. And within this photo, you can see the injuries to the chest area.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about, we see an injury if we're holding the photo kind of up and down where a person's head would be on the top. The injury on the right-hand side, kind of under that left breast area. What did you observe from in this photo with that injury?
Yes, in this photo to the left side of his chest, under the left nipple, that is a stab wound to the chest.
Now, we see some kind of injury in the middle, in between, kind of on the breastbone, and then we see kind of a curved injury kind of to the left of that in the photo and above that. What is that from, if you know?
The rest of the injuries that you're looking at to the chest, you notice that they're kind of in the midline and they have something of a pattern to them. They have a curved nature. These are injuries that are related to resuscitation and are either, and could be a couple of different things or both. One is defibrillator pads. It could be burns and abrasion from the defibrillator. Also, if a Lucas device was applied, this is a piece of mechanical equipment that does CPR for the rescuers. So it actually takes the work of the actual compressions of the chest away from the rescuer. So because it's curved and round, that can be one or both of those medical interventions.
So for those particular injuries from the medical intervention, was that any concern to you related to cause of death at all?
No, they're not related to the cause of death.
So you would still even though they're not related to cause of death, you would still document them as part of what you're seeing on an individual?
Yes, despite obvious evidence of injury or obvious evidence of a cause of death, I still document everything at autopsy.
Okay, thank you. So if we could close that photo and then look at photo 62, or exhibit 62, I should say, which should be the next one. And if we kind of put it where it would be up and down with the head on the top and the lower torso or stomach area on the bottom. Is it common for you to take kind of more general photos and then focus in on specific things of interest to you?
Yes,
And is that what you did with exhibit number 62?
yes.
What did we see in exhibit number 62, more close up?
So in this photograph, you can see the left nipple in the photo. And below that, you can see the stab wound that I referred to earlier.
When you look at that stab wound, what is it you do to try to assess it?
Well, I describe it, I measure it on external examination and look for any other injuries associated with it, any injuries around it.
Okay. And you did that in this particular case?
Yes.
All right, then if we could look at exhibit number 62. I'm sorry, 63. And if we could look at it in a way that ME 244848 is kind of vertical across the page so that we're able to see that. What is there a significance to that number, ME 244848?
That's our unique identifier. So that's the number that we give to the case at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office to, to tell it apart from other cases.
And what does this, I see that that identifier also kind of has a measurement on either side of that identifier as well. Can you use that in terms of measuring as we're seeing here?
Yes, the purpose of taking photographs with a photo label is that it not only does it give an identification to the photo, especially to close-up photos like this, but also gives a scale that somebody looking at this photograph could use to determine the size of things in the photo.
So approximately how long is this injury, this wound?
I believe I measured the wound at a total of 6.2 centimeters, which is effectively it's about 5.5 inches.
Okay. And as you're doing that, is it common for you if you see a wound to try to kind of put, if you will, kind of the skin together to kind of analyze it or look at the edges of the skin and what that looks like?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Your skin has elastic fibers in it, and they actually run in certain orientations, so they run in certain directions. And if you create a stab wound across those elastic fibers will contract and will cause that wound to open up wider. It'll make it look like a gaping wound. If you create that wound in parallel with those elastic fibers, it'll kind of stay together more. And then of course, everything in between. So when we have a wound that's kind of gaping or wide open, in order to measure it better, it's a lot easier to put it together and measure it that way, so that we get an accurate measurement.
Thank you. And then if we can look at Exhibit 64, are we able on 64 to be able to see you kind of doing that with maybe a finger in there, kind of on the side of the body?
Yes.
So as you observed this injury, did you notice anything, or are you able to notice anything externally on kind of the shape of the wound?
Yes.
And what might that be?
So some stab wounds are the stab wound itself. They are just a cut or a single defect, linear defect. Other stab wounds, they have additional injury or sharp force injury that is related to either the part of the insertion of the knife or the removal of the knife. So in other words, knives have sharp edges. So if you put it straight in and pull it straight out, you might get just the slit that represents the width of the knife. But that doesn't always happen. Sometimes if there's movement to the person's body or movement to the knife as this is taking place, you can get additional injury to the wound. So it can look something like this, in which it's kind of a wide angle V shape. It almost looks like as it was being inserted or removed, the edge of the blade created additional cutting to the skin. So instead of just having a very simple in and out slit-like stab wound, you have a more complicated wound where there's an incised area.
And then can that also then impact what you see internally?
Possibly, because the same cutting surface can glide across soft tissues underneath the skin. So the wound inside can actually be much longer than the knife.
Thank you. So at this time, if everybody could put their photos back into the purple file, I think we'll continue on with additional testimony. So as you saw the,
Okay, the bailiff's getting their seats, so you're gonna have to refer back to those at some point.
I think we'll leave them with them for now until the
Okay.
conclusion of the testimony.
Sure.
Thank you. As we talk about the external examination, once you're done with that, which includes going through the photos and the documentation we just did, then do you continue on, as you said, to the internal examination? When you did the external examination, was there anything else that you found externally on Mr. Carnot's body that you then reviewed or focused in related to the internal version of the autopsy? External injuries or disease or anything?
The only other injury they had on the external examination was a small abrasion or scrape to his right knee.
Okay. So as you conduct the internal portion, what is the next step that you go through regarding analyzing this particular injury from an internal perspective?
Well, simply put, I track the wound. I look at the injuries underneath the skin and make note and document what structures are injured by the blade of the knife. So that includes the rib cage, that includes any of the organs underneath. I look for evidence of hemorrhage and document that as well.
And in looking at that, what is it that you learned about that particular stab wound that we just saw externally?
So this stab wound actually, it goes through the rib cage. It goes through the rib cage in an area that's predominantly cartilage. So you might imagine that your ribs, they don't go straight. They're not horizontal. They actually have angle to them. And at the bottom of your rib cage, on the anterior surface of your body, at the bottom of your rib cage, the ribs kind of come together and join. But they don't join as bone. There's cartilage there that connects them. So to the left rib cage, he had the stab wound went through that cartilage between the 6th and 7th rib, or involving the 6th and 7th rib. There was also some hemorrhage to the soft tissues behind the sternum. So hemorrhage dissects its way along the soft tissues. And then right underneath that is the pericardial sac. The pericardial sac it's a sac that surrounds the heart. And the heart beats and moves within that sac. And typically that sac doesn't contain any fluid, or it contains very minimal fluid. When you find fluid in the sac, that is cause for concern. And in this particular instance, he had a large amount of blood filling and distending that sac, and that's important. The amount of blood, by the way, that's in that sac is about 300 milliliters or cc's, which a can of soda is for reference, a can of soda is about 355 milliliters. So it doesn't seem like a lot of blood, but the fact that the sac is not there to accommodate that blood, that's the important issue in Mr. Carnot's death. The heart, as I said, it moves within the pericardial sac. It opens up so that blood fills the chambers of the heart, the ventricles of the heart fill with blood, and then they contract, and that blood gets pushed out through the large vessels all over the body into the lungs. if you do anything to impede the heart's ability to open up and receive blood, you impede the heart's ability to move blood throughout the body. So you can kind of think of it as slowly, if you fill that sac around the heart with blood, you're sort of strangling the heart. You're taking away its ability to effectively pump blood to the rest of the body, which obviously is what its function is. So at some point, the heart is going to fail because it's no longer able to perform that function. In this particular instance, Mr. Conrad had a stab wound that caught the edge of the right ventricle of the heart. And that opened up a small opening between the chamber of the heart where the blood is at and that sac around the heart, which is where I found the collection of blood. So as you can imagine, with each beat of the heart, blood is being forced out of that small defect to the wall of the heart into that sac. And so eventually that's going to fill up, heart is going to fail, and he will die from that.
Now, to be able to understand that, is it helpful to sometimes look at it at an anatomy diagram?
Yes.
So I'd like to have you focus on the diagrams, which I believe, if I recall correctly, should be exhibits number 65 and 66, 67 and 68. Does that look about right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to provide you with a pointer, and then I'd also like a microphone, Judge, if that's okay. We're upgrading from the measuring stick we used last week. And so I'm going to give you that as well as the microphone. And if we could put exhibit number 65 on the screen. Are you familiar with this photo?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay. And are these photos that you actually provided to me in anticipation of trial?
Yes.
Okay. You want to tap the top?
It seems to be working.
Okay, perfect. All right. If you could just kind of describe what this anatomy drawing is as it relates to what we're talking about here.
So I chose this because it focuses on the area of interest. So this is a diagram painting that was created to show the heart, the lungs with the anterior chest removed. So on the edges here, you can see the ribs, and it's as if those have been just removed, taken away, so that you can see all these structures. So this gray thing around the heart is the pericardial sac. So you can see there's this sac surrounding the heart as I described it, and this is the heart inside.
And as you point to that, that's kind of in the middle of the photo, would you say?
Yes.
And it's identified?
Yes.
Okay.
These over to the sides are, of course, the lungs, and the blue and red, they're that color to tell you the difference between oxygenated blood and unoxygenated blood. But these are the great vessels, the aorta and the superior vena cava.
Okay. Now, if we look at exhibit number 66, is that the same photo that we looked at before, but with an additional notation on it?
Yes, this is the same diagram, but what I've done is I've given you an idea about where the stab wound to the heart was located.
And where, can you point to where that is?
It's right here. I have an arrow and an asterisk pointing it out.
So when you talk about that sac with that heart, and we're kind of looking at that diagram, it looks like the lungs and the heart are really quite close together. Is that pretty fair?
Yes, they are.
So as somebody is breathing and their heart is pumping, you talked a little bit about all of the expansion and the movement that's happening in there. Is that fair?
Yes, there is considerable movement within the chest cavity due to the heart and lungs.
When the lungs, when you're breathing, are your lungs also expanding as they fill with air?
Yes,
So the lungs are expanding and then deflating as you're breathing, and then the heart is pumping, so it's expanding and then getting smaller with the pump. So there's lots going on in that particular area of the body at all times.
yes.
Okay, you pointed on the right-hand side the rib cage, and you talked a little bit previously about cartilage. When we talk about that, how would we think about kind of the thickness of skin? What's cartilage like as you're examining it in terms of the difference maybe between skin or how we kind of understand it?
So cartilage is not as dense as bone, but certainly much more dense than the skin and the soft tissue underlying it.
So as we talk about stab wounds, in order to kind of go through cartilage, is that just an easy kind of stab, or does there have to be an amount of force to get through kind of that cartilage area from the density of it?
Well, common sense, it's much denser, so it will take more force for a blade to go through cartilage than skin. It's important to point out that in terms of blades, the blade is sharp, so it will go through lots of things. All you have to do is overcome the resistance of the skin, and underneath there, everything else is pretty easy to cut through. Cartilage would create a little bit more resistance due to its density in its composition. And then of course, bone is very hard, and that would create a lot of resistance to a blade passing through it.
So as you looked at Joseph's body during the autopsy internally, were you able to see the direction in where that knife went through in the cartilage?
To some extent, I mean, obviously I can tell that there's 3 dimensions. And when we describe, certainly when we describe gunshot wounds, for instance, we try to describe them in those 3 orientations, you know, whether it's front to back, left to right, right to left, and whether it's up or down in orientation. Sometimes it's not possible. And sometimes, such as this case, it's kind of difficult. And when I have a level of uncertainty about it, I won't hazard an outright guess. So in this case, I know that it's front to back, but because of the movement of the heart and because of the size of the injury to the overlying cartilage, I didn't give an opinion on whether or not this pathway is left to right, right to left, or whether it's up or down. I think it's just too difficult to tell.
All right, if we could then look at exhibit number 67. Could you describe what 67 is of?
This is just another diagram just showing the heart, and again, I just wanted to do this to demonstrate the location of the injury. So this is the right ventricle of the heart over here, the left ventricle of the heart over here, and the injury is going to be down here at the bottom, or in some sense you call it the lateral or the side of the left ventricle. The heart actually kind of sits on its side, so to speak.
So if we look at exhibit number 68, did you make a notation on here to help us understand where?
Yes.
And where is that?
Again, I just put an arrow and an asterisk to demonstrate the relative location of the injury.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to have a seat, you can. So as we talk about this injury, fair to say that there's some injuries that kill someone immediately and some that take time.
Yes.
And how would you describe this particular injury?
Well, this injury is not necessarily an immediately lethal injury. It's, as I said before, it's an injury that would allow for the accumulation of blood into the sac around the heart. With each beat of the heart, more blood is entering that pericardial sac.
So would somebody maybe be able to move around for a little bit?
Yes.
Would someone maybe be able to talk for a little bit?
Yes.
Eventually, might that person become unconscious?
Eventually, yes.
Is there a scenario where they might become unconscious, then come to a little bit and become unconscious again?
I suppose that's possible.
Okay. Now, with this type of injury, as we're talking about kind of the process of the blood filling that sac portion of the heart, and it not happening, it's not causing death right away, how much time might it have, give or take? Not, obviously, there's not going to be an exact situation, but generally speaking, what might it look like?
Yes, that is going to be difficult. It really depends on a lot of factors. One being the size of the defect, but also how fast the heart is beating, what the blood pressure is at that time. So it's difficult, but certainly it can happen within a matter of less than a minute. But it can also, an injury like that could allow somebody to remain alive alive meaning their heart is still able to beat for several minutes.
During that time, it would be pretty critical to have immediate emergency response.
Yes.
And what type of, with this particular wound and this particular stabbing, what type of things might the person be experiencing while this is happening? After the stab wound, but before they pass? What might that look like?
Symptoms that they might
Yes,
experience.
symptoms, sorry.
As I said, as the blood fills the sac around the heart begins to fail. That person would, certainly start to experience the effects of that. Things such as dizziness. They certainly could become move in and out of consciousness, but certainly dizziness. They might have a little bit of chest pain, and then of course, because the heart is failing, they probably would experience some shortness of breath at some point before they pass.
If you are around someone during this time, would it be pretty evident that a person would be in pretty in need of dire medical care?
Yes, they would be in need of immediate medical care.
And if somebody is checking their pulse, would their pulse at that time might feel weak or might be faint?
Yes, at the end, when the heart stops basically beating and forcing blood through the arteries, which is what creates your pulse would become weaker and perhaps thready, so that it's difficult to even palpate.
Now, if I could bring your attention to exhibit number I think 59, that was your report?
Yes.
Okay. If we could just look at exhibit number 59 and we look at page 3, do you see a section called evidence of traumatic injuries?
I do.
Okay, and is this where you're describing what you're seeing related to this knife wound?
Yes.
Okay. You talked a little bit about the wound, and I think that you note that in here, and we talked a little bit before about it, but I kind of want to come back to it. Did you describe it specifically in terms of kind of the length?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say regarding that?
So the total length is 6.2 centimeters, which is divided into two portions of, as I said, a wide angled V-shaped injury. And 6.2 centimeters again is about 2.5 inches.
Okay. And you talked about how it was comprised between like maybe a 4.2 centimeters wound and then a 2 centimeters wound. And can you describe that portion, what you mean by that?
So what I'm describing is there's a portion that's oriented slightly downward toward the midline, just off of the horizontal. And then there's away from the center of the body, the outer portion is more horizontal, and it's a 2 centimeter portion. So there's a stab wound with a separate area that's a little different in orientation, hence the V shape that I was describing.
Okay, I'm gonna approach with another exhibit. Exhibit number 77, can you look at that?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that, what's photographed in that exhibit?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of a knife that was shown to me as the potential knife that caused the injury.
Your Honor, I'd like the court to receive exhibit number 77, and I'd ask permission to be able to publish it.
Any objection? No objection. Right.
Exhibit 77 is received.
Dr. Kelly, is the photo that you see above you also consistent with what you're looking at?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, are there times when you're doing an autopsy that someone might bring in an object related to death?
Yes.
And what is it that you talked about this knife being brought to you? What is it that you do when you're looking at the knife and you're conducting your autopsy? How do you go through that process?
Simply put, I just document it. I photo document it. If possible, I can take measurements. If the knife hasn't been processed, if it hasn't been, if it can't be touched, that makes it more difficult. But if not, I can at least take measurements and take photographs.
When you did in this case, again, this is one of the photographs that you took related to the autopsy.
Yes.
And what was your analysis when you're looking at this knife related to the wound?
I measure the length of the blade and the width of the blade. I note whether or not it has one cutting edge or two cutting edges, whether or not there's a cutting edge at the tip, a variety of things of that nature. At the end of the day, what I am able to tell people about knives is not necessarily whether or not this is definitely the knife that caused this, but whether or not this knife could have caused the injuries that I'm looking at. So there are times when I receive more than one knife and have to do this with all of those knives and determine how many of them could possibly have created the injuries. In this particular case, there's only one stab wound, and there's just one knife being presented to me, so that's what I did.
And did this knife look consistent with a knife that could have left the stab wound on Joseph Carnott?
I believe that I said that this knife could have created the injury that we see.
Now, in stabbing type cases, are there times where just a portion of the blade might cause somebody's death, or is it something that you'd have to use the entire knife blade all the way up to kind of the plastic handle portion of the knife to be able to cause a death? Do you know?
You mean
In general?
in general, we also will try to make note of whether or not, I think what you're referring to is the depth of the injury.
Yes.
So we try to give some idea about what kind of depth we're talking about. Obviously, we have to take a few things into consideration. For instance, with the chest and the abdomen, the surface is compressible. So you can see a wound path that's even longer than the knife because the blade gets compressed and the knife goes in technically farther than it would have otherwise. The blade can only go in part of the way, and that's another possibility, that it's only inserted partially. So we'll do our best to try to determine, and I did my best to try to determine something about the depth of the wound. Sometimes that's not something that you can speak to a reasonable degree of certainty, but I certainly try to take photographs so that can be entertained later on.
In this particular situation, was that difficult to be able to determine based upon the fact that the heart and the lungs are all beating and breathing and expanding and becoming smaller during that time?
Well, that's certainly a consideration. The other consideration, like I said, is whether or not the chest wall is compressed. But certainly suffice it to say that this knife could have been inserted the entire width, or based on the measurements and the appearance of the body, it could have been part of the distance of the width. Part of the length of the blade.
When you say the chest is compressed, what does that mean?
Well, your rib cage moves, and you have, as I said, there's some cartilage in the front, and the ribs they're not horizontal, they're kind of angled, and just sitting here breathing, you can feel that your rib cage moves in and out. But your rib cage is flexible, and certainly the younger you are, the more flexible it is, but it's flexible, so you can compress the chest. Technically, that's what is being done during CPR. But by compressing that chest with a blow to the chest, you can actually compress it to the point where, like I said, the blade, even though it's only a certain number of inches long, can be inserted beyond that depth.
Thank you. Now, I want to talk a little bit about evaluating stab wounds. Is there a way that you're able to determine if a stab wound is self-inflicted or inflicted by another?
We will make note of all of the characteristics that might help to make that decision. And I should insert the caveat here that single stab wounds to the chest are obviously the most difficult. So having a single stab wound to the chest, you have to take into consideration a lot of the things that you observe at autopsy. And but having said that, understand that cause of death isn't a real mystery here. And so my job is to determine the cause of death. To determine the manner of death, you have to go beyond the autopsy. The autopsy is just one set of facts that you use to determine the manner of death, whether or not it's a natural accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined case. So that requires more information about the circumstances, the scene, the person themselves, and their past history. So from the standpoint of evaluating the injuries, I'll make note, or by not making note, I'm telling you that certain things are not present. So you'll know what kind of factors are present and not present in making a decision on whether or not this is or could be self-inflicted versus a homicidal injury.
So in this particular situation, are you able to determine whether or not it was self-inflicted or not self-inflicted?
No, from my involvement in this case, I can tell you the cause of death, but I am not able to tell you the manner of death.
And as we look at that, there are times where you're able to determine both the cause of death and the manner because it's clear to you.
Yes,
And then there's times where there would have to be an evaluation of much more than just the autopsy.
correct.
And that's the situation that we're in today. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Now, you talked about the cause of death, and ultimately, the cause of death is the finding that you're making related to this particular case, right?
Yes,
And what did you determine the cause of death to be?
a stab wound to the chest.
So everything we've been talking about today.
Yes,
Was there anything else that you noted that could be related to his cause of death, other than the stab wound?
no,
Was there any other, did he otherwise appear to be a healthy person?
yes, he does have some natural disease, but generally he appears healthy. He does, but as I said, he does have some natural disease,
But nothing that would have related to his death.
but nothing that contributed to his death.
Thank you. And that's outlined in Exhibit 59, which is your autopsy report, right?
Yes,
Now, in addition to conducting the external exam we talked about, the internal exam, you talked about the process of collecting fluid samples or other different types of samples during the autopsy process. Do you remember that?
yes,
And as you talked about this, were there fluids that were also collected for Mr. Carnot?
yes, there were.
And was some of that done then through toxicology?
Yes, it's my routine to collect specimens for toxicology on all autopsies.
And you indicated you have a toxicology laboratory at the Milwaukee Medical Examiner's Office?
We do.
Okay. So after conducting those, collecting those specimens, those are then sent to your laboratory?
Yes,
And do you then receive back a toxicology report related to that and to help further assess your autopsy exam and evaluation?
yes,
Do you receive that in this particular case?
yes, I did.
Now, as we look at the types of collections that were done, there is a notation on that, which I believe is the last 2 pages of your autopsy report. Does that sound right?
Yes,
Of Exhibit 59?
correct.
There's a reference to I believe it's iliac blood,
Yes.
and what is that?
The iliac blood vessels are in the pelvis. They are those in the femoral arteries and vein, which are in the thigh, are preferred specimens, mainly because they're more peripheral specimens. They're farther away from the core of the body, and so they can be judged as being more accurate.
And are there specific results that you noted in these results that were of interest to you?
Yes, he does have some substances in his blood.
What type of substances did you find?
So the testing of that blood showed the presence of some methamphetamine, amphetamine, and then there was also some buprenorphine and its metabolite, buprenorphine.
And then I'm going to spell that for the court reporter. So that'd be NORBUPRENORPHINE. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, it is.
And then the bupropion would be the same spelling, just minus the NOR, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what about those?
That's an opioid that can be prescribed, or it can be taken illicitly, but usually it's prescribed, often as part of a combination of drugs that are used in the treatment of chronic opioid abuse to help people to get off of chronic opioids. In this particular instance, I don't know why they're in the system.
And are those, when you look at the quantitation of those, are those a significant amount or anything that causes you particular concern?
Nothing that causes any concern. They're small amounts, but certainly their presence is of note.
And then you talked about methamphetamine and amphetamine. Before we kind of get into that, to those amounts specifically, can you talk about what happens if somebody consumes methamphetamine, how that turns into an amphetamine?
Yes, amphetamine is a metabolite of methamphetamine. So in other words, people that use methamphetamine, their body will break it down to amphetamine, which is also an active substance. So both of them are active stimulants. But it just so happens that amphetamine is a metabolite, an active metabolite in this case. And then of course, amphetamine will break down further from there. That's the relationship between the two.
When we talk about amphetamine, is amphetamine also contained in other prescribed medications?
Yes.
So might it be contained in something like Adderall for ADHD?
Yes, it is.
So somebody who has amphetamine in their system might also have a prescription that's related to why you see that in somebody's result.
Correct. Finding amphetamine in somebody's blood doesn't tell me, just from that, it doesn't tell me whether or not it's from a prescription or not.
Whereas methamphetamine is not related to a prescription, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about kind of that toxicology. Do you also inquire whether or not somebody is on any prescription medications?
I do. Again, as a consultant, I usually ask for that type of information, what kind of prescriptions, mainly for this reason. So it helps us when we get our toxicology back to say, well, that substance that I see is something that they're supposed to be taking. It's a prescription medication.
And did you have information for Joseph Carnot about him having a prescription for Adderall?
Well, not exactly. What was the information that was given to me was that those were prescriptions that were found at the scene, but I was not told whether or not they were prescribed to him or not.
Okay, so
Hold on a second, before we get into kind of a transition into the prescription history, you've been here about an hour and 20 minutes, so we'll take a break and have a clean transition, but it's still a little bit of a transition, so it's a good time to pause since we've had the jurors in here and the staff for about an hour and 20 minutes. So I'll take a 20-minute break. Once again, leave your notebooks on your chairs and the folders. And we'll see you back in the courtroom about 9:50, 20 minutes from now, roughly. All rise for the jury. Okay, the witness can be on break too, and we'll come back on the record at 9:50 a.m. You can step out of this meeting.
Wow. So they going on break. You know, we got our TiVo time, but I don't know. Did y'all find that different that the medical examiner is not able to say a cause of death. Like it's not homicide, it's not unaliving, it's not accidental. What's up with that? I want them to be able to say, but you know, what I want and what we get is two different things. So I'm gonna fast forward. She better not be looking over here at these jurors. She gonna get in trouble again.
That I am going to have objections to several of those calls, and I just wanted to alert the court so that we can perhaps take it up before it happens.
Okay, we'll do that after the second witness. Okay, anything else to say before we bring the jury back out?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we'll bring the jury back out.
All right, all rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated.
All right, we're back on the record in branch 6, Allegheny County Circuit Court, State of Wisconsin. And State versus Krebs is the case. Dr. Kelly is the witness. We're still on direct examination, so we'll have the district attorney continue with her questions on direct examination for Dr. Doug Kelly. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. I think we were talking about the toxicology results, and we were talking about amphetamine being a breakdown of methamphetamine. And amphetamine can also be a prescribed substance, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, methamphetamine we talked about is not a prescribed substance, right?
No, it's not something you would find.
Okay. Now, when we look at that quantity of methamphetamine, as a medical examiner in Milwaukee, do you see a lot of cases where people die as the result of taking illicit drugs?
Yes, we do.
And can methamphetamine with a particular dosage for that person potentially cause somebody's death?
It can.
Now, as it relates to this specific case with Joseph Carnot, you talked about how he had some methamphetamine in his system. How does that get quantified?
It's, in this particular instance, it's quantified by an instrument in the lab called liquid chromatography mass spectrometry.
Okay, I think I'm asking.
I'm going to say LCMS. How's that?
Perfect. I think I'm asking it in a little bit different way, but that's the instrument that does that. How does it get measured? Maybe that's the right word.
When you say measure, do you mean,
In the quantity of somebody's blood?
oh, are you talking about the units that it's
Yes.
measured in? Oh, okay. The units are in micrograms per liter.
Now, as we talk about the result for Joseph Carnot, does that have an amount that is able to be quantified?
Yes.
And what is that?
The quantity of methamphetamine was detected at 11 micrograms per liter.
When we talk about that, did you have any concerns about whether or not that caused his death at all?
No.
It did not?
The substances found in his blood did not cause his death.
So you see the presence of it, but you don't have any specific medical concern as it relates to your cause of death findings. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, the amphetamine level is a higher number. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what is that result?
the amphetamine level was 500 micrograms per liter.
So could that amphetamine level be part of the breakdown of some amount of methamphetamine?
Yes, I guess the way I would put it is that at least some, if not all, of the amphetamine is present as a result of methamphetamine use.
And then could some of that presence also be if he would have taken some Adderall medication?
That is possible.
In cases that you talk about related to the work that you do, are you familiar with death certificates?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I want to show you what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 78. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the death certificate.
And is that for Joseph Carnot?
It is.
And on the bottom, does it talk about an autopsy being performed?
Yes, it should. It does, yes.
And is that in reference to the work that you specifically did?
Yes, it is.
And does it indicate whether or not there is a cause of death?
It does.
And what does that say?
Stab wound to chest.
Okay, and then it says interval between onset and death. Do you see that?
I do.
And what does that say?
It says minutes.
So is that information all from your work that you did?
Yes, I would imagine that they certainly would have gotten our report state with my opinion on the cause of death.
Your Honor, I'd like to, for the court to receive that. We're not publishing it, just as an exhibit for the court to receive.
Okay, with those conditions, any objection? No. All right, 78 is received.
Okay, that's all I have at this time. Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
All right, Dr. Kelly, Attorney Kirk O'Bear is to your left, so he's gonna go over some things with you on cross-examination. Once again, take your time, don't be in a hurry, and go ahead, Mr. O'Bear.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Kelly. I do have a few questions. And I heard you say on direct examination that you have an opinion with regard to the cause of death, that being a stab wound to the chest, but you do not have an opinion with regard to the matter. Am I right?
Correct. That's correct.
Another way to put that is you cannot scientifically rule out the possibility of a self-inflicted wound here.
As I said, I can't rule out the possibility. I can't tell you what the manner of death is.
And it should be obvious, but it's not your job, nor is it scientifically possible in this case to determine who caused that stab wound, correct?
I'm not able to do that with what I have.
If I were to describe in forensic terms an accidental self-inflicted incise wound to the palm or palmar aspect of the hand or fingers, what would that mean to you?
Could you say that again, please?
An accidental self-inflicted incise wound to the palm or palmar aspect of the fingers.
And what, asking me, what does that mean?
Yes.
That just means that he has that person would have a cut to the palm of the hand somewhere.
Okay. And this is the type of wound that sometimes, not all times, but we will observe on the hand of the perpetrator, the person that did the stabbing, if it were not self-inflicted. Am I correct?
Say that one more time.
This is the type of wound, an accidental, self-inflicted incise wound of the palm or palmar aspect of the fingers. That's something that if someone were to stab somebody else and it meets an object of resistance, such as a human body, there can be some slippage, and then there's a self-inflicted incise that occurs on the fingers.
I see what you're asking. Yes, it's possible that even from any individual that is using a knife to inflict this kind of wound, there could be some slippage of the knife causing a cut to the inside of the hand where you hold the knife.
Okay, and there have been forensic studies actually, which you're familiar with, but that discuss this phenomenon, correct?
It's something that you'll see in textbooks and occasionally in autopsy.
Mr. Brody, can we put exhibit 77 up, please? Now, Dr. Cully, this is the knife that we were discussing. Now, I'm sure you see all kinds of knives, all different types. Am I right?
Yes,
And again, you had said that sometimes you're provided with a variety of different knives, sometimes you're provided with multiple ones regarding one case, but you just have this one knife to look at in this case. Am I right?
that's correct.
And you've seen knives that have, not sure what the technical term is, but you've seen a hunting knife that has sort of a stop or a catch surrounding at the end of the handle, correct?
Yes, a blade guard.
A blade guard, that's the right term, thank you. And that's intended to prevent that type of wound we were just discussing to the hand, correct?
Yes,
And this is basically just a regular, kitchen knife without any such blade guard. Can we agree?
yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Brody. Now, one thing you might look for to help educate you with regard to the manner of death is the existence of any defensive wounds on the deceased. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
Can you explain to the jury what defensive wounds would encompass?
Defensive wounds are wounds that would be incurred during the process of defending yourself against a weapon. In this case, a sharp force or a sharp type of weapon might result in some wounds to the arms or the hands or even the legs and feet in some cases. Those wounds in those locations, based on the circumstances, are usually referred to as defense wounds.
And you did not observe any defense wounds in this case, am I correct?
I did not.
Now, we had a long discussion about, I think you described, you did not have enough information given all the dynamics here regarding the actual pathway or angle of the blade entry. Am I right about that?
That's right.
So it would be incorrect to speculate as to what angle that may have been.
Correct. I guess I could go further in just saying that if there is some angle in those two planes, it's not a lot, but because of the movement of the heart in the pericardial sac and because of that fact, I didn't feel confident in giving a left to right, right to left, or an up or down orientation.
Very good. Also, there was a lot of discussion about how the actual size of the wound, and you gave some measurements, and you also talked about how the depth of the wound, there can be a lot of different factors that contribute to that. In fact, you gave an example of how the wound going in can actually be longer than the knife in some situations, correct?
Yes, the depth, correct.
So you don't have a way, scientifically speaking, of being able to tell how much of this particular knife entered the body, correct?
That's correct. I can tell you what's possible, but I can't tell you specifically by a measurement or something that I know exactly how.
So, right. So, for example, the depth of the wound was 4.2 centimeters. We shouldn't conclude from that 4.2 centimeters of the knife entered the body.
Correct. Usually if the wound path is longer than the knife, you know, that you'll know the length of the blade, obviously, and you can determine that from measuring the depth and seeing that injuries go a lot further. And so clearly that had to have been compressed the chest. But other than that, it becomes a difficult measurement.
Attorney Temple asked you a few questions about the existence of Adderall. And obviously we talked about buprenorphine and other things that were found in there. And some of her questions had to do with the possibility that some of the amphetamine that was found could be theoretically attributed to taking an Adderall or some other type of prescription medication, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
But you also said that given the amount of methamphetamine and the fact that amphetamine itself is a metabolite of methamphetamine, it's not surprising to find this amount of methamphetamine compared to the amount of methamphetamine. Am I correct?
Well, I didn't say that, but I think what the implication is that the presence of methamphetamine would, because it breaks down to amphetamine, would mean that at least some of the amphetamine in his system came from methamphetamine, if not all.
If not all. And again, just so your jury understands what we mean when we say metabolites. And this can happen with a number of different substances. Say, for example, if we're looking for tetrahydrocannabinols, we'll see a delta-9 component, we can see a carboxy-THC component, a hydroxy-THC component. And what's actually happening is the body is turning one substance into another through the metabolic process. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, when we see methamphetamine, and then we also see amphetamine, what is the natural process that the body undertakes is it's in the metabolization. It's actually converting methamphetamine to amphetamine. So we'll see less methamphetamine as the body metabolizes it, and then it will convert it to more amphetamine. Am I correct?
Typically, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just a couple. Dr. Kelly, when you see stab wounds that, let me ask this. Do you sometimes see stab wounds that you're able to determine the cause of death to be homicide?
Oh, yes.
And in those cases where you have stab wounds related to homicides, do you always see defensive wounds?
No, not always.
So just because defensive wounds don't exist doesn't exclude it from being a homicide. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And you were asked about an injury to somebody's palm. And that question was presented to you in relation to a suspect who might stab someone. And if there's kind of slippage with the knife, it might, they might get a hand cut. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as you explain that, can that also happen to somebody who would do it if it was self-inflicted, where they could get an injury themselves?
Yes, I think I mentioned that, you know, anybody who's holding a knife in a certain situation, it can slip and cut. You can cut your own hand with the knife that you're holding.
So that could be either for the person who does the stabbing of another or to someone who stabs themselves. Is that fair?
Yes.
It's just one injury you might see, correct?
Yes.
Are there plenty of cases where that does not happen?
Where you don't,
Where
the
there's,
knife doesn't slip?
yes.
Oh, yes.
And in situations where somebody might have, in a case with multiple stabbings, say in a homicide case, and someone stabs someone multiple times and there's a lot of blood, does that often impact just the knife being slippery?
Yes, that certainly is one of the reasons why the knife would slip.
Now, in this particular case, with the amount of blood that was filling the sac around the heart, would more of the blood have been contained in that sac versus coming out of somebody's body?
That's a difficult question to answer because it really depends on the set of circumstances. I mean, certainly anytime that you create an opening from the skin to a wound site, you have the potential for blood loss. But keeping in mind that your body has cavities and that blood can fill those cavities. So there are cases of both stab and gunshot wounds in which there's very little blood at the scene because it all collected within a cavity. In this particular instance, that's what happened, but it's a bleeding, and as essentially exsanguinating into the cavity, the blood filled the sac around the heart, and that is what created the tamponade or the effect of freezing the heart's ability to contract. But yes, it's really difficult to determine just from a random set of circumstances whether or not you're going to see a lot of blood at the scene or not a lot of blood.
So you found a lot of blood inside in the internal cavity in the sac around the heart. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said almost like a can of soda quantity.
Yes, well, a can of soda is a little bit more, but to give you an idea, he had 300 milliliters of blood.
So not quite the whole can, but a good amount of it.
Pretty close to a full can.
And so if there was little blood, well, let me ask this question. There's going to be some blood that comes out if somebody's stabbed, right?
As I said, it's difficult to say that with complete certainty, but yes, usually there is some amount of blood, either whether it's on clothing or whether it's on the skin surrounding. It just depends.
Okay. And if somebody were to say that there wasn't a lot of blood coming out of the wound, would that be surprising with this particular injury?
No, actually it wouldn't, mainly because the blood obviously is collecting in that sac around the heart. If there was a large opening between the sac around the heart and the outside the body, frankly, it would have had a place to go, and maybe it wouldn't have created the tamponade or the freezing of the heart. So I'm not surprised by that, no.
Okay. And in reviewing, if we come back to Joey's hands, did you have the opportunity to review or to examine his hands?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice any injuries, any knife wounds or injuries to his hands?
I didn't. He had the palms of his hands, he had some, and I don't know what he does for a living or anything like that, but the palms of his hands had kind of some cracking, like they were dried, and I did take a couple of photos just to show that it was the cracking, but there wasn't any cuts or blood on his hands.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Very briefly, just go ahead. Ross.
Dr. Kelly, Attorney Temple just asked you a few questions where she utilized the term homicide. And I want to be clear here. It is not your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific and medical certainty that this case is a homicide. Am I right?
Correct. I'm not giving an opinion on what the manner of death is.
No further questions.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, the doctor can step down, wash your step, and hand the exhibits to the bailiff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you can retrieve the next witness, and anybody in the courtroom wants to stand and stretch for 30 seconds, they can do.
And the bailiff can also collect the purple file folders.
Okay.
The state would call Brittany Hippis.
Okay, we'll have her wait back there until we collect the folders.
Okay.
So what do y'all feel about the ME's testimony? Did the defense raise some reasonable doubt in regards to this? Could he have stabbed himself?
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Brittany Hippis, Brittney, Hippis, Hietpas.
All right, Ms. Hippis, we'll let you catch your breath for a second. For starters, I want you to get as comfortable as possible at the chair and the microphone. The chair you're on is on wheels. If you need to get close to the mic, you can use the chair and move up. Or if you need to move away from the microphone, you can go back. The microphone in front of you, in front of all the witnesses so far, is flexible. I want to leave it in a proximity to your mouth, so when you speak and answer questions, your voice projects into the mic. Sometimes if I drift away from the mic, people can't hear me. You should try and avoid drifting away from the mic unless they need to look at something on an easel or screen in the courtroom. If you have to step away, the bailiff has a handheld mic to give you if you have to point anything out on an exhibit. You're going to get questions from Ms. Templis in a few moments. We're not in a hurry. Sometimes people sitting in that chair are a little nervous, so they go fast. We're trying to avoid going fast because of what happens when people go fast is sometimes they just want to get done with their testimony and they end up speaking before the whole question's out. The court reporter in front of you is typing what people say. She's typing what I'm saying. She's typing what the lawyers say. She'll type what the witnesses are going to say. We're trying to avoid two people talking at the same time because then that's going to be really hard for her to type that. So going back to people going fast on the witness stand, listen to the question. Don't start your answer until you know the attorney, or if I ask you a question, the judge finishes the question. While you're speaking, I'll make sure they don't talk over you. Because once again, we want to avoid two people talking at the same time. Sometimes in courtroom cases, there's objections by the lawyers. So if you hear a lawyer say, I object, or something along those lines, stop your response to give me a chance to sort out the objection and make a ruling. If I agree with the objection, I'll sustain it. If I disagree, I'll overrule it. And how I rule might dictate whether you have to answer or the full scope or portion of the scope of your answer. So wait until I give you some direction after I make that ruling. During your testimony, if your mouth gets dry, you obviously have a bottle of water there. You can use that at any time. If your testimony goes on for a period of time and you need a restroom break, just let me know. We'll accommodate you and take a break. Sometimes people are asked to testify about things that happened a long time ago, whether it's months or years, it can vary. In order to refresh the witness's recollection, if they can't remember the specifics, the attorneys are allowed to give witnesses, might be a report or an exhibit or play a recording that allows the witness to refresh his or her recollection. If that happens during your testimony, take your time reviewing the document or the exhibit or listening to the recording. The attorneys will then follow up and ask, did that refresh your recollection of what happened maybe months or years ago? If it does, then you can answer the question based on your recollection being refreshed. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All your answers need to be verbal, so no shaking of the head or nodding of the head or any kind of like slang, or nah. So be verbal in all your responses, and we're going to start with the prosecutor, so you face ahead to her, and this is the witness is Brittany Hippis. Go ahead.
Thank you. May I call you Brittany?
Sure. Yes.
Brittany, how do you know Joseph Karna?
I have a child with Joseph Karna.
And do you call him Joseph, or did you have a name that he always went by?
I called him Joey.
Does everybody else call him Joey?
Joe or Joey,
Okay.
yes.
I'd like to show you sorry.
like to show you a state's exhibit. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize exhibit number 79?
Yes,
What is that?
this is Joseph Garnett.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like the court to receive exhibit number 79. I'd ask permission for the state to publish it.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, that's, exhibit 79 is received and the photograph of Joseph can be published.
Is this a picture of Joey?
Yes,
And is it consistent with what you see on either side of, in one of the screens?
yes,
Okay. Now, you said that you share a child together. What's your child's name?
Hasten Joseph Garnett,
And how old is Kason now?
5 years old.
Okay. How long ago did you meet Joey?
I met Joey probably about 8 or 9 years ago
Where did you meet him?
at Ghost Town Fitness Center in Kokana.
Okay. Did the two of you become friends?
Yes,
And then eventually did you start dating?
yes, yes.
It fades in and out a little bit. It just happened. Sorry. Once you started dating, did the two of you move in together?
Yes,
When you moved in together, do you know, was he using any drugs at that time?
not that I believe. When I first met him, I did know he was on drug court in Outagamie County. He successfully completed drug court. And then when I was living with him, no, he was clean and he was clean, to my knowledge.
So, you know, so he had gotten treatment and had kind of addressed those issues at that time?
Correct.
Okay. How did the two of you get along at that time when you first moved in together?
Good. We did a lot of things. We were active. He was a fun person.
How would you describe him?
He was fun. He was kind. He was caring. He would give anybody the shirt off his back if that's the only thing he had.
Okay.
He was a good person.
Is there a time where, when you were living together, that he got a work injury?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that work injury, would there be periods of, was there a time where you started to see some of his behavior change?
Yes.
Okay. What type of change in behavior did you see?
Well, when Joey was under the influence of drugs, he mostly didn't want to be around. He didn't really want me to see him struggling with that part of his life. He would disappear. I would text him and I wouldn't get any responses back. It would go for like a week sometimes that I wouldn't hear from him because he was using.
Okay. Is it fair to say that kind of from this point forward, he, well, maybe not from that point specifically, but that he struggled with addiction generally?
Correct, yes.
And there were times where he struggled, and then there were times that he was clean.
Correct.
Okay. So when he struggled, is that the times where you wouldn't see him for periods of time?
Yes.
During that time when he was using, would he ever have physical fights with you?
No.
Would he ever threaten self-harm at all?
Never.
Would he ever be suicidal at all? Okay. Now, what was, if you know, what was the drug that he would usually use?
Methamphetamine.
Okay. Is there a time then when you were together that he went for treatment in Florida?
Yes.
Okay. And When he returned, was he clean when he came back?
Yes,
And then over time, did he struggle with that addiction again?
yes.
Is there during that period of time when he was using, did you ever, was he ever in any physical fights with you?
No,
Was he ever talking about self-harm?
no,
Was he ever suicidal? Okay. At some point in time after he got back from Florida, did he start struggling with addiction again and go for help again?
yes.
Okay. And then at that point in time, about how long had you been together, do you think, at that point?
Are you referring to when he went to
To Nova?
Nova? Okay. I would say probably 4 years I had known him
Okay,
at that point.
all right. So did he then go to get help to address it at Nova?
Yes,
And that was another treatment facility?
yes,
Did he get clean there?
yes.
When he was there, was that kind of an inpatient thing where he did not live at home with you, but went to a facility to help address everything?
Correct.
When he came back after Nova, did he move back in with you?
Yes,
During that time, did you kind of operate with a quote tough love mentality?
yes.
Okay, what did that mean as it related to him going to work?
So I did allow Joey to come back home after he got out of treatment at Nova. But it was pretty much under the understanding that he had to get a job and I forced him to bike to and from work, every day, and he did it.
Okay, and did you want him to kind of earn his way back, if you
Yes.
will?
Yep.
And did he do it? And
He did.
And did he do well at that time and move up in his employment?
He got a really good job.
Okay. At that time in your relationship, were things going well?
Yes,
Did you get pregnant? Yes. Okay. And when you did, where was Joey then? Still with you?
yes,
Okay. Was he still working?
yes,
Was he still clean?
yes,
Now let's see, so Kason was born, he's 5, so he's born about 2020? Is that when he was
2019.
2019, okay, he just hasn't had his birthday yet. So when he's born, is Joey still clean?
Yes,
How would you describe him as a father when he was born?
he was great. I would go into work at 2:30 in the morning and Joey would wake up with the baby. He'd wake up with Kason pretty much almost every single night in the middle of the night. He was a very dedicated, very good father. Very good.
What kind of work were you doing at that time?
CNA work.
Okay, so you had some unusual hours?
Yep.
And during those times you were working, would Joey be responsible for taking care of Kason?
Yes,
Did he do a good job at that?
yes,
Was he an involved father?
yes,
Did he want to be an involved father?
yes,
Was that important to him?
yes,
Did he take his relationship with Kason really seriously at that point?
yes,
During that time, is he continuing to be clean?
yes,
Okay. Is there a point in time that the two of you decided that you weren't meant, the two of you weren't meant to be together forever?
yes,
And did you break up?
yes,
When you broke up, was he still clean?
yes,
Did he remain clean for a period of time after you broke up?
yes.
How would you describe your breakup? Did you guys fight a lot or did you get along?
No. Our co-parenting relationship was very good. We went trick-or-treating together at one time with Kason. He would text me, pictures of things that him and Kason were doing together. He would call me and have Kason on the phone, when he had Kaysen, I mean, we co-parented pretty well.
And are there times that when you had him, you would send pictures of Kaysen and have him call his dad? Is there a time during that period where you believed he was still clean?
Yes,
And was he doing a good job being a dad, even though the two of you weren't together, from your opinion?
yes,
Did you have concerns about Kaysen being with him alone during that time?
no,
Did he then eventually get an apartment at 2800 North Park Drive Lane in Appleton?
yes,
Did he invite you over to be able to see the apartment?
yes.
Why did you want to see the apartment?
Because he was so proud of it. He was proud that he finally got clean. He was finally doing life really good, and he was doing so good. He was proud.
And did you also get to see it to make sure when Kaysen was overnight that he had everything he needed?
Yes,
Did he?
yes,
Did it seem appropriate to you for overnights for Kaysen to go there?
yes,
And were you comfortable leaving him there overnight?
yes.
About how old, I'll come back to that. After the two of you weren't dating anymore, did you establish custody with the court to determine how things were legally going to be handled between the two of you?
Yes,
And was that an amicable situation or was that not amicable?
it was amicable.
So the two of you, were you able to talk through all of the things you needed to about Kaysen?
Yes,
And were you both in agreement?
yes. So before we even went to court, I mean, him and I had pretty much had a verbal agreement of what we were gonna do. We went there and we followed through with that, and I mean, it all worked out good.
And did that co-parenting then continue to go well for a period of time?
Yes,
Did you continue to have these times where you were sending pictures back and forth and having Kaysen call the other parent when he wasn't with them?
yes,
At some point during that time, did you start dating somebody else?
yes.
When you did, how did you handle that with Joey?
I knew it might be a tough for Joey. I reached out to him. I made sure that it would be okay. I gave the name of the person that I was dating. I made sure that Joey was okay with meeting this person before I actually had him meet this person. And everything was fine. I mean, he had said it okay, and I gave him the opportunity to meet my boyfriend.
Why was that important?
Just safety. I thought, it was just the right thing to do. We had a good co-parenting relationship, so for me, it was just out of respect for Joey and Kaysen.
And did you want Joey to be comfortable with Kaysen being around somebody else
Yes,
and make sure he was okay with that?
yes,
And did you go through that process with him and he was okay?
yes,
Did that involve you introducing your boyfriend to Joey,
yes,
giving him his full name?
yes.
Did that go on for a period of time where you were dating him and still co-parenting with Joey well?
Yes,
Did Joey still stay very involved as a dad?
yes,
Was it still important to him to still have his overnights and his time with Kaysen?
yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to June or the summer maybe of 2023. Was there a time where you were meeting Joey to do a custody exchange with Kaysen at Quick Trip?
Yes,
Okay, and was that around that summer of 2023?
yes,
Was there, normally when Joey would he come by himself or with anybody else to pick up Kaysen?
by himself.
Is there a time in this particular situation where somebody else was with him?
Yes.
Did you know who that person was?
No.
Did you know whether or not he was dating anyone at that time?
Not that I was aware of.
Not that he had shared with you?
No.
Okay. Up until that point, had the co-parenting still been going pretty okay?
Yes.
When that person was there, did you learn who that person in the car was?
No.
Tell me about that.
I tried to ask who that person in the car was. And I was told it's not my business, that I would find out when I needed to.
Was that unusual to you?
Yes.
Was that how he was previously with you?
No.
At some point, did you learn whether or not that person in the car, was it a male or a female?
A female.
Did you learn eventually what that person's first name was?
Yes.
Who told you?
My caller ID.
Okay. Before that, did you know of a person named
Oh, well-
Sam?
Joey did tell me. He did tell me her name. He gave me the first name.
Okay, he gave you the name of Samantha?
Yes.
Okay,
This is Samantha, my girlfriend.
and that was at Quick Trip?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Other than that first name being Samantha, you said he told you it was not
Your business. So yes, he did give me the first name. I then asked, I wanted the last name, and that was when he was, it's not your business. You'll find out when you need to.
Okay, and that was unusual to you.
Yes.
Were you concerned about that?
Yes.
Why?
Just with his history of addiction and drugs, and even not that, just being a concerned mother. I want to know who my child is around and make sure he is safe.
How old was Kason at that time? In 23.
Maybe 4 years old?
So he would be in the summer, it would be 3 turning 4 later that year.
Yes.
Okay. So he was only 3 years old,
Yes.
pretty little. And did you want him to be safe?
Yes.
After that point in time at Quick Trip, did you see a change in how your co-parenting was going?
Yes.
Did it get better? Did it stay the same, or did it get worse?
It got worse.
Okay. Would Joey show up for his visits?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes I would get messages that he wasn't going to show up, but sometimes I would just sit there and it would be a no call, no show.
Okay. Sometimes would he be late?
Often, very often.
And this was a big change for you.
Correct.
During that time, sometimes would he show up and have Kason?
Yes.
Okay. When he did he come to exchanges alone?
Never.
Okay. Who would be with him?
Samantha would either be in the car or on the phone in his vehicle
Okay. So,
every drop off.
so when you say he was never alone, you mean it was either in person or she was,
On the phone in the vehicle,
Okay.
listening to the drop off.
okay? Was that different?
Yes.
Okay. Did you yet know who Samantha was?
No.
You didn't know her last name?
No.
Did you know anything else about her at that time?
Not really.
Okay. Was it concerning to you to have Kason go there when you didn't know who that was?
Yes.
And is that concern then combined as well with your concern that you were seeing a change in Joey?
Yes.
Now, kind of directing your attention to the fall of 2023, is there a time when let me talk about it beforehand. Before then, when you were always talking to Joey on his phone, with his phone number,
Yes,
okay? Is there a time when he contacted you about his phone?
yes.
What was that about?
So I got I think text message first, that said it was from a no, it was either a phone call or a text message from a random phone number. And it said, "This is my new phone." Like, that was what the text message was. "This is my new phone number." And I said, you know, what do you mean you got a new phone? And then at some point he called from that phone number, that exact same phone number, and it came across my caller ID with Samantha Krebs' first and last name with that phone number.
Okay.
So this was not his phone that he had told me was his phone. This was her phone.
Okay, let me back up a little bit and kind of talk about it in two segments, okay? So when you first found out that he didn't have his phone anymore, do you recall that?
Yes, he blocked my phone number.
Okay, but he told you at that time that he was gonna have a new phone number, is that?
Correct.
Okay, then that phone number, does he use that phone number for a period of time with you?
Yes.
Okay, during that time where he's using that phone number, does he answer the phone?
Sometimes.
Okay, sometimes would somebody else answer that phone?
Yes.
Who would answer the phone?
Oh.
And during that time, was it important to you to be able to get a hold of Joey if you needed him?
Yes.
Why?
Because we have a custody agreement with a child together. And if anything medical went wrong with my son, I need to talk to his father to get a hold of him.
And you'd want him to come right away?
Correct.
Okay. So this period of time, do you still at that point know who Sam is?
No.
And is this months into when you first met her?
Yes.
Okay. Now you talked about a time where you get a phone call from that phone number.
Correct.
At some point, is there a name that pops up on your phone?
Yes.
What do you learn at that point in time?
That this phone number belongs to Samantha Krebs.
Had that happened before?
No.
Do you know why it happened?
No.
Okay, so her name pops up on your phone with that same phone number,
Correct.
okay? At that point in time, is that the first time that you knew Samantha's last name?
Yep. Yes.
How far removed is it from that quick trip day? Days, weeks, months?
Months.
Okay.
Months.
During that time, would Samantha often be the one to answer that phone?
Yes.
During the drop-offs, as they kind of continue forward in those following months, is she still always either there in person or on the phone?
Yes.
Did she chat with you about, like, the two of you have conversations about what they were doing or what you were going to do with Kaysen or an update on how things went with the visit from her?
No.
Did you get that from Joey?
No.
Okay. Did you see things start to become even more difficult?
Yes.
Is there a point in time where instead of talking on the phone, you had to move to a phone app for parents?
Yes.
When did that happen, if you recall?
After I had got Samantha's first and last name, I guess I had some concerns, And that's when I had petitioned the court to go to mediation and get things taken care of, because I was not okay with the phone situation the way that it was. So that's when we had went to mediation.
Okay. And were you still trying to find a way through the challenge that you guys were having?
Yes,
And is that what you were hoping that mediation would do?
yes,
So through that process, then was this application something that you both would be able to communicate on an application back and forth?
yes,
And did you enjoy do that for a while?
yes.
Are there times where you would drop Kaysen off at Joey's house or apartment? Or pick him up,
Not often.
okay? Was there one time though that you did?
Yes,
Okay, and normally, would you have previously been allowed up to, his apartment?
yes,
Okay, did that also change?
yes.
Okay. Did you start noticing other behavior changes with Joey kind of coming into the year of 2024?
Yes,
And what, in addition to him not, kind of as you talked about before, not always showing up to visits or being late, that type of thing, was that concerning to you?
yes,
Were you concerned whether or not there was a use problem happening again?
yes,
Okay, and is that part of why you went back to mediation?
yes,
In your prior relationship when he was using, is that when he would kind of hide his use from you or not be around you?
yes.
I'd like to come then into a period of time in maybe about February of 2024. Did you receive a phone call from Joey?
Yes.
And where did he call you from that time?
He called me from his phone. He must have unblocked my phone number, and he called me from his phone.
Okay. And prior to that, he had been using Sam's phone?
Correct?
When he called you from his phone, did you know if Sam was there?
She was not.
Okay.
He wouldn't have called if she would have been there.
Okay. When he called that time, did you guys talk about Kaysen?
Yes.
What did you talk about regarding Kaysen?
I finally felt like I could actually talk to Joey again. He had just been honest and told me that he was really struggling. He had lost some jobs that he was using again. That, he had been doing some side things with this apartment that he was living at, and that he was doing odds and ends there to try to make money, and that he was going to be going to meetings, and he was going to try to do better, I guess, to see Kaysen.
When you say he was going to meetings, you mean like an addiction related meeting?
Correct.
So getting help?
Correct.
And during that
I
time,
mentioned the VA. He had been working with the VA. Just a phone call to me, it was almost a cry for help, I guess. I don't know.
okay, what was his demeanor when he was talking to you?
He had cried a little bit on the phone.
Did he still want to be a good dad?
Yes.
Did he know that he had to get help for his addiction to be a good dad?
Yes.
Did
I don't think he wanted to, or yes, he knew he needed to. He knew that for me to allow him to continue seeing his son, yes, that he needed to get help.
And did you talk to him about how you couldn't have Kaysen with him if he was using?
Correct.
So at that point in time, was he did he seem to be struggling a lot in February of '24?
Yes, yes,
At any time during that, did he talk about self-harm or being suicidal?
no,
Was he focused on trying to figure out how to get himself help?
yes,
And is that where he was talking about the VA or talking about going to meetings?
yes,
Did he also struggle with some childhood trauma issues that he had?
yes,
And is that part of what he needed help with?
yes,
During this time, were you seeing a change? You talked about how he said he had been fired from work and he was doing some odd jobs around the apartment complex. Did you see a change in the child support?
yes.
How so?
I was not receiving child support
And
for quite a period of time
okay,
because he could not sustain employment.
okay. And was that a change up until then?
Yes,
Did you see, let me kind of go back. When the two of you were having conversations, you were dating somebody else, he was dating somebody else. You're talking about this good conversation that you're having in February. Were you dating somebody then?
yes,
And did you want to get back together with Joey? Were you what I would say, quote unquote, a threat to him and Sam's relationship and that you wanted to be back with him?
no,
Was that obvious to you and Joey?
yes,
Okay. So during that time, even though you're not dating, would you consider you and Joey friends
yes.
and co-parents?
I tried to be as much as I could.
Was it hard sometimes during this period?
Yes, I was unable to communicate and talk to him.
And during that time, did he know that you were going to have to address the custody issue because of his use?
Yes,
And eventually, is that something that you did?
yes,
Okay. Were you kind of trying to be supportive of him at that time, or were you upset with him?
I was trying to be supportive of him.
What did you want him to do?
Well, I told him that the person he was dating was not a good idea. I said, things have really changed since you have started dating this person. I mean, your life is kind of spiraling and you need to make some better choices.
And that's about needing to get work, not using those
Correct.
types of things.
Yep.
Now, did you also learn that he was working with the VA to see like a counselor, address AODA issues for alcohol and drug use, that type of thing?
Yes,
And were you supportive of that?
yes,
Did there continue to be challenges even after that phone call?
yes,
Did he still struggle with showing up?
yes,
Did he still appear to you to be having behaviors that you were concerned about his use?
yes,
Did you ultimately file something with the court, as you had talked about with him, about having custody of Kaysen?
yes.
And did you,
I stopped visitation for Kaysen and Joey probably about a month before he passed away. And this was not a court order. This was I just decided for my son's safety, enough had happened and it was no longer safe. I had heard that he failed a drug test, and he tested positive for meth, and that was basically the last straw. I stopped all the visits, and when it was time for Kaysen to go with his dad, I just wouldn't show up, and he would have the police calling me pretty much every time, wanting me to show up, and I basically just told them, this isn't safe, and this will be handled with the courts later.
Okay, and then did you have a court hearing coming up the end of July?
Yes,
And that was to address the custody issue because of his use?
correct.
Even with that, did you still want him to be an involved dad?
Yes,
Did you still want him to get clean and be part of Kaysen's life?
yes,
Even after that, you stopped visits in June of 2024, did you give Joey opportunities to be able to talk to Kaysen and still have contact with him?
yes,
And in fact, around the 4th of July weekend, did he have a phone call with him?
yes,
And did they have a good conversation?
yes. It's the last time that my son spoke to his father.
Did they talk about Kaysen?
A little bit.
Okay. And was did you present other opportunities that he could always call and talk to Kaysen if he wanted to?
Yes. Yep. On that phone call, I just let him know that it needed to just be to Kaysen and nothing personal with stopped visits and addiction, like none of that, but I allowed him to talk to Kaysen. They had a good conversation. Sam came on the phone and said hi. There was a Jeff that also came on the phone and wanted to say hi.
And you let that all happen?
Yes.
And during this time, so last summer, Kaysen was 4.
Yes.
So did he see a babysitter?
Yes.
And during that time, did Joey drop Kaysen off at the babysitter sometimes or pick him up?
Yes.
And was the babysitter experiencing some challenges with him showing up and being timely as well?
Yes.
At one point, when I think the day Joey passed away, did he want to talk to Kaysen?
Yes.
And did he make a phone call to the babysitter?
Yes.
And did you respond back in your text app to talk to him about being able to talk to Kaysen?
Yes.
And did you tell him whether or not he could always call you if he wanted to talk to Kaysen?
Yes. So the sitter reached out to me and asked if it was okay to have Joey talk to Kaysen after Joey had tried calling. She didn't know if it would be okay with me to allow that or not. So she asked me. And I said, no, if he wants to talk to Kaysen later, when I'm done with work, we can do that. And so that's when I reached out to Joey and said, if you want to talk to Kaysen, you can do it later.
So is that always an option for him?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're just reminding him again that he can always talk to him.
Yes.
And at that point in time, is that the period where you're getting ready to go to court to address your custody?
Yes.
During this time, that you're continuing to have some contact with Joey or throughout your relationship, does he ever threaten self-harm to you? Do you ever see anything consistent with self-harm?
No.
On him?
No.
Does he ever talk about wanting to die?
No.
Did he ever want to talk about did he ever talk to you about being suicidal?
No.
Over the course of the time that you and Joey knew each other, were there many times where he would use and then go back to get treatment?
Yes.
And then he'd be clean? Yes. And then he'd still struggle with addiction?
Yes.
And then he would go back to treatment?
Yes.
So in this kind of cycle that you watched with him, was he at that point where he was struggling with the addiction, but you had that conversation with him in February and he was talking about getting clean or getting help again?
Yes.
And were you hopeful that that help was going to get him clean again so that he could then be an involved dad again?
Yes.
When you knew him, did he have like an ADHD Do you know if he did have ADHD or take something for that?
I believe so.
I don't have anything more at this time, thank you.
Okay. This other attorney is going to ask you a question. This is Stephanie Rock. Towards her, go ahead, Ms. Rock.
Thank you. Ma'am, you said that while you were with Joey, he had never threatened suicide to you, is that correct?
Correct.
There was a time though, about 1.5 to 2 years into your relationship where Joey had jumped off of a balcony, is that right? And at that time, he was under the influence of meth?
I believe so.
And he got seriously injured because he jumped from that balcony, is that right?
I'm unsure.
He ended up in the hospital.
Yes.
And you are aware that when Joey would be under the influence of drugs, he would become delusional oftentimes, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's something that you've personally witnessed?
I mean, no.
And that's because when you were with Joey and he was using, he would often try to distance himself from you.
Correct.
Were you aware that when he was under the influence of drugs, he would often be paranoid?
Yes.
Now, you talked about how there was a work injury that occurred that Joey suffered from, and then there was this behavior change. When was that, do you recall?
That was when we first moved in together, like, probably 7 years ago? 6 years ago, 7 years ago?
And the behavior change that occurred after that work injury.
So guys, I just stopped it here. So I gotta. Okay, so I'm getting concerned here. Now, even though we know some of the details in regards to this case, I guess where my little intent, well, wait a minute. He jumping off balconies and stuff. He delusional. He on medication. Paranoid when he doing his meth stuff. She's confirmed that he was back on meth at the time that this incident occurred. He jumping off balconies? Like, where they do that at? Okay. And then we got this custody thing that's going on. I mean, like, I guess my question would be is like, could he have stabbed himself? I mean, because when I'm thinking about somebody jumping off the balcony, I'm thinking that they trying to unalive themselves. Yeah, I agree, Dandelions. I believe that she was a bad influence, and that's why the baby mama like, I don't want my kid over there. Rightfully so. But I guess my bigger concern, and we'll finish listening to her question, is she creating this reasonable doubt? Because I'm sitting up here thinking like, okay, could he have... Right now with that last question, and yes, I am film. I mean, it just ain't normal that people just jumping off balconies, and then she testifying, that he was delusional and paranoid when he was on his meth. I mean, we'll keep seeing and see how this goes, but I think I can believe kind of sort of what the defense is saying. And she just panicked. So we'll see. I'm gonna go ahead and put us back in the courtroom, but yeah, this is good to pay attention to because because the jury is hearing the same thing.
That was with Joey using drugs again, is that correct?
Correct.
Jumping around a bit, you stated you believe that Joey had been diagnosed with ADHD, is that right? Did Joey tell you about any of his other diagnoses?
No,
So you weren't aware of any other mental health diagnoses that Joey suffered from?
no,
And when Joey had talked to you about seeking help at the VA, that was with regard to alcohol and drug use?
correct.
And did Joey ever tell you that he was seeking help for mental health?
No,
And he didn't report that to you back in that phone call that you had in February of 2024, is that correct?
correct.
You talked about how you stopped visits in June of 2024. Did I get that time frame right?
Yes,
And that was after you had found out about a failed drug test that Joey had at work, is that correct?
correct.
And that was work at Soper?
That was at some excavating company.
And you were aware that Joey had previously been employed by Soper, is that right?
Correct,
And you actually have a family connection to that business?
correct.
What is that connection?
My sister is dating Scott Soper.
So the owner of that business.
Correct.
And how long have they been together for?
Since I've had my son, so at least 5 years.
You were aware that Joey had been fired from Soper for fighting?
Correct,
And then it was after that, he sometime got work at this excavating business, is that right?
correct,
And then ultimately was let go from that job because of this failed drug test.
correct.
Was that pretty soon in time to when you stopped the visitation?
Yes,
So fair to say,
that failed drug test was the last straw.
so that would have been around June of 2024.
Correct,
Now, you talked about how for a period of time, you and Joey were able to have a good co-parenting relationship, is that right?
correct.
And you said that it was around the time, or was it around the time that Samantha came into the picture that you felt that changed?
Yes,
And you were first introduced to Samantha in late June of 2023, is that correct?
yes,
And you said it was also around that time that you had started having some concerns about Joey, is that right?
no.
So when did you start having
Well,
concerns?
yes, right around when he had met Samantha, yes.
And some of those concerns had to do with maybe he was using again, is that fair to say?
Correct,
Now, you actually started having those concerns before Samantha came into the picture, is that right?
a little, not much, I mean, here and there, but it was not once that came into the picture. I mean, yes, his behavior changed.
And in fact, there was a time in April of that year, so April of 2023, before Samantha is in the picture, where you had concerns Joey was using, is that right?
Yes,
And that was when you went to go pick up your son to take him to a circus.
Yep.
And you went upstairs and your son was there, not ready, and
Correct.
Joey wasn't really watching him.
correct,
And again, that was before Samantha started dating Joey.
correct.
There were also times before that where there were issues with the co-parenting, is that right?
Yes,
And you actually kept a log of incidents that would have occurred on your phone, is that correct?
yes,
And the point of kind of keeping that log was in case you ever needed documentation or like a written timeline for court purposes.
correct,
And that log actually started back in 2022.
correct,
And there were times within 2022 where even police would have to be called during custody exchange, is that right?
well, maybe once that you're referring to, I'm not sure.
And there were times where that had to happen in 2023 before Joey started dating Samantha, is that correct?
I think once.
And there were multiple times where at least something happened that caused you enough concern to document this in your log, is that right?
Correct.
You said that the last time that Joey would have had the opportunity, or actually did converse with your son, was the 4th of July of 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that it was a good conversation,
Short, but yes, good.
and during some point during that conversation, Samantha had gotten on the phone?
Yes. I believe so. Oh, female.
You talked about how you were aware that Joey would often be delusional or paranoid when he was under the influence. You were aware of an incident that had occurred just a few months before he passed in which there was that concern, is that correct?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. You were aware of an incident that occurred a few months before Joey had passed where he was acting delusional, is that right?
I guess tell me what incident you're referring to.
It was at a hotel,
Yes,
and you were aware that police had been called, is that correct?
yes.
I'm gonna object to the line of the questions. I don't think she has any personal knowledge of anything related to that.
That was my last question, Judge.
Right, I need to visit with the lawyers to make a ruling on that, so jurors can stand and stretch. I'll visit with the lawyers and decide.
Okay, so they had a sidebar, and I know I can do some TiVo time. I don't think she's being represented by a public defender. I think that they're paying. Yeah, I don't think this is PD work. I mean, I'll find out more information, but I don't think it is. We can't hear you, Judge.
Whether or not
You need to lay a foundation whether she saw it, so it's the objection sustained, so need her basis of knowledge before she can offer her view on that.
Sure. So during that time, were you and Joey together?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, did you go to the hospital to see him?
No.
During that time, were you aware of if he was put on any type of mental health hold at all?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with whether or not
there was anything in your conversation with him about being suicidal.
No,
And you indicated that was an incident where there was some concern though about him using?
yes,
I don't have anything else.
Okay, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, just, probably obvious to some people, but just to make sure, VA Veterans Administration, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, witness can step down. Step. Is she excused from her subpoena?
Yes.
Is that correct?
No objection.
Or excused, if you want to stay in the courtroom, you can. All right, we're gonna take our second break for the morning. Spend a little more time in that back area with the lawyers just to map out between now and then. So we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll come in at 11:30. Let's do 11:35. We're gonna do about 20 minutes of a witness. So you're definitely gonna break by noon. And probably have to come back around 1:15. There's a legal issue outside the presence of the jury. We want to take a little bit of time. So you're gonna get about a 15-20 minute break now. I want to get you back in the courtroom at 11:35. You're only gonna hear about maybe 20-25 minutes of testimony. Then you're gonna get a decent amount of time for your lunch break, just because I have to sort out a few legal things with lawyers. So the next witness is gonna start. I believe it's gonna be a police officer. Certainly not gonna be completed in that 20-25 minutes, but just to give you an idea that when you're back in here, the next segment's gonna be pretty short. Keep your notebooks on your chairs for now. When we go to the noon hour, you can keep them in the jury room. So all rise for the jury. Bring the jury out.
No.
From the defense?
No.
Okay. And it's gonna be Chad Riddle as the next witness?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll bring the jury out.
Okay, everybody can be seated.
We'll We're back on the record in the state versus Krebs, branch 6, for Allegheny County Circuit Court. The state can call their next witness.
The state calls investigator Chad Riddle.
All right, we'll have the investigator come up and be sworn in, same spot as all the other witnesses.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat. Please state and spell your name for the record.
First name is Chad, C-H-A-D. Last name is Riddle, R-I-D-D-L-E.
Okay, you're an Appleton police officer, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you've been here several days, so you've heard me give the introduction on court decorum and procedure?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just follow those same rules, and we'll start with Mr. Grody.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Investigator Riddle, what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer with the city of Appleton.
And what role do you serve in the police department?
I'm currently assigned as a detective.
And as a detective, what are your primary duties or responsibilities?
We are assigned to major cases within the city of Appleton. Includes a multitude of types of cases, whether it be homicides, burglaries, sexual assaults, other various death investigations, things like that.
How long have you been a detective?
6 years,
And how long have you been with the police department overall?
24 years.
So what did you do before you were a detective?
In my time with the Appleton Police Department, I've served in various capacities. I've been a patrol officer, a school resource officer, and a forensic evidence specialist.
And what sort of education do you have that allows you to serve as an investigator?
I have training, the Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigation, Death Investigation School, training in bloodstain pattern analysis, bullet trajectory reconstruction.
Do you hold a college degree?
I do.
From where and how long?
A 4-year degree from the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire.
All right, officer, I'd like to direct your attention to the investigation into the matter we've been testifying to, specifically on July 18th, 2024. How did you become aware of this incident?
I was contacted off duty by Lieutenant Van Zeeland. He is the lieutenant of our investigative services unit. I was contacted and advised that there was a death that had occurred and that investigators were needed to respond to investigate that death.
And where did that death occur?
It'd be 2800 North Park Drive Lane, apartment 5, which is in the city of Appleton, Allegheny County, state of Wisconsin.
Okay, so just generally when you're called in on something like that, what are the first things you do?
The first things that we'll do is sometimes we're given a lot of information, sometimes we're given little information. I don't recall off the top of my head exactly how much information I was given prior, but in this case, when we're contacted off duty, what we will do is first respond to the Appleton Police Department. It varies by case to case, but depending on the case, if there are many investigators that are called in, we will normally meet as an investigative unit to get an understanding of what is known at that time regarding the investigation. And then from there, we will be given certain roles within the investigation. And again, that can vary from case to case.
Okay, so did you meet up as a group in this case?
Yes,
And were you assigned various roles?
yes.
Is it fair to say your initial role was with Sergeant Keither, who's sitting behind me?
Yes, Sergeant Keither and I were assigned to be the lead investigators of the incident.
And what was the first area that you began to investigate? What was the first thing you did?
We were informed that there were 2 individuals that were at the apartment at the time. I'm sorry, I should back up. There were 2 individuals that were at the apartment upon the arrival of our patrol officers. That would have been John Pfeffer and Christy Cleveland. Sergeant Keither and I were assigned to interview John Pfeffer.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go through John's testimony, but when you say John Pfeffer, the same John Pfeffer who testified, I believe it was Friday?
Yes.
Or last week, I don't recall the date. All right. Now, after you're done with the interview of John, what did you do after that?
After the interview of John, I believe Sergeant Keither and I then responded to the apartment where the incident happened.
And you kind of walked through the apartment and just reviewed everything?
Yes.
Was there a part during your investigation where you were involved in sending video to the crime lab?
Yes.
Can you walk the jury through how that went?
So the video that I had sent to the crime lab, it was a video that Sergeant Keither and I obtained from a veterinary clinic, which was across the street or the road from 2800 North Park Drive Lane. Now that video, in addition to the video, Sergeant Keither had in a cellular phone from John Pfeffer had listened to or found a recording. I believe we had previously heard that during this trial. Sergeant Keither and I made the decision to submit to the video and the recording to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab to have the audio of the recording overlaid onto the video.
Okay, now just so we know what we're talking about here, I'm going to republish Exhibit 40. Do you see that on the screen, investigator?
Yes.
Does that show the area of 2800 North Park Drive Lane?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so do you have, is the pointer still up there? I believe the bailiff is extending it and handing it to you now.
It is.
You said that what was sent to the crime lab was a combination of the Veterans Village and then that other, of the veterinary clinic, I'm sorry. Could you just kind of point to where that veterinary clinic is on this map, if you can see it on this map?
Yes, I can. So the veterinary clinic in the picture of the exhibit here, Park Drive Lane is that's about in the middle of the picture. The veterinary clinic is just to the left, so it'd be more towards the left edge of this photograph.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you and Sergeant Keither have different roles in submitting that? Like, do I understand it correctly that you submitted that video to the crime lab?
Yes, I did. Sergeant Keither reviewed the video footage a little bit more in depth, in addition to the recording. As part of the investigation, I more or less handled submissions to the crime lab. So as part of that, Sergeant Keither listened to the audio, watched the video, and determined at what point in the video should the audio be overlaid on.
Okay, so you just submitted the items that you discussed and testified to the crime lab. Do I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
All right, as far as other items submitted to the crime lab, did you also submit the knife that we spoke about?
Yes, I did.
Now, I know that Dr. Kelly testified this morning, but I'm going to republish Exhibit 77. Is this one of the knives that you submitted to the crime lab?
Yes.
Okay, now, was there another knife that was submitted to the crime lab?
Yes, there was.
What was the other knife?
It was a very similar knife in terms of appearance, color of the handle, type of blade. It was just a different length.
Okay, so this knife that was shown to Dr. Kelly, is it correct to say this is the one that was submitted to the crime lab as outlined as knife 2 or item 2 in the report that came back from the crime lab?
Yes.
Now, were you here earlier when the DNA analyst testified?
Yes.
You recall her testimony about Joey's DNA being found on the blade of the knife?
Yes.
Is that relates to this knife?
Yes.
And do you recall her testimony about both Joey and the defendant's DNA being found on the handle of the knife?
Yes.
That also relates to this knife? Okay, thank you. Now, in part of your investigation, did you review a phone belonging to an individual or individuals known as John and Peyton Carnett?
Yes.
How did you come to review this phone?
I should back up and say that I did not review the actual phone from John or Peyton Carnott.
Okay.
They had sent screenshots of John and Peyton's phone to Sergeant Keither and I.
And did you review those screenshots?
Yes, I did.
And upon reviewing them, did you find that they were relevant to this case in any way based on what you're trying as an investigator has taught you? And how did you feel they were relevant?
They were relevant as they were messages sent from Peyton Carnott to a Snapchat account that Peyton identified as belonging to Samantha Krebs.
if I show you an exhibit of the phone, you think you'd be able to recognize it?
Yes,
Your Honor, if I may approach, I'd like to show the witness exhibit 119.
You can approach.
Judge, I am going to object at this point to this containing hearsay.
All right. If there's other things you can cover, we're gonna meet during the noon hour and talk about the objection. So the court's gonna defer the ruling on the objection before we take the lunch break in about 10 minutes. If there's other things you want to cover for him, then we can get back to that exhibit.
Sure, I can cover that. Okay, so let's switch gears a little bit, kind of jumping ahead. Do you recall there being some testimony about the defendant driving to an apartment occupied by an individual named Jeff Hayes?
yes, I do.
And are you familiar with where Jeff Hayes lives?
Yes, I am.
Where does he live?
I'm in Glen Park Drive. I believe it is 3919.
Okay, so I'm going to republish Exhibit 44. Can you see it where you're sitting?
Yes, I can.
Okay, now does it show Mr. Hayes' residence on this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Where?
It would be right here, which would be right around in the middle to right side of this one.
Is there a number on that building you pointed to?
Yes, it's 2919. I misspoke.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with Mr. Hayes' appearance?
Yes,
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
yes, I would.
All right, so Your Honor, with your permission, I'd like to approach and show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 120.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, investigator, if you want to just take a look at that and let me know.
Okay.
Do you recognize the individual depicted in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And who is that individual?
That is Jeffrey Hayes.
Now, is this Jeffrey Hayes around the time of July of 2024?
Yes,
And do you recall how old he was at the time?
I believe he was 54 years old.
If Your Honor, with that, I would move to both admit and publish Exhibit 120.
Any objection?
No.
All right. It's 120 is received and you can publish.
So now Exhibit 120 is on the screen. Investigator Riddle, is that the exhibit that you have in front of you?
Yes, it is.
Now, in your relation to this case, how does Mr. Hayes and his apartment relate to this investigation?
Mr. Hayes' apartment was the apartment that was identified as where Ms. Krebs went to on the evening of July 18th of 2024.
And was Ms. Krebs later apprehended at that apartment?
Yes, Ms. Krebs was apprehended in the parking lot of that apartment complex.
And what day did that take place?
When Ms. Krebs was taken into custody?
Yes, sir.
July 22nd, 2020.
All right, so did you later have any part in a search of Mr. Hayes' apartment?
Yes, I did.
Can you just kind of explain how that occurred?
Yes, so after Ms. Krebs was taken into custody outside in the parking lot, a search warrant was drafted and then ultimately authorized for Jeffrey Hayes' apartment.
And was that search warrant approved?
Yes, it was.
Was it later executed on Mr. Hayes' apartment?
Yes.
And do you know who executed that warrant?
I was part of the execution of the search warrant along with forensic evidence specialist Del Plain, Officer Rudebeck, and Officer Hayes. Officer Rudebeck had testified earlier. Officer Hayes is also a police officer with the Appleton Police Department.
All right, now, if I may approach again, Your Honor, I'd like to show you the witness exhibits 80 through 83.
Okay.
You take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those as well. you recognize those?
I do.
What are they?
They are photographs. Can I break them down?
Please.
There's a little bit of difference. Okay.
Please do.
Exhibit 80 is a photograph taken within Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. Exhibit 81 is a photograph of a sandal that was located inside Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. And then exhibits 82 and 83 are photographs within Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. I just wanted to specify that exhibit 81 was a photograph that was taken not at Jeffrey Hayes' apartment, but afterwards.
Absolutely. Do those photographs all appear to be true and accurate pictures of the items represented in the pictures themselves?
Yes.
Your Honor, with that, I move to omit 80, 81, 82, and 83 and publish the same.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that's approved.
Okay, so we're gonna start with exhibit 80, investigator. Could you please walk us through what we're looking at here?
Can I stand up?
Please do, and actually, let me give you the microphone before you do. Excuse me. Oh, there you go, sorry.
Okay, so as I had testified just previously, this is a photograph that would have been taken inside Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. This is a photograph. The apartment is what could be described as an efficiency apartment, meaning that there was no bedroom, just kind of one room, more than one room, but in terms of a bedroom, there wasn't. The reason I point that out is the photograph is depicting a coffee table in the middle of this photograph. And then at the top left corner of the photograph, you can see a portion of a bed, and then underneath that bed you can see a sandal, the black or gray in color, pink in color sandal, and then another gray portion, I should say, of a gray and pink in color sandal.
Okay, now, the pink sandal, would you say that's the upper left portion of the photograph as it relates to that table?
Yes, it would be in the upper left corner of the photograph.
All right, so with that, now I'm gonna move to 81. What's 81?
81 is a photograph of one of those sandals that were depicted in the previous photograph. As I testified to a little bit earlier, this photograph was not taken at the apartment. This would have been taken later at the Appleton Police Department.
So do I understand it correctly then that sandal was collected at the apartment, is that right?
Yes, this is one of those sandals that were located under the bed within the apartment.
And then once you got it back to the Appleton Police Department, you took a photo of it in your evidence room?
Yes.
And that's what we see here in 81?
Correct.
All right, now let's move to 82. What's this?
This would have been a photograph taken within the apartment. The photograph is depicting a Theta Care orthopedic care drawstring pig.
Now let's move to 83.
This would be a photograph depicting, in general, contents that were within that drawstring bag that was depicted in the previous photograph.
All right, outside of the exhibits that we've just gone through, did you locate any other clothing that you believe belonged to the defendant in Mr. Hayes' apartment?
No, I did not.
I'd like to direct your attention now, if I could, Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness and show him what's been marked as Exhibit 89.
You may approach the witness.
Thank you. And just like we've been doing, Investigator Riddle, what I'd like you to do is look at Exhibit 89, see if you recognize it, and I'll ask you some more questions when I get back to the table.
Okay.
Do you recognize Exhibit 89?
I do.
What is Exhibit 89?
Exhibit 89 is a still image from a surveillance video that was taken from the apartment complex where Jeffrey Hayes' apartment was.
All right, now let's talk a little bit about that photograph. Is there a date and time stamp on it?
Yes, there is.
And first, who collected, do you know where this photo came from?
Yes, the photo was taken as a still image from well, not a collection, but from a specific video from the surveillance video system that was taken from the Veterans Village complex, which is where Jeffrey Hayes resided.
And who collected that video?
Sergeant Keither and I, along with, I believe it was Alicia Norby from the Department of Criminal Investigation, we took the entire system itself, and then Alicia Norby extracted the videos for Sergeant Keither.
And this is a still shot of one of the videos that you obtained from that system?
Yes,
Okay, so now, focusing, you said there was a timestamp in the top right.
there is.
Do you know if it shows an accurate time or if it's off by any amount?
No, it was determined that the video, the date and time stamp on the system, the date was accurate, but the time was found to be 38 minutes fast.
So what time does it say on now?
On the footage there, it said 10:40 PM and 1 second.
So, do I understand it correctly that then that would be, the actual time would be 10:02?
Correct.
All right. Other than that change from the time, does the photo appear to be, well, first, even with the date and time, does it appear to be an accurate representation of what you obtained from Veterans Village?
Yes.
And then noting that time, any other things you note about the photograph that are incorrect?
No.
Your Honor, with that, I would move to admit and publish 89.
Any objection?
No.
Those are, that's received and you have authority to publish it.
Thank you. So do we see Exhibit 89 here on the screen?
Yes.
In looking at 89, who do we see depicted in this photograph?
That would be Jeff Hayes and Samantha Krebs.
Could you just point to the two of them so we know that we're kind of talking about the same people?
Yes. So in the photograph at the bottom, at the bottom, there is a gazebo type of construction, and just to the left is Jeff Hayes. He's wearing a red shirt, black shorts, and next to Jeff is Samantha Krebs wearing basically kind of a multicolored sleeveless shirt, pink shorts, and pink and black sandals.
So from that photo, are you able to tell what the defendant Samantha Krebs is wearing?
Yes.
So combining this with your previous testimony about what was located in the search, did you locate any of the clothes she's wearing in Exhibit 89 during your search of Mr. Hayes' apartment?
No. No.
Did you locate any of the footwear she was wearing?
Yes, based on the review of the surveillance video footage, I believed that the sandals being worn by Ms. Krebs in the photograph, which is again the still image of the video, were consistent with the sandals that were located underneath the bed in Mr. Hayes' apartment.
But you located, do I understand it correctly, you located none of her clothing?
No, I did not.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I think this is probably a good time for a break.
Okay, for the jurors, it's just, my clock says 11:59 AM, so we're gonna give you a break till 1:15. Keep your notebooks in the jury room, report back to the jury room, where the bailiffs tell you to report by 1:15. We hope to get you into court by 1:20 for the afternoon session. Remember all the admonitions I gave you and reminded you of the court orders that you're under going forward. That includes during this noon hour. Okay, all rise for the jury. Notebooks in the jury room. Okay, you can have a seat for a couple minutes before we break. It's noon right now, the jury's back in the jury room. There's exhibit 119 that was objected to, and then there's going to be some phone calls, so I'm not going to argue it right now, but just give me at least a preview of your objection so I can do a little research over the noon hour.
I guess with regard to the phone calls, Your Honor, I'd have a general objection that they contain hearsay at this point in time. I also think that there's a number of them that are just simply not relevant. I also have an issue with at least one of them, there's a brief reference to a conversation that Samantha had with her lawyer. So I think that that would need to be edited out if that video is allowed. With regard to Exhibit 119, and I can tell the court, I do believe I'll have other objections to these written documents as well. I would again argue that they contain hearsay. A lot of them are conversations believed to have been between Samantha and other individuals who have not testified. A lot of the statements also made by Samantha are not any type of admission, and so I would argue that even her statements are hearsay.
All right, she's a party to the conversation. Obviously, if the state's presenting it, they're the party opponent under 908.01. If it has some relevance, what's your view on whether 908.01 statement of the party, the defendant, offered by the party opponent, why I shouldn't allow those separate from a relevant standpoint?
I believe the statute still requires that any of those statements be admissions.
All right, what's the state's view on that?
Just so the court knows what we're talking about, Exhibit 119, let's go put it up on the screen briefly.
Maybe a little closer to the mic.
Sorry, thank you. Just so Your Honor knows what we're discussing, I'm going to put Exhibit 119 on the screen. It's more or less a screenshot of a phone call. The reason that I would be seeking to admit this are the defendant's statements contained therein. She's indicated under the notes that say Samantha. Specifically, it reads, Joy was acting all manic and I haven't been there. He was talking all crazy, call me, I'm at my friend's, and then I'm worried about him. They just, it's JST, but that means just, said he cut himself, something, don't know yet, cops at my house. I do look at those as if they're admissions by the defendant because, you know, essentially one of her numerous versions is what took place. So I believe that those would be allowed under it's 908.01 sub 4 sub E1. Specifically, there are other references here though, under the ones that say me, and I'm pointing at them with my pointer. I won't read them all. I'm not necessarily looking to get those in for the truth of what they assert, but more or less the effect they had on the listener. The real goal of this is to get the defendant's statements in. So I'm not offering Hayden's statements for the truth they assert. The real goal of this exhibit is to show the defendant's changing statement.
All right, just starting with 119. The print is kind of small. It looks like 10:13 p.m. Is that alleged to be July 18th of 2024?
I believe that's what the testimony will show you.
Okay. All right, we're going to reconvene at 12:55. So you got about a 15-minute break, and then we'll sort out some of the rulings at that point. And if there's some offer of proof we need from the officer, we'll do that starting right around 12:55, and then get back in front of the juries, hopefully by 1:20. All right, we're going to lock up the courtroom, so if you need anything, you should take it with you. All right, we're on break for about 55 minutes or so.
Okay, so they are going on a break here. I am, we got our good old table time. Awesome. So we are going to fast forward through this and get past this portion. And get us back in court. Look like they want to argue about the court. Some possible hearsay. So it looks like they're coming back, and this is where we're going to continue to argue outside of the jury's presence. So let's see.
Outside the presence of the jury is about 12:55 p.m. on Monday, September 8, 2025. About the next 15 or 20 minutes, we're going to have the officer back up on the witness stand, but the court wants to go through the scope of items that the officer may reference that the defense objects to, and then have their positions stated on the record, and then give the state a chance to respond. The court did review Exhibit 119. It's portrayed as a series of text messages just after 10 o'clock in the range of 10:13 p.m. to 10:15 p.m. on July 18th of 2024. Court also reviewed 908.01 sub 4 sub B and the annotated cases cited regarding 908.01 sub 4 sub B. The statement being offered, the issue is whether it's hearsay or not, and it's so relevant. It's identified as a statement, not a verbal statement, but a text statement by the defendant Samantha Krebs. The context is that it's within the hour after the stabbing incident at the apartment. Court previously had some testimony presented regarding statements made by the defendant after the fact, including through Officer Fulmer regarding audio of a cell phone conversation with the officer where the defendant explained her knowledge of what was going on back at the apartment. This is another version of after the fact. It's not audio, but it's at least in text message form near in time to the alleged stabbing. So the court finds it's part of the panorama of the relevant evidence regarding the alleged crime or what may have taken regarding the circumstances of the stabbing of Joseph Karna. 908.01 sub 4 sub B doesn't require a specific or obvious admission to committing a crime, but could even be a statement against interest. So differing versions as to what happened or what a party, somebody close to a crime may have done soon after is relevant. Any alleged deception after the fact or different versions soon after the fact can be consistent with jury instruction 172 for a consciousness of guilt. Doesn't automatically mean it's somebody who has a guilty conscience, but it's probative of that, the changing in versions as to what happened. And it's the court's recollection that when Officer Fulmer talked to the defendant on the phone call soon after Mr. Karnat had a stab wound, that she was going to come over. This apparently is a conversation of what she did instead. It's also an expression of her knowledge of what happened. Her last statement at 10:15 says, quote, "I'm worried about him. They just said he cut himself or something. I don't know yet. Cops at my house," unquote. So that could be viewed as in contradiction to some earlier statements or where she was. So once again, that has relevance. It's probative of potential consciousness of guilt regarding the alleged offense that took place roughly within actually 30 or 40 minutes of the text transaction. So the court will allow the officer to testify about Exhibit 119. The court wants to go through what phone calls the state plans to reference with the officer, so I can hear the specific defense objections and rule on those. So the officer can come back to the stand and even summarize with some preliminary questions. Mr. Brody, what phone calls you wanted to refer to?
Sure thing.
The witness is still under oath.
All right, so we'll kind of start in the back. Do you recall, Sergeant Little, a phone call from an individual named Greg Allen on August 3rd, 2024 at about 8:21 p.m.?
Yes.
What does that phone call relate to, if you recall it?
Relates to a conversation between Mr. Allen and Ms. Krebs. In the call, there's basically some communication between Mr. Allen and Ms. Krebs, in which Mr. Allen, I guess, expresses some romantic type feelings towards Ms. Krebs.
Your Honor, so the two people in this call, you believe are Greg Allen and the defendant, Ms. Krebs? Investigator, the two people you hear in the phone call are Mr. Allen and the defendant, Ms. Krebs?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, with that, I would seek to play the phone call.
All right, is it part of the jump drive one?
It's on Exhibit 1. There is now a folder on Exhibit 1 that says Chad Riddle. There's a subfolder under Chad Riddle's folder that says jail calls. In that folder, it's labeled Craig's and Greg Allen -relationship, August 3rd, 2024 at 2021.
Okay, how long is it?
About 3 minutes.
Okay, play that.
Always have a computer. The computer go quick, sir.
The court reporter doesn't have to transcribe any calls.
I had to check that out. Actually, it's less than that. It's 1 minute and 18 seconds.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them. Is that all it said?
Okay,
Because that's technically not a lie.
well, you know what my next project is, don't you? Me.
Yeah.
Okay. You can take care of that?
Got you on that. Yep.
All
I got you 100.
right. Cause that's, between you and me, I told you, we gotta start doing it regularly now for us to be a couple,
Okay.
okay? I don't wanna
My
press you.
friend
into it.
just found out today that she's pregnant. She's in here
You
with me.
pregnant?
Yep.
Well, hopefully you will be soon.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think you will, if you let me. If you don't, what do you call it, pulling out all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna get to do that with me, dear.
No. Why?
Because I wanna have kids with you.
Yeah, but not like the first week.
Well, no, Christ.
I'm saying.
And by the way, I got to see really cute pictures of you when you were a baby. Your grandma sent them over.
That's the end of the recording.
All right, so what's the relevance of that?
I think the relevance of it is it shows, it's from August 3rd, 2024 at about 8:21 p.m. That is about 16 days after Joey's death. In the opening, I believe it was Attorney Rock who mentioned that they were in a committed relationship. I don't remember Attorney Rock's specific words, but this cuts against that. It also, I believe, goes to motive because we have within 16 days of Joey's death, the defendant on the phone with another individual. He's offering the conversation to me is obviously sexual, but he's offering to impregnate her. And she doesn't say anything against that or to refute that, other than to say, not right away. When he offers that, there's not a no or anything to say that she's not interested in that. To me, I think that goes both to show the status of the relationship between Ms. Krebs and the victim, but also a motive for this crime.
So when you played the start of it, I couldn't hear the very beginning. Can you just play the first 10 seconds?
Yes.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them. Is that all it said?
Okay.
Because that's technically not a lie.
Well, you know what my next project is, don't you? Me.
Yeah.
All right, you can stop that. Is it something edited out at the beginning?
This is a clip of the whole jail call. There's a portion before this, Ms. Krebs is referring to her telling, I believe it was her probation agent, that she was working for Mr. Allen, and Mr. Allen then calls her a liar. And then Ms. Krebs starts the response and you hear the end of in the very beginning of that clip, and it leads into Mr. Allen saying, you know what, your next project is me.
All right, so what's the defense? Just we'll go piecemeal through the calls. Go ahead with your legal response on that.
My response, Your Honor, would be that with that first part cut out, there's no admissions made in this recording by Ms. Krebs. The majority of the talking done on this recording is done by Gregory Allen, and at this point, any statements he makes would be hearsay. And this recording is simply not relevant. There's nothing that has been submitted by the state as far as evidence goes that there was not any type of committed relationship. There's no evidence that Ms. Krebs wanted to be in a relationship with Gregory Allen prior to Joseph's death. And quite frankly, I think if anything, there's evidence within the record, hasn't been presented at trial, but there is evidence that Ms. Krebs had not been talking with Mr. Allen for months leading up to Joey's death. So there's nothing to suggest that there was any type of relationship that was ongoing beforehand. I also would just argue that it doesn't go towards motive. A conversation that is had weeks later when an individual is in custody in a totally different circumstances in life doesn't make it any more likely that weeks before she would have engaged in any type of harmful conduct towards Joey.
And when the state referenced motive, walk me through how Mr. Allen placed a motive as of July 18th.
Also, July 18th, we see Miss Krebs, who is in a situation where we know one of two things happened. Either A, she murdered her boyfriend, or B, her boyfriend killed herself in front of her. One of those two things was being presented to the jury. She's not speaking in this call or any other call that I've seen after the fact. There's no sort of remorse. There's nothing at all with regard to this. In fact, 16 days after the fact, she's presented with, I guess for lack of a better word, this opportunity, for lack of a better word, this Greg Allen presents that he wants to have this physical sexual relationship with her, and she agrees. She's all in. So I think that isn't something that just happens at the drop of a hat. It's not like somebody meets somebody and then they're immediately willing to go to a sexual physical relationship. 16 days, especially when you've dealt with a homicide with in such a short, or a murder, or ending of somebody's life within such a short amount of time, I think goes to show that the relationship that Ms. Krebs had with Mr. Allen extends well beyond this call. I think it would be relevant to the state of the relationship at the time that Joey was murdered.
All right, the court's view as of right now is this, and it could change, is that the first part that she's referencing, technically not a lie, the court, at least on that portion, there's no context to that. So if the court at some point allows the remainder of the phone call to be played, that would have to be excised. The presentation of it through this officer, on the one hand, it's not hearsay in the court's view, it's a statement by a party opponent. And the issue is for the court more a foundational one and a contextual one. And at this point, the court finds it's too premature to admit that. I understand Mr. Allen's listed as a witness. There's not enough context to it to explain what was going on with them leading up to July 18th. So the court feels the record is incomplete on relevance issues. It's not hearsay in the court's view, it's defendant's own statements, but in context with another person. There is an indication of a desire to have at least a physical relationship within fewer than 3 weeks after the alleged death of her fiance. There was a reference in opening to being a committed relationship. The court doesn't have a context what developed over that roughly 2-3 weeks afterwards between Mr. Allen and the defendant. And so the court's expectation is to hear some of that from Mr. Allen. Not saying the phone call is out for sure, but the court feels that it's too premature to determine the foundational aspects of it, the timing of it. The court needs some more history probably from Mr. Allen if and when he testifies. So
we don't expect Mr. Allen to testify. There's only one other message from Mr. Allen that actually does kind of relate to this. It's a message between the defendant and Greg Allen on July 21st of 2024.
that's what you want to present through him also.
Well, either that, I can just put it up. It's just it's a screen message. It's exhibit 195.
All right, well, since we're outside the presence of the jury, I'll take a look at it now, just to add to any context that the court was concerned about.
I'll just note for the record that we've excised part of this. The reason we excised it is there's discussions in there about obtaining a lawyer. The part that isn't excised reads, I need a phone. 2, can you get me one, an iPhone 15 Pro Max? 2, please 2. I'm gonna owe you big time, but I'll pay you back in other ways. That was from July 21st, 3 days after the incident at 2:31 p.m.
All right, so that goes from Mr. Hayes' email.
That would be, I could, no, I mean, when you want such a real, basically the defendant was using Mr. Hayes' phone at the time. She's like an offer proof. I can ask questions regarding that if you'd like, just to make sure the record's clear.
Yes.
Okay, so Sergeant Real, the message that I just put up on the screen, you're familiar with this?
Yes.
Where did this come from?
Would have come from a phone analysis report, a Celebrate analysis report of Jeff Hayes' cell phone.
Celebrate, is it fair to say that's the program used to essentially analyze phones when you obtain them through subpoena or other methods?
Yes.
So is it also fair to say that Celebrate basically just takes a mirror of that phone and allows law enforcement to look at the copy of that information?
Yes.
Does Celebrate add any information to that phone?
No.
Is what's pulled from Celebrate commonly referred to as an extraction? Now, you said it was pulled from Jeff Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Do you have anything to suggest that someone other than Mr. Hayes was using the phone?
Yes.
What?
There are a variety of messages within the phone analysis report in which the sender of the message from the phone identifies the sender as Sam. There are also, in going through the report, there are a variety of phone calls and text messages sent from the phone to various individuals, including Greg Allen, Susan Cox, a Missy Kane.
Let's start at the beginning. Who's Susan Cox?
Susan Cox is Samantha Krebs' mother.
Who's Missy Kane?
Missy Kane would be either an acquaintance or a friend of Samantha.
Anybody else?
Yes, there are phone calls and messages with contact listed as Greg Allen.
And what are the contacts with Mr. Allen, dates and times roughly?
In the report, Your Honor, the contacts with Greg Allen start, I believe, on July 19th of 2024. Prior to July 19th of 2024, there were no contacts of any sort with Greg Allen in Mr. Hayes' phone. And so that, to me, suggested, because there were no contacts prior to July 19th of 2024, I felt that that would be indicative that Ms. Krebs was using Mr. Hayes' phone at that time.
And now, just so we're clear, Sergeant Real, Mr. Hayes, that's the individual whose apartment the defendant was staying at after the incident?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further to
Right. Can I ask him some questions on those?
I don't have any questions, just argument.
All right, go ahead and continue with the argument you started.
Thank you. If the state is trying to say that the response, I'll pay you back in other ways, has any like romantic or sexual innuendo behind it, I think that's pure speculation. Mr. Hayes, or excuse me, Mr. Allen is somebody that Samantha had worked for in the past. She did both gardening work for him. She would organize different areas of his home. Just to try to read this to say that there is some type of romantic or sexual relationship, I think is wholly taken out of context, and I still believe that none of this is relevant.
All right. On the Greg Allen information, I need to reflect on that a little longer, so let's go on to the next one. How many are there overall?
6. 9, including 9 that we have left to go through.
Let's Why don't we start with a summary of the timing of these calls and who are they between before you start playing any of them?
Okay, so there's a series of 3 calls between the defendant and Jeffrey Hayes. They are from August 3rd, 2024, September 8th, 2024, and then August 23rd, 2024. I expect that prior to playing these calls, we are going to present messages, I think they're Snapchat messages, between Mr. Hayes and the defendant. In those Snapchat messages, Mr. Hayes basically professes his feelings for the defendant. He takes, I'm guessing, maybe 10 messages to do so. In one single message, the defendant says that she's not interested. The defendant then has a few other messages where he more or less admits and kind of accepts the defendant's comments, although the last one, to be fair, I believe it's something of a joke. He says something along the lines of, we're just gonna have to keep our relationship purely sexual. These phone messages between Mr. Hayes and the defendant, many of them relate to Mr. Hayes' feelings for the defendant. Specifically, the one on August 23rd, 2 of them are from August 23rd. One of them is from, actually, I apologize. There's one phone call, but 2 clips from it. In that phone call, the phone call itself is from August 23rd at 11:11. There's one clip where the defendant tells Mr. Hayes that she's now has braids in her hair, and Mr. Hayes makes a reference saying that he basically wants to commit a sexual act with her. The second part of that phone call, Mr. Hayes tells Ms. Krebs some of what's developed in the case. If memory serves, I believe they have a discussion about an individual who they refer to as somebody with initials. I believe they're referring to John Pfeffer. The phone call ends with Ms. Krebs learning that the police have her phone and she says the word fuck. That's where the phone call ends. The third clip, which is actually the second call, is a video chat between Mr. Hayes and Ms. Krebs, where he basically just again says that he wants her in his life. She just basically says that she understands that, and the clip ends. They're all relatively short. I don't think any is over a couple minutes.
Right. That's kind of the context I brought up with Mr. Allen's communications.
I'm sorry?
Just referencing back to what I said about Mr. Allen, you said he wasn't going to testify. Are you going to call Mr. Hayes to testify?
We're not expected to, no.
All right, if these are August 3rd, August 23rd, and September 8th, so different intervals after the death of Mr. Carnot. Are they offered for motive, or what are they offered for?
They're offered to show essentially Mr. Hayes' relationship with the defendant. I expect that Your Honor will hear, particularly through Investigator Kiefer, that while Mr. Hayes was staying with Ms. Krebs, he took various steps to conceal her identity and attempt to help her avoid apprehension. He went so far as to change the appearance of her vehicle, to make her vehicle more difficult to detect. He put something in front of the VIN number, basically. He put a little piece of cardboard in front of the VIN number. So essentially goes to show Mr. Hayes' feelings towards the defendant and perhaps why he would have done this. I think it all relates back to the overall scheme of this, because as we've already seen from the very beginning, the defendant has had numerous people, pretty much everybody involved in this, essentially change their stories in a manner to protect her after the incident occurred with Mr. Carnot.
All right, but if there's testimony about Hayes helping the defendant and it's not contested, why do we have to go into why he has sexual or romantic feelings for her a month later or a month and a half later? We haven't had that contested yet.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed.
So the court's inclination would be to wait and see what even happens in response to the presentation of Mr. Hayes assisting after the fact.
Understood. And the relevance of it is to show Mr. Hayes' relationship with the defendant. So without calling Mr. Hayes, I think I understand where you're on.
All right, well, on the 3 Hayes phone calls, I'm not going to allow those up front. wait and see if there's anything contested regarding what Mr. Hayes did to assist the defendant, if any. And then I'll revisit those 3 phone calls.
The only difference between the clips is there's the one clip where that doesn't have anything to do with their relationship, where Mr. Hayes lets her know, her being the defendant, that police have her phone and then the defendant's response. That one doesn't really have anything to do with their relationship.
Why don't you play that clip now? Just identify it on jump drive 1.
I had a surprise visit.
It is under, again, on Exhibit 1, there's a folder that says Chad Riddle, folder that says jail calls. Within that folder, there's a subfolder that says Hayes calls. This file is entitled Krebs Learns Cops Have Phone from August 23rd, 2024 at 11:11. It is 54 seconds long.
All right, go ahead, play that.
I had a surprise visit, surprise visitor, not even a half an hour ago.
For who?
Guy with initials.
Guy with initials. Oh. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
How's he doing?
Good. He said he just got out and he was there on a penal hold. For whatever reason. Well, they did some kind of a search and they found paraphernalia and something substance-wise on him.
Oh, okay.
And he had to sit for 30 days. And
Okay.
so they gave him his cell phone back, I guess. I mean, he lied about that, or they lied about it. Or,
Do they have my phone?
I don't know. Yeah, yes, they do.
He does? Or the cops?
No, the cops do.
Oh, fuck.
That's the end of the clip.
All right, at least on that call, what does the defense want to say? Go ahead on that call. I'm going to defer on any other phone call with Hayes, but on the one where it's not talking about their relationship or his desire for relationship, but just that the police have a particular piece of evidence in her reaction to that.
Yes.
Go ahead.
We were just talking about that. First of all, I'm not aware, and I could be wrong, and I would invite Attorney Brody to correct me if I am, but it appears that there never was anything of particular significance that was found on Samantha's phone itself. And it's just a one-word reaction, and I don't know really what relevance that has in the overall context of all of this.
Okay, you reply to that.
My relevance would be that it kind of cuts to the argument that Ms. Krebs really had nothing to do with this conspiracy. I think it's fair to say that a lot of the questions that have gone towards cross have made it look like, yes, Mr. Pfeffer may have covered up, yes, Ms. Clune may have covered up, but Ms. Krebs didn't ask for it. She had no part of this. She's this innocent party to this. When she learns that the cops could have evidence of her phone, that was her response. And it's a negative. It's not on there. It's not truth. It's just her response is that there's things to hide. As far as what was on the phone, I think Attorney Wilbert is right. There wasn't much on the phone, but it's the response and this idea that she's taking part in this as it's going as the real relevance of the call.
All right, you've identified some text messages. Were those off her phone or somebody else's phone?
I'm sorry, one second. They were, I'm sorry, Your Honor, the question again, I apologize.
Question is that you've been given a packet of some pre-marked exhibits that have text conversations.
Yes,
For example, exhibit 119.
yes.
Is that from the phone that the police took?
No, that's from Mr. Conrad's phone. He sent that to the police. The other exhibits that we have, particularly through, like, for example,
Let's go back to what you just said about exhibit 119. There's a text chain that you've identified that I thought the officer already identified from the night of July 18th, 10:13 to 10:15 p.m. So presumably within a half hour of what happened to Mr. Carnot, or the discovery of Mr. Carnot. The way the text is laid out on Exhibit 119 identifies Samantha as the person texting. Was that retrieved off her phone?
No, the person she's texting with forwarded a screenshot of the phone to law enforcement. I think it was also retrieved off her phone. It was.
Was she communicating with her phone at that date and time?
Her phone, John Pfeffer got her phone, I believe, July 19th. He then wiped the phone. And then they recovered it, but not all the messages were recovered. So I believe she was, but there wasn't a lot recovered from it.
Right, but she was using her own phone the night of July 18th?
I believe so, yes.
All right, what's Mr. Ober, if there's some communication by the defendant on her own phone, which may be viewed as contradictory or deceptive. Once again, on the issue of consciousness of guilt, if law enforcement has her phone and she's worried about them looking at what she was communicating and then the hour after what happened to Mr. Carnot, doesn't that give her phone some evidentiary value?
Sure, but there's still an element here of speculation. If I found out, or anybody found out that, someone's going to be looking at private information, not necessarily relating to this case, but anything on there might be some cause for concern. So it's just a one-word vulgarity that she says in response to that. Sure, I know the state would love to argue that that's a consciousness of guilt, but it might also just be upset with the fact that there's going to be personal information on there that will be reviewed by prying eyes.
Okay, and the court agrees with those sentiments that the scope of what's on a person's phone most people does not get drawn into a law enforcement investigation. And part of the reason judges, when we sign search warrants for electronic data, including phones, have to have those narrowly worded to focus on things. The court's view is this, and the ruling on that overlaps somewhat with Exhibit 119 is, at least as of the call on August 23rd, which is about 35 days after Mr. Carnot passed away. The defendant's phone, where she was communicating, at least in the hour or hours immediately after the death of Mr. Carnot, had relevant information. And when she hears Mr. Hayes say the police have it, her reaction has relevance. How that's placed in context can be argued by both sides, but the fact that suspect or person charged with a crime has a worry about law enforcement having his or her phone has relevance in light of the fact that the court has at least Exhibit 119 showing she was using her phone, communicating about what happened to Joey, what was going on with Mr. Carnot within the hour. And so that mechanism, her phone, has some evidentiary value. How much weight could be minimal? That's up to probably some other witnesses and cross-examination. But the court would, even without Mr. Hayes, permit the 54-second phone call that references the police having her phone and her reaction to that. And the weight the jury gives that is up to the advocacy of each side on how they want to portray that. But the timing of it, getting the phone is part of an earlier part of the investigation, the first month or two, and the defendant making an inquiry about whether the police had her phone or not, and Mr. Hayes at first said no, but then clarified, said that they do, and her reaction does have relevance. How much weight to give that, as I said, once again, goes back to advocacy on each side on that. So that phone call, the court will allow permitted even without Mr. Hayes. Or what are the other categories beyond the Allen calls and the Hayes call?
The remaining phone calls are all from the defendant herself, and they're regarding various parts of the investigation. The first is from April 17th of this year at 3:29. I believe it is after the preliminary hearing or the revocation hearing, where the defendant has now heard the phone recording that John Pfeffer took, and she basically admits that it's her voice on the recording.
All right, how long is that call?
There's a recording, John's phone recorded, JP's phone recorded when he walked into the apartment.
56 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, when you cue that up so I can hear it, it sounds like two voices are going at the same time.
I'm sorry, 16 seconds. There's two up.
So this is April 27, 2025, after the preliminary hearing.
April 17th, 2025 at 15:29. I'm playing it now.
Hold on, 3:29 p.m. All right, you can play that 16 seconds.
There's a recording, John's phone recorded, JP's phone recorded when he walked into the apartment. You can hear what I say, you can hear what Christie says, and you can hear what JP says. When they walk in and Joey's on the floor.
Yeah.
You can hear it all recorded on his phone.
Now, that mainly has relevance because, or not only does it have relevance because the defendant is admitting it's her voice, but in a previous phone call with her mother from November 1st, 2024 at 17:06, the defendant tells her mother that she was never there.
All right, whose voice is first on that? There's two voices on that.
That's the defendant's, the louder voice is her mother's.
Can you play that again?
Yes.
The first voice is, you're saying is Ms. Krebs?
Yes, sir.
There's a recording, John's phone recorded, JP's phone recorded when he walked into the apartment. You can hear what I say, you can hear what Christie says, and you can hear what JP says. When they walk in and Joey's on the floor.
Yeah.
You can hear it all recorded on his phone.
Okay. On that, 16 seconds.
Judge, I would just say I don't think that this clip is relevant. Ms. Krebs doesn't make any statements on that recording or attributing like what voice on the original recording belongs to who or makes what statements, and it's not being contested that those are the three voices heard on that recording.
All right, the court's gonna allow that to be played. It may not, when the defense says it's not contested, I don't know if it's contested or not. Don't expect to inquire on who the defense witnesses are or how they cross-examine going forward. And the corroborative nature, at least as to the voice on what was presented earlier, has relevance. The weight, it may not have any consequential weight if it's not being contested, but the court's not 100% sure what other witnesses are going to say on that. So that 16-second clip is admitted to the officer.
Thank you. The other one is the kind of, what the state's going to present as a counterpiece to that. It's the one where the defendant tells her mother she was never there. That was from November 1st, 2024 at 17:06.
Hold on a second. November 1st, 2024.
17:06.
And how long is that clip?
Let me open it to
I'm gonna do it blinking my mouth.
59 seconds.
All right, you can play that.
I'm gonna do it blinking a lot on there, so maybe that was it. But anyway, I wanted to tell you, JP, in the beginning said he got there, he wasn't there, and then they questioned him the next day or whatever, or got him, and then he said,
He was with, the girl together, and then they said I was there.
yeah, but
They were
for a
questioned
long
apart.
time.
And they gave their statements, and then they were together, and then
Yeah.
they lied and said I was there.
No, you were there.
I wasn't there.
When they got there, you weren't there?
No. I was never there.
Oh. Oh, okay, all right, I got something screwed up here from when I talked to you in the beginning. right?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it, okay, got it.
So now that is reversed. The first voice you hear is the defendant's mother, and the second voice you hear is the defendant.
All right, and we'll have Ms. Rock address that 59-second clip.
Judge, on this, I just maintain my general objection that the statements made by Samantha's mother would be hearsay if not played through her.
All right, court once again looks at the definition of hearsay and also the exceptions under 908.01, sub 4, sub B. Offer proof suggests that there was a phone call on November 1st of 2024. It's 59 seconds. It starts off with the defendant's mother summarizing what her belief is on some of the evidence, including what John Pfeffer was reporting.
I just want to say thank you so much, Broken Baker. I truly appreciate it. Welcome, guys. And yeah, we probably an hour behind. We got us a little TiVo time. We watched the other days that they had. But yes, welcome, welcome, welcome. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much again, Broken Baker. Fun times here. Yeah. This judge is not as bad as the one that we did for the sentencing for, what was her name? Evelyn Boswell? Oh my goodness. That judge took almost 45 minutes to tell that young lady that she had life in prison in 33 years. And I could not understand why it took us 45 minutes to get through there. But it did. So there's that. So this one is not that bad. At least the lawyers are talking back and forth and everything with him. And it's just not him dryly talking. So hopefully we'll be through it in a minute. All right, guys. Thank you again, once again. Thank you for all that's over here. I appreciate it. The support. Okay, here we go, guys.
And the defendant gives her reaction. The mother asks a question about, or makes a statement that says you were there, and the defendant says I was never there. There's more to it than that, but it's relevant to whether the defendant was at the scene of the death.
Y'all want me to turn up the speed? I could, I don't care. Whatever, however y'all want me to do. If y'all want me to make the speed faster, I surely will. It don't make me no difference. Let's see what we can do at 125.
And her saying I was never there is at least contradictory with some of the other information in the case. So it's probative of a change in version of the story and relates to credibility of a party. It also relates to statements after the fact that, once again, flow from jury instruction 172, post-offense statements or post-charging statements, and version saying I was never there has relevance on judging the credibility or the after-the-fact behavior of the suspect. So the court will overrule the objection and allow that clip from November 1st, 2024 to be played.
Thank you. There are two left. I'm sorry, three. This next one is unique because with Your Honor's rulings, this would be the only one to come in that would be a video call. The video call shows Ms. Krebs in custody. So I'm going to play it so Your Honor can see the video. I understand Attorney Roth has an objection to playing it with the defendant being in custody. But I just wanted to. How long is it?
Mania, can I send it?
Sorry, 58 seconds.
All right, you play it.
Drag it over. So the one on the right is the defendant's mother. The defendant is on the left. I'm just going to play
What's the date of it?
It is from April 24th of this year at 18:38.
Mania, and I sent it to Ken, and he said that's identical to what Joey had.
Oh, okay.
Did you get that? Because I sent it
No,
and now.
Okay.
Oh, anyway, it's really, really good. You can get it from trauma. You can get it from using street drugs. You can get it from, oh my God, it's identical to what he has. So we can drop the manic episodes and it's psychosis.
Yeah.
Well, like when you were in court or Pins in court, you'll just have to say that instead of mania.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if, can you tell that to, Wilkes, what do we get? Can you tell that to Stephanie too, that that's what you think it is?
Yeah.
We can change the whole thing and then,
The clip is in the middle of a conversation they're having, but it essentially applies to something that I believe the defendant's mother is sending her. I think it's relevant because it shows that even after there's been so much about Joy being manic and mania, now they've learned something new, and the defendant is essentially asking her mother, or whoever Pin is, to change their testimony or what they expect would be their testimony based on this new evidence. And I think it just goes to show the fact, A, that the defendant is completely engaged and involved in this cover-up, and B, to everybody's credibility because they're just changing stories based on how things change for them.
All right, what about the fact that the defendant's in jail clothing?
I believe that I can play that from my computer and just have the audio appear. My only concern is I can't control when I open a file, which of the screens it pops up on. So I can try to do that. I agree with not playing the entire thing. I'm just worried that if it pops up for a second, I drag it over, they might see that.
Well,
If we
the
get
court can't admit it until I see a version that doesn't have the video on it. And some of it was hard to follow, so denying it at this point, maybe if we have another break during the officer's testimony, you have an updated version of that, I'll listen to it. But there was also some portion of it that involved advice with their lawyer, her lawyer, the reference to Stephanie, which I don't know is Ms. Rock. So I'm not allowing it in the version it is now, so that's the ruling of the court. If there's some alternative version you want to present later on, the court is highly concerned with the defendant being on the jail phone with her orange outfit on. So that's denied at this point. If you want to show me a different version later on, I'll reconsider.
Thank you. The two that remain then, one relates, I believe, to the testimony of Daryl Corbine and Randall Meyer.
They didn't testify.
They have testified. They were the witnesses who talked about hearing the defendant threaten to stab Joy.
Okay. Yep.
And this is from August 27th, 2024.
So Mr. Meyer was the one that had the excavating business that he worked for later on?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Corbine was the guy that was a supervisor at Soper?
Yes. This, I believe, was in response to the defendant learning of this other act's evidence. I believe it's a jail call. It's from August 27th, 2024 at 16:43.
Which one? Is it referencing Corbine or Meyer or both?
It doesn't reference any of them by name, but it's the defendant basically saying who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend. I think it's relevant because it's corroborating essentially the testimony of both of them.
All right. You can give me the dates of the clip and the duration, and you can play it so I can hear it.
It's again a jail call from August 27th, 2024 at 16:43.
Right, who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend at some point in their life?
Right, I agree.
Okay, is there a second one? And what was the duration of that?
About 9 seconds.
You said there was 2 more calls?
That is one of the final two. The other one is from November 6th, 2024 at 18:39. All of these are under the Chadwell jail calls folder on Exhibit 1. This one is entitled Krebs says she has no stickers on her car. The defendant basically saying that she had no stickers on her car. I believe there will be evidence that's going to be presented with the investigative Keither's testimony that will show Mr. Hayes removing the decals that were on the back of Ms. Krebs' vehicle. This is a jail call essentially showing the defendant not only now says that her car had no stickers. Relevant because she was aware that Mr. Hayes had taken this action.
Sorry, you can play that one.
I said they said it was my car, but they can't prove it's my car. Because when they found the car, there was some stickers, and they said that the car that Russ had stickers on.
No, Jeff said that, you had stickers on your car.
No.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, yeah.
I believe that's all the calls.
How many seconds was that last one?
I said they said it was my car, but they can't prove it.
All right. All right, on the last 2 calls, August 27th and November 6th, 2024, there's a 9-second one, there's a 23-second one. Court does find those are relevant. There's commentary on the evidence in the case by the accused. It can be interpreted in different ways, but the witnesses have already testified about alleged threats, and her statement
with some knowledge that they were making that early on in the process in August of 2024 has relevance, and how she puts that in context. Doesn't deny making the threats, but just says who hasn't. So that does have relevance in the court's mind, and that can be played. The issue of the stickers, we've had some testimony identifying a vehicle without license plates that at different times may have had stickers, so we're commentary on that. As of November 6th of 2024, the court finds as relevance just to link the vehicle and her view that the early statement to her mother that they didn't have stickers on there when we've had some circumstantial evidence through the testimony that there was as relevance, just as another potentially deceptive statement regarding identity of a vehicle that was relevant because it was the vehicle used leaving the alleged scene in the case. So those two can come in. Any other calls?
None,
Anything else before we bring the jury out
not for me.
from the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, and the defense objections to the full scope of those are preserved. And so, okay, we're gonna bring the jury out.
So I guess why the jury's not in, and they're about to bring the jury out, most of those calls, they are not being admitted. You see how, I don't know if y'all noticed, she's smiling because most of them calls are not about to be admitted. Not right now because they don't have witnesses that have been able to testify to them. Now, the last two calls they are going to admit because we about to go into the testimony, SD. And so I took it back to normal speed because I don't know if the person going to talk slow or talk fast. So, Lee, in some of the calls, the last two calls I know were admitted. The calls before that in regards to her starting to date somebody and all that extra stuff, nobody has testified to those. So I guess unless the state gets somebody to come here and testify or bring that evidence in, it looks like the defense probably got a win in regards to what calls were going to be able to come in. All right, guys.
All rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right.
Back on the record is 1:49 p.m. on Monday, September 8th, 2025. This is State versus Krebs, County Circuit Court Branch 6. Obviously, as jurors know, we took some longer time during this break. It was strictly to cover some legal issues that just took longer for the court to hear arguments and make rulings. So we weren't wasting your time by doing something irrelevant. It was relevant to the case. So with that, the court gave some direction to each side as to the scope of presentation of some information during this witness's testimony, including some recordings. So those rulings have been provided to the lawyers. They're to follow those, and we'll have Mr. Brody continue with his direct examination of Detective Chad Riddle from the Appleton Police Department. He is still under oath. And go ahead, you can continue with your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Investigator Riddle, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So before we broke for lunch, we discussed things that were found in Jeff Hayes' apartment, specifically the sandals. So with that, I'm going to republish Exhibit 81. Do you recall testifying about these sandals?
Yes.
And both were recovered or just this one?
Oh, there were two, well, yes, both, one.
All right. Now, earlier you testified that you had sent items to the crime lab, is that correct?
Yes.
Were these sandals sent to the crime lab?
Yes, there were.
Do you know if any relevant evidence was found on them?
There was not any relevant evidence found on them.
No blood or anything like that? Do you know just make sure. I want to republish Exhibit 89. I believe this is one we also spoke about before lunch. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And when is this again?
This would have been on July 18th of 2024 at 10:02 p.m.
All right. And you believe the defendant was wearing those sandals at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when the defendant put those sandals on?
No, I do not.
Do you know if they were in the apartment where Joey Carnot was located?
No, I do not.
Do you know if they were in the car?
No, I do not.
Do you even know if the defendant was wearing them at the time Joey Carnot was stabbed?
No, I don't.
Now, speaking of Mr. Carnot, did you recover and photograph the shirt he was wearing at the time he was stabbed?
Yes. The shirt was recovered and photographed.
Thank you. So with that, Your Honor, I'd like to approach and show the witness exhibits 121, 122, 123, and 124.
Okay, you can approach.
And just like we've been doing investigative red light, I'd like you to just take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
What are they of?
Those are the photographs of the shirt that Joseph Carnot would have been wearing on July 18th of 2024.
And does it look, did you take these photographs or did somebody else?
No, those were taken by forensic evidence specialist Highland.
But have you reviewed the shirt as it's been collected?
Yes.
Do these photographs appear to accurately represent the shirt?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish exhibits 121 through 124.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, 121, 122, 123, and 124 are received and may be published to the jury.
All right, so 121, does that match what you have as far as 121 in front of you, investigator?
Yes.
All right, what are we looking at here?
This would be an overview or an overall photograph of the shirt that Joseph Carnot was wearing on July 18th, 2024.
Are we looking at the front of it or the back of it?
This would be the front of the shirt.
All right, so let's move forward to 122. Is this looking at the left side?
Yes.
All right, now, do you see or is there a mark on this shirt that would correspond to the area where Joey Carnot was stabbed?
Yes.
Do you have the pointer up there with you?
I do.
Would you mind pointing to it?
So the tear in the photograph that we have here of the shirt is going to be just about in the middle of this photograph. That's a horizontal cut and tear in the middle to left portion of the shirt.
All right, so let's move on to 123. Are we looking at just a zoomed in version of that same area?
Yes.
All right, and then on to 124. What's changed here?
This would be a close-up photograph of that same tear, but with a scale.
Okay, now that scale, that appears to be in centimeters.
Yes.
So what, about 4 centimeters long?
Approximately.
Do you know what that is in inches?
I do not.
About 4 centimeters long, and it goes about 1 centimeter up to down.
Yes.
All right. Now, as part of your, and that's all I have for that. Thank you very much. Now, as part of your investigation, did you obtain a phone We spoke about who Jeff Hayes is, correct?
Yes,
Did you obtain Mr. Hayes' phone when you did the warrant from his apartment?
yes,
Was the information on that phone extracted?
yes, it was.
Are you familiar with, when I say extracted, do you know what I mean when I say that?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
Extraction in terms of a cellular phone is there's a program that is used by our forensic analysis officer. It's the Celebrate program. It's basically a data tool to extract the information that's on a phone. It's a software program that creates a mirror image of what is on your phone. So it's basically taking all of the information on your phone and putting it into a program that we can look at and analyze that information that's on the phone.
Now, you said you do that through a program called Celebrate? Is that right?
Yes.
Now, when Celebrate does this to the phone, does it add any information to the phone?
No, it does not. It creates a mirror image.
Is it always able to obtain every bit of information on a phone?
No, always.
Do you know what happens if Celebrate can't find information?
If it doesn't find information, it's not put in the report that is generated.
Okay, so it's just a blank?
Correct.
Okay, so was then, you said Mr. Hayes' phone was extracted?
Yes.
And did you review the extraction?
Yes, I did.
And did you find any relevant evidence from the time period where Joy Carno was stabbed on that phone?
Yes.
Specifically, did you find any messages from from John Pfeffer?
Yes.
Did you find any calls that would have been made during that time?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to approach the witness and show him exhibits 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, and 131.
Okay, you can approach.
Judge, I would note for the record, I have no objection to 125 and 126, but I do to the remainder.
All right, when you start with 125 and 126, and I'll review the remainder before they go to the witness.
Right, in the same way we're doing, when I take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them.
Okay.
Let's start with 125. What is 125?
125 is I guess more of a screen grab or a screenshot of a text message from J.P. Pfeffer to Jeff Hayes.
And how about 126?
126 would be a documentation of a Facebook Messenger phone call from Samantha Krebs to Jeff Hayes on July 18th of 2024.
Okay, so for those two exhibits, do they appear to match the information that you received truthfully and accurately, the information you received from Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish 125 and 126.
Are those two any objection?
No.
All right, those two are admitted and can be published.
Okay, so let's start with 125. And before we go into this, could you just generally explain what we're looking at? Let's go through the parts. First with this blue box. What is this blue box?
Basically what this blue box is in the Celebrate program, what it does is it gives us a report of text messages, call logs, and what it does is it gives us the ability to look at those text messages or call logs in various formats. One of the formats that will allow us to look at the calls or text messages is this type of blue box right here that you're seeing on the screen. The blue box, this is more or less just a screenshot of that blue box that we would see in the Celebrate report. This would be one of potentially of many other ones. So this is just one box, if you will, from the report.
Okay, so let's go through the parts of this box, and you may have to take the pointer if you can even reach it. At the very top, it says from, and I apologize if this is obvious, but we're looking at from. Who is that? What does that mean?
The from, basically what that means is it is telling us who in this case, the text message is sent from.
Okay, so breaking that down even further, there's a number that I assume that's the phone number it's from.
Yes, that is the phone number.
Okay, and then to the right of that, it has a name. Where does that name come from?
The name is in the phone. So the phone extraction, what it also does is it will extract contact names. So for example, if you have someone listed in your phone with a contact name, the extraction for the Celebrite will correspond that name or the contact name that you have, and it will correspond with any text messages or calls that we get. So in this case here, the from is the phone number 1-920-572-9666, and the contact name associated with that phone number in the report is J.P. Pfeffer.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that in Mr. Hayes's phone, he had that number listed under J.P. Pfeffer?
Yes.
Okay, now let's assume for a second that Mr. Hayes would have had that under a completely different name. Let's just, I don't know, pick one up. John Rockefeller. Like then would Mr. Rockefeller have pulled, or would it come from the same place where like caller ID comes from? What number would be on that?
It would be the contact name that's associated in the phone.
Okay, so
whatever that may be.
So it's not like caller ID, it's just the number associated with the phone.
Correct.
Okay, so then let's go down one. What do we see in the line below that?
So the line below it is the 2, and then that is a phone number. Basically what that's indicating in this box is it's showing us who the text message is sent to.
Okay, and in this case, that number, that's the actual phone itself?
That's the phone number associated with the phone. So in this case, that's the phone number associated with Mr. Hayes' phone.
And how do we know that in looking at that line?
After the phone number, there are some symbols, and then it states other. However, in parentheses, it says owner. And oftentimes in the Celebrate reports, it will associate the owner by listing owner.
Okay, so that's the phone that's been extracted.
Correct.
We know that because it says owner. But where it says other, and then it looks like the $sign, maybe an exclamation point, is that just what he's named the phone?
I don't know exactly why it would put that. Sometimes it has names or nicknames. I'm not sure why it's like that.
Okay. And then going below that where it says participant, it only has other in there, but not, it just has other. Why does it have other in there and not J.P. Pfeffer? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, we know, what we do know from this is it's a message from the number associated with J.P. Pfeffer to the owner of the phone.
Yeah.
Does it say any information about when this was received?
No, it just shows the date when it would have been sent. Sometimes in these messages it will show when it's sent and received, but not always.
Okay, now earlier you testified how Celebrite works. It said if it doesn't have information, it will just give you nothing, right?
Correct.
So in this case, there's nothing that suggests red. Is that why there's nothing in there?
Correct.
But at the very bottom where we have that date, July 18th, 2024, what is that telling us?
That's telling us when it would have been sent.
Okay, and now to the most the notable part of it, what's the message itself?
It states 911, call me right now, Jeff. This is an emergency.
Okay. Now let's move again to Exhibit 126. Now 126 is in a bit of a different format. Could you kind of explain it before I put it on the screen what it is?
So 126 is another, it's basically going to be a screenshot of the Celebrite report. As I testified previously, we can view the Celebrite analysis report in a variety of different ways. It's almost just for, I guess, ease of the viewer, if you will. This Exhibit 126 is a screenshot from the Celebrite report in a different format than the text bubble. This would be pulled from, in this case, it would either be the timeline portion of the Celebrate report, or it'd be just from the call log in the report.
Okay, so now I'm gonna put it on the screen, and it looks just like something we pull from like a Microsoft Excel file, is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
So will you kind of walk us through what the various columns in this mean to us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so what this is, I'll start with the columns as you requested. At the far left column, it states call log instant message. The column next to that says incoming, then skips 2 columns. The column in the middle has the date, which is July 18th, 2024 at 9:53 p.m. The column next to that indicates who the message is sent, the call is from and who the call is to. And then the last column next to that is basically tells us what type of call it is and how long the duration of that call.
Okay, so the first date we see, the July 18th at 9:53, is that the date it's received or the date it's read?
It would be the date that it was sent.
Okay, and in the to and from column, here we do get the name of the person who it's sent to.
Yes.
Fair. So again, to say sometimes Celebrate will give you what it has and sometimes it will not.
Correct.
Okay, so now let's look at these two in comparison. Go back into 125. Looking at this message, looking at the time of 9:53:03, does that correspond to anything else in the investigation?
Yes, it does.
And what's that?
As I testified to earlier, in the investigation, we obtained surveillance video footage from the veterinary clinic that was across the street from Joseph Carnot's apartment. In that surveillance video footage, we're able to see an individual leave the west side of the apartment building at 21:52, which is 9:52 p.m., and then walk to the parking lot for the apartment complex, which is to the north of the building itself. And then at 9:53 p.m., we can observe a vehicle that leaves that parking lot, goes south on North Park Drive Lane, and then turns westbound onto West Northland Avenue.
And about that time, we see this message is being sent.
Yes, so the individual who's leaving the apartment building, we observed leaving at approximately 9:52 p.m. The vehicle then left the parking lot and then turned onto Northland Avenue at 9:53.
And then moving to 126. What does this tell us?
So this is a documentation of a Facebook Messenger call, and according to the data extracted from the phone, that call would have been placed from the Facebook account of Samantha Krebs to the Facebook account of Jeff Hayes. And the call would have been placed at 9:53 p.m. on July 18th of 2024. And the duration of that call was 44 seconds.
So do I understand it correctly that about a minute after the phone belonging to Jeff Hayes received the message in 126 from John Pfeffer's phone or JP Pfeffer's phone, it then receives this call from the Facebook account belonging to Samantha Krebs?
It would have both been at 9:53 p.m. It appears based on the call, the duration in seconds that this would have been after the text message.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor,
The court's going to allow you to inquire on 127 and 128. Those would have been reviewed by the court. I will overrule the objection. So we can go into 127 and 128.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to now hand you exhibits 127 and 128. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Let's start with 127. What's that?
127 would be documentation of a text message sent from Jeff Hayes to J.P. Pfeffer.
How about 128?
128 would be a call log from the Celebite report. And again, Exhibit 127, I failed to mention that. So Exhibit 127 and 128 are both from that cell phone extraction of Jeff Hayes' phone, just to clarify. Exhibit 128 is a screenshot of a call log on July 18th of 2024.
Okay, so do the information on those two exhibits, does that also match what you located in Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yeah.
Your Honor, with that, I move to admit and publish 127 and 128.
Okay, defense noted their objection that the court permitting you to do that.
Thank you. So with that, 127. Now, I see we have a box similar to what we had before, but this one's green. So what's the difference?
Basically, this is just a message that is received by the owner of the phone. In this case, as it's documented, that would be Jeff Hayes.
Okay, so this last one, going back to 125, this is the one he gets from JP, right?
Yes.
And then in 127, is this his response?
Yes, and I apologize, I misspoke. This is a message sent from Jeff Hayes' phone.
Okay, how can we tell that?
Because it states from Jeff Hayes.
Now, what does the message itself say?
The message states, JP, what's up? My phone is shut off and I don't have service unless I have Wi-Fi connection. So I just got your message and see that I missed a call. What the hell is going on that I need to call 911 for an emergency? And what for?
And what, does it note the time that this was sent?
Yes.
What time is that?
It would have been on July 18th of 2024 at 10:24 p.m.
Now, I'd like to note, going back to Exhibit 89, and I'm republishing that, you said this was 38 minutes off?
Yes, this would be 38 minutes fast.
So, if I understand it correctly, the defendant arrived at Mr. Hayes' house at about 10:02. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And Mr. Hayes in this photo is the same one whose phone that you are viewing the extractions of?
Yes.
And then at 10:24, that phone sends this message.
Yes.
Does that relate to anything else in this investigation, that time specifically?
Yes, as Officer Felmer testified to earlier in this trial, he testified to the phone call that he had with Ms. Krebs. The phone call with Ms. Krebs that Officer Felmer had, I believe, ended approximately 1 minute prior to this message being sent.
Let's move on to 128. This is another kind of spreadsheet thing we're looking at. Can you decipher this for us?
Yes, so this is for outgoing phone calls to J.P. Pfeffer.
And when did they take place?
So all 4 calls would have taken place on July 18th of 2024. One of the calls took place at 11:21 p.m. And the remaining 3 calls would have taken place at 11:22 p.m. at various seconds.
Do we know if any of them were answered?
That I don't know. It does show the duration at the final column. However, there's no indication as to whether they were actually answered or not.
So it could be an answering machine or however. 11 seconds and 3 seconds, those are the durations?
Yes, I can't, I don't know if they were actually answered or not.
All right.
All right, the court reviewed 129. Court will permit use of that.
Okay, thank you. So if I may approach, I'll show Exhibit 129.
Okay.
What does 129 tell us?
129 is another portion of the Celebite report of Jeff Hayes' phone.
So Celebrate, does it tell you more?
Just want to take a moment to say thank you so much, Marilda. I definitely appreciate it. Now, May has received the free gifted membership. And I appreciate everybody, mods and everyone, spamming the chat with Marilda's name. Right? Woo, woo. So check it, guys. I wanted, besides stopping and saying that, are y'all seeing right here? Y'all can see her reflection. I don't know why the whole entire time I'm like watching the girl's reflection up here. Excuse me. That's your girl Samantha right there. So if you ever want to see what kind of smirk she got on her face or what she looking at, that's her reflection, I believe. Right there. So I didn't know if you guys had seen that. And I guess we getting into these cell phone records. But thank you so much once again, Marilda. Truly appreciate it. You and Film are our stream sponsor so far. Am I adding some more names to the stream sponsor banner? You say she's more entertaining than the testimony for sure. Yeah, I'm just looking back there to look at her face, so facial expressions. Right? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see what he's saying.
Than just messages, or does it tell you other things about the phone?
Yes, it can extract a wide variety of things. Again, it's a mirror image of the phone.
So what about like if I added apps to my phone, can it tell me that?
Yes.
Okay, and with that, could you like further explain what 129 tells us?
Yes. So 129 is, again, just how it's presented in the Celebrate report.
Okay, I guess I should have asked, did y'all want me to put this on a faster speed? Because y'all know I'm down for everything. I aim to please. So y'all tell me if we want to go a little faster. We got some TiVo time. I don't know if, I'm assuming they already had lunch. But if y'all cool with it at this speed, we can keep it at this speed. Any thoughts, anyone? I see Baca says speed up. What do you guys want to do? I want to go with the majority. Let's. You say he putting you to sleep? Not with the Googles. Call him a youth pastor. I can't deal. Okay, I will speed it up a little bit. We'll see how fast it sounds, and if it's too fast, then we'll slow it back down.
129 is documentation that an application was installed on the phone.
Does it accurately show the information that was on Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish 129.
All right, noting there, they're willing, the court will allow that.
Thank you. All right, so we see here, does this match what you have in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, so what is this telling us?
What this is telling us is in the middle column, I'm sorry, I should back up. So on the far left column, it states installed applications. So basically what that's telling us is this is the information that we are seeing is an installed application. In the middle, it is showing us when in this case, the application was purchased and installed, which would be July 19th of 2024 at 12:44 in the morning. And then on the far right column, it is telling us what the application was that was installed.
And what time was it installed?
According to the Celebrate report, it would have been 12:44 in the AM on July 19th of 2020.
And what application was installed?
According to the report, it would have been scanner radio.
Now, in looking at the phone, Did you note anything in any other portion of the phone that could be related to the scanner radio app?
Yes.
What did you notice?
In the notes application, so on a cellular phone, you can have an application that it's titled Notes, and that's where you can write notes or type whatever you'd like. The Celebrite report can extract those notes that you write, and in this case, that did. In the notes, there's a portion of the notes section that listed basically a list of 10 codes.
What are 10 codes?
10 codes are traditionally codes that are used by law enforcement, almost like shorthand, that we use in law enforcement and to communicate with one another. I believe the military uses 10 codes as well. I know they can vary, but from my perspective and my experience, we use 10 codes in law enforcement.
So what, like 10-4 to be like, I understand, or?
Yes, 10-4, for example, would be okay.
Okay.
Basically acknowledging the transmission from whether the dispatcher or fellow officer.
10-4. So why did that pique your interest in this case?
Well, it piqued my interest as the install date was July 19th of 2024 and the time at 12:44 in the morning. The incident in question, again, as we went through previously, the 911 call was placed by J.P. Pfeffer at 21:54, which is 9:54 p.m. on the 18th. It piqued my interest as Ms. Krebs arrived at Mr. Hayes' apartment earlier. So she arrived at about 10:01 p.m. on the 18th. I found it interesting and relevant that an application for a scanner was installed on Mr. Hayes' phone just hours after Ms. Krebs arrived at his apartment.
Did you notice anything in the phone that led you to believe whether or not they used this scanner app after it was installed?
Yes.
What did you notice?
There was a message that was sent, I believe it was a Facebook Messenger message that was sent from Jeff Hayes to an individual by the name of Chris Putnam. The message was sent on July 19th of 2024 at approximately 10 in the morning. The message was from Jeff to Chris and informed Chris that
Can I object to hearsay?
Yeah, the court has a rule on that, yeah, so what's the same discussion?
But given what you've learned, do you believe that the scanner app was used?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, Your Honor, I believe that brings us to exhibits 130 and 131.
Okay, I know the jurors have only been in here for about 40 minutes or so, but need to give the court reporter a break. She's been typing for about an hour and a half on some of the things we were doing before. I need to talk about a couple of exhibits with the attorney, so I'm gonna take a break, might be a little bit shorter, probably 12 to 15 minutes, and then we'll see you back in here. Probably wind up getting a couple of fragmented breaks this afternoon, just on some things. I have to take off some, maybe a different flow than the earlier days, but there's obvious reasons from a legal standpoint that we have to do that. Okay, we're on break for about 12, 15 minutes with jurors, and of course, staff will take a break first.
Okay, Maddie, I'm about to put up your chart while they on break real quick. All right, Jason, have a great one. Thanks for everything. Okay. So Maddie was so kind to send this over to me because we were all getting, I guess, these drugs of choice mixed up. So can y'all see it, the chart? So clinically, 250 micrograms / a liter is more than enough antimethamphetamine to render someone unalive. He was at 500. So I guess he was at over 500. So for this one, right, Maddie? And then for the meth, it says you have a higher risk of heart attack. Oh, look, there it go. Where he was like having that psychosis, highly likelihood of aggression, and oh, I can't see it with that part right there. Aggressive and violent behavior. With the antimethamphetamine, whatever that's called, antimethamphetamine. Y'all know I can't pronounce nothing. I be going to the doctors and be like, Well, he definitely will have some agitation and some psychosis. And that's a serious risk for heart events, but generally lower than the meth. I don't know. So I guess, was he dead? What are we saying, Maddie? Okay, so this one, the meth barely showed up. So this one was 100. So what is this in? Like Tylenol? So the antimethamphetamine, and y'all know I'm not pronouncing it right. Is that like Tylenol? Is that what they find in Tylenol? I don't know. I feel like I done seen that somewhere. Oh, so that's meth. This is meth too. This right here is meth. Oh, it's meth honey. Oh, I don't know. Okay. I think they gave him stuff to OD. I read it all wrong. I kind of figured. I wanted him to come up here and present, but I know Maddie be multitasking. He be multitasking, so because other than that, I would have passed the mic to him. Yeah, all wrong. Well, y'all see the chart. So she OD'd him. You say link you? Okay, here. I'm gonna drop the link for you. There you go, Maddie. I sent it. Look at Jason. You gonna make Jason late for work. They like you gonna make him late. We about to get us a class on drugs and their effects for anybody. Okay, we got Maddie. I'm about to add you to the stage, okay? Can you hear me? You can hear me? Okay. All right.
All right, so the amphetamine level is more like what you're going to find in Adderall, right? So your methamphetamine is actual meth, like here in Southwest Missouri meth. Okay, so what I'm thinking is that they gave him the drugs that he took to overdose, right? Because if you distribute that to somebody, just like we saw in the Matthew Perry case, like you're the drug person, you can get charged for murder. So they thought, well, we don't want to go down for murder, so let's make it look like a suicide. My theory is that he was probably still alive, just unconscious whenever they stabbed him. So he probably took so much that he passed out. And then they took the liberty to make it look like a suicide so that they wouldn't go down, since they had supplied him with the drugs that he took to overdose.
Zach's so silly. He said he glad you wearing a mask because he don't want to get sick.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, so I guess my question would be so do you think that the guy John was there before when all this happened, or you think that Samantha herself caused him to OD?
I'm really not sure. I don't think that he overdosed intentionally. I would suspect that he was just doing drugs like they all were at the time, and he just took too many. And so they were like, well, shit, he's dead. So we gotta make it look like something else happened here. So I don't know that it's so much about who it was, just more that they thought he was dead. So I mean, somebody did it, and they tried to make it look like he took his own life so they wouldn't go down for the drug charge or for the murder charge for supplying him drugs.
So let me ask you, do you think that when the defense, do you think that they'll present information to suggest that he overdosed prior to any of this stuff and unalived himself?
It's right there. I mean, they said the coroner or the medical or whoever he was said that he was at 500 micrograms per liter of amphetamine. So, I mean, 250 micrograms per liter is toxic. People have died with with even less than that in their system. So, I mean, that's an easy thing to suggest, but I'm pretty sure there's audio somewhere of them saying something to the effect that he one of the guys was recorded saying, I think it missed all of his organs, he's still breathing or he's still alive. So for me, I think that he probably was still alive, but he was unconscious. They freaked out. They were like, oh God, we're gonna get charged for murder for giving him drugs that he overdosed on. So they stabbed him and tried to make it look like a suicide. But do I think that they'll use that? Absolutely. I mean, it's cut and dry. It's easy to go up there and say that, as little as 250 micrograms per liter of amphetamine in someone's system is enough to kill him. So at 500 micrograms per liter, I mean, it's twice a toxic amount. So they'll absolutely use that.
Yeah, and I guess my only question would be like, if the defense is looking at this like that, like why didn't they just spin that a different way? Unless they not good defense attorneys, right? Because I'm pretty sure they had somebody look at the medical records and things like that. So why wouldn't they take that angle and just say she panicked and stabbed him? Well,
because that's still murder. I mean, the guy was, so what's on his death certificate, right? It's not amphetamine overdose. It's a stab wound. So someone has to take responsibility for putting the knife through him. And I mean, they could argue against a death certificate, but that gets a little hairy, and death certificates, once they're published, are not easily changed. And certain states, they don't get changed no matter what. So, I mean, somebody's got to take responsibility for the reason that's listed on the death certificate, because it's been ruled a homicide. So they've got to find an individual to put it on.
No, that's the thing. I think when we was listening to the ME, unless I'm missing something, he said that they didn't know the manner of death.
Yeah. He said that he couldn't say for sure that the knife wound was self-inflicted or if it was inflicted by someone else. But I think he did say that the knife wound was the direct cause of the death.
Yeah, from the because from my understanding, it hit his heart.
Yeah, and I mean, that would be tough if there's a single knife wound. It would be tough to justify the direction, the angle, the force. Like if it was 6 or 7 stab wounds, we could probably say, okay, somebody slashed and here was the direction that they went, but with the evidence they have, I mean, that it would be difficult to prove exactly how a singular stab wound entered and exited, and I mean, I don't know how they would do it.
So let me ask you, when we speaking about that, do you think that she should have took more of a self-defense model, considering that it was only one stab?
I mean, they talked about that. I know there was a line of questioning, but if there was self-defense, I think they probably would have presented something to the effect of, you know, he attacked someone or something like that before now. So,
Do you think that would have been a better defense for her, considering that it's only one stab wound?
I mean, if they tried that from the get-go, sure, but it's too late at this point to try and introduce that theory. So, I think that the defense will probably heavily rely on what we're looking at right here with an outrageous level of amphetamines in his body.
Because even with her leaving the scene, I'm thinking she still left the other two meth heads there. So
yeah. So
But
she's probably the one that had the drugs.
Yeah, well, I think she had them, and they were coming over to hang out with her and partake with her.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you were able. Oh, Maddie's so handsome.
He's so handsome. Ooh, wee! I'll tell you. Lord. Okay. Well, I better get out of here and get my son's carrying like a giant stick around the yard, and I don't know if he's gonna break something, so I better attend to that matter real quick.
All right. Thank you so much for coming. You back in chat. Okay, guys. So Maddie done broke it down to us. He done told us what it is. Look, he had OD, y'all. Right? Ooh, Maddie is so handsome. All right, so let's go back into the courtroom. Thank you so much, Maddie. I appreciate it. I didn't know you were gonna be able to come up here, because if I would have knew, I would have never been trying to stumble and fumble and try to figure out what the heck was going on. I'm like, a drug is a drug. I don't know what drug. I don't know. Okay, so let me put us back in the courtroom. Y'all boy back here. I don't know what he talk about. They talk about some messages. Something from Jeff Hayes. Maybe he texting or something. I don't know. Let's see.
July 19th, 2024 at 9:29 a.m. Is that right? I think that's correct. Yeah, that's exhibit 130. Then Mr. Hayes sends another message to somebody else electronically. July 19th, 2024 at 10:39 or 10:31 a.m. is when it's delivered and then read. About 8 minutes later. So the context of who Mr. Hayes is and who he may have been with at that time period, the defendant, is one thing. I guess the question the court has is, Mr. Hayes was on your witness list. If he was going to testify, he could be asked about those things, because he's hanging out with the defendant within about 12 hours of the death of Mr. Kernot. It's contemporaneous, and some of the information within the messages relates to things that may have happened to Mr. Kernot, but it's not an oral statement, it's an electronic written statement. Mr. Hayes' other messages with Mr. Pfeffer, at least Mr. Pfeffer has testified, and there's some ability to confront and question Mr. Pfeffer, and he was by both sides as to his timeline of things. This is Mr. Hayes, who hasn't been called yet, talking to two people that I don't know if they're on the witnesses list or not, but I guess I want to know your analysis of, beyond the relevance of the topic, which is discussed that has relevance, your analysis or presentation on why the court should allow that without Mr. Hayes testifying and some ability to confront.
While you're looking at this, I don't believe either of these two statements, specifically 130 or 131, are testimonial. I don't see either of these as being the sort that was designed to supplant testimony. Although in looking at this, one of the reasons why I find it relevant and not to go beyond Your Honor's ruling, but the very next exhibits we're going to get into involve the defendant using Mr. Hayes's phone to contact her mother. And then as we go through this presentation, we'll show various different times where the defendant has used Mr. Hayes's phone from here on out. So in these messages, what we have statements about things that Mr. Hayes cannot have any personal information, firsthand knowledge about because he wasn't there. And they also note provable lies, specifically that the defendant was with Mr. Hayes when he found out. We know that's not true. So, but back to Your Honor's question with regarding confrontation, I don't think that these were necessarily meant, and I don't see anything in them that suggests that they were meant to supplant trial testimony. So I would argue that they're not testimonial. They're messages from on Mr. Hayes' phone to other people. Therefore, I don't think confrontation would be an issue. But to fully explore the point, my argument as to why they're relevant is I believe the defendant may be using Mr. Hayes' phone to create one of the numerous different versions of events she has already.
All right, well, the topics in both have relevance to the charged offense. There's no finding that Mr. Hayes is unavailable. He could lay the foundation as to a claim of him creating the message or somebody else doing that. And even if he claimed that he did make these messages and lied or about somebody else making those, he could be confronted with those messages. I guess the biggest thing the court's pausing on is it's usually when some witness is declared unavailable that non-testimonial hearsay is often admitted. So that's where I'm pausing.
I understand. And at this point, I'm not making an argument that he is unavailable. It may be something we explore later, given his relationship to this, but I'm not making that argument now.
All right, well, from a circumstantial evidence standpoint, there's been more than one witness that suggests Ms. Krebs would have been hanging out with Mr. Hayes during the time period of these messages. So the court at least has some threshold considerations, keeps that in mind. But in particular, like 90801, sometimes when a party opponent, in this case it would be Ms. Krebs, adopts a statement, or under 908.01 sub 4 sub B, number 1 says it's either their own statement or either the party's representative. I don't know if Mr. Hayes qualifies as a representative. It's been portrayed that he provided some shelter or a place to hang out for 2 or 3 days for the defendant. But sub 2 or number 2 talks about statements that are adopted by a defendant. 3 talks about it as he authorized. There's nothing that she said to somebody else. Yeah, at least up to this point, that he's some sort of agent of hers, even if there's some indication that he housed her for about 3 days. Well, 19, 20, 21, sometime on 22. The 5th category is a statement by a co-conspirator. But that's in furtherance of the conspiracy. This is all pretty much after the fact. So at this point, without even hearing an additional argument from the defense, the fact that Mr. Hayes maybe made some text messages or electronic messages in roughly the 12 to 14 hours after the death of Mr. Carnot and the defendants with him has some relevance, but the content of it, that's where, without having him declared unavailable, into the testimony or non-testimonial issue. So, at least the content at this point, with the status of the case from a foundational standpoint, of course, not there to have the content right yet. Some things may come up where I may reconsider. So, anything else you want to say on 130 and 131?
No.
Do you want to supplement the record with Ms. Rock?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, so what subject matter are you going to get into with Riddle next, just in case there's some other objections I need to rule on before we get into it?
I'm going to be walking through the exhibits from 132 on. They involve the defendant's mother telling her about the reports that were circulating on Facebook regarding this and the defendant's response. The defendant's talking, and that's exhibits 132 to 134. Then we have 135 to 137. That's the defendant speaking about her conversation with Officer Felmer.
Let's stop at 135, because that looks like July 22nd at just before noon. So what time did she take it into custody on July 22nd?
2:30.
Right, so about 2.5 hours before that, looks like Mr. Hayes, his phone is being used. All right, so at least the way it's portrayed is would be for Mr. Hayes. It looks looks like it would be from her.
That would be my argument.
All right, we'll go 136 going forward.
136, also from the defendant. I think 136 clarifies the last word in 135. 135 ends with her saying, who I was talking to, I thought J.O., and then in 136 says J.P. I think she's changing that because the message in 137 is kind of the completion of that conversation that says, they can't prove that was even me on the phone though.
Okay, we'll go 138.
And 138 is back in time, April of 2024. It is this conversation between Mr. Hayes and Ms. Krebs talking about his relationship with her. It goes to It goes to 149.
Right. We'll go 150, is that something different?
150 is something different. Those are, even though the name from says Joseph Perez, I believe the testimony will show that that's actually from Joseph Carnot. And those are his messages to the defendant on the day of his death.
So we won't get into those till later.
Correct.
All right. So from the defense perspective, 133 to 149, anything you want to address before we bring the jury back in?
Well, with regard to exhibits 132, 133, and 134, those appear to be messages the state would say between Samantha's mother and herself. I would object at this point. I don't believe that there are any admissions made within those. They're not relevant and they contain hearsay at this point.
All right, the board would allow 132 and 133 because it explains the context of 134. Sure. Conversation between the defendant and her mom regarding the investigation. 135, court would also allow that as relevant to a defendant's statement after the fact while the investigation is going on. Same with the follow-up with the same person, all right around noon, within a couple hours before she was apprehended. Right, so then we're at 138 going forward. Between 138 to 149, any other objections that the defense wants to put on the record?
Yes, I do not believe that this conversation is relevant. This is the conversation between Jeff Hayes and Samantha Krebs that took place months before, both in April and May of 2024. I fully expect that the state would argue that they are using this to show that there was a relationship and that Mr. Hayes may have had feelings for Ms. Krebs. I don't think that that is relevant. It doesn't go to anything that has been presented. If the state wants to try to say that Samantha would have had motive because of Jeffrey Hayes being attracted to her, I think that's rebutted even within these messages. She clearly says that she's not interested in anything more than a friendship. Again, Mr. Hayes, at least according to the state at this point in time, is not going to be testifying, so these are hearsay, and I don't believe that they should be admitted.
Regarding that series, what does the state want to say in reply?
Well, with regard to relevance, I think they're relevant because, as we'll see through Sergeant Keither, Mr. Hayes takes some pretty significant steps to conceal the defendant. Not only does he let her live with him for a period of days, but he also removes stickers from her car, like you heard about in the voicemail messages, which the defendant was aware about, and then attempts to conceal the identification of her car by putting a piece of cardboard over the VIN number. From the very beginning of this incident, the defendant is surrounded with people that have worked to cover up this incident. At the apartment, it's JP and Christy. She goes to another person who helps her do this further. I think this goes to show that's how Mr. Hayes felt about her. I don't think this is testimonial anyway. I don't think that this is something that anybody ever wanted to come before the jury or to supplant or take the place of any sort of trial testimony. As far as hearsay, I think this is a textbook example of a then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. I think these text messages all outline Mr. Hayes's feelings for the defendant. They show how he felt about her then. And when you combine them with the other messages that we talked about at the motion hearing, about him saying afterwards that he still had feelings for her, it shows that not only did his feelings, at least even if they didn't begin in April, they existed in April of 2024, and they persisted through the incident. I think this goes to show not only why Mr. Hayes would have done this, but why Ms. Krebs would have went there. I think they're relevant to numerous things in this incident.
All right, court's view is that the sequence of correspondences up to 149 are involving the defendant with Mr. Hayes. She's a party to those conversations. It at least identifies Mr. Hayes as somebody who's sympathetic to the defendant that she may look to get assistance after the fact. So in regard to the context of the relationship and why she would have gone to his place for 3-4 days after the death of Mr. Kerman, court feels as part of the panorama of the evidence as to the context of the relationship between the defendant and Ms. Krebs and who she took housing or shelter with for a 4-day period after Mr. Carnett passed away. So the court finds it relevant as to the context of the relationship and person that she was in proximity with for 3-4 days after the death of Mr. Carnett. So for contextual purposes, the court will allow that. The correspondence is up to 149. All right, we're gonna bring the jury back out and move forward.
You want?
Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, once again, for the jurors, the court took some extra time just to go through some rulings for the parties, and we'll have the state continue with Detective Chad Riddle from the Appleton Police Department. Go ahead, Mr. Grody.
Thank you. Sergeant Riddle, can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Now, we were speaking during the last part of the testimony about conversations and things that you had observed on the phone extraction related to the phone belonging to Jeffrey Hayes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you see anything on that phone extraction to suggest the defendant began using Mr. Hayes' phone in conversations to her mother on July 19th of 2024?
Yes, I did.
All right, so with that, Your Honor, I'd like to approach now, directly witness to exhibits 132 to 134.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, investigator, have you reviewed those?
Yes.
What are those?
These would be text messages sent to Jeff Hayes' phone.
From who?
From a contact listed as Sam's mom.
All right. Do those conversations accurately represent the information that you observed extracted from Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit 132 through 134 and publish the same.
Okay, so subject to the court's earlier ruling, the record created, those are admitted.
So we're going to start with 132. What do we see here, investigator?
This would be a text message sent from Sam's mom, which, as I testified earlier, would be, I believe to be Susan Cox, Samantha Krebs' mom. It is a text message with an attachment.
All right, now moving to 133. What's 133?
133 would be a screenshot or blown up image of the attachment that was attached to the text message sent in Exhibit 132.
Now, would it be fair to summarize this as a news article related to Joey's death? Yes. Was this the only news article related to Joey's death that was sent to the defendant?
No, I believe there are approximately 6 articles that were sent.
But in looking at them, were they all basically similar to this one?
Yes, they were all messages related to our investigation.
All right, now, at this point, do you know if Joey's name is even released?
I believe at this point his name would not have been.
Right, so now, moving to 134. What do we see here? Now, this is the first message we had with multiple bubbles. So could you kind of tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, so these would be 3 messages sent that would have been extracted from the phone, Jeff Hayes' phone. So 2 of the messages would have been sent from Sam's mom, and then 1 at the bottom would be sent from Jeff Hayes' phone.
Now, what are the first 2 messages? The messages in blue, they're indicating the person who's sending the messages?
They basically would be received messages, so messages that would have been sent to the phone.
Okay, so what do they say?
So the first message, which indicates a date and timestamp of July 19th of 2024 at 9:29 p.m. states, "Isn't that Joy's car on the left of the apartment picture?"
The next message, yes.
The next message has a date and timestamp of July 19th, 2024 at 9:31 p.m. Again from Sam's mom. So that reads Joy's.
And then is there anything in this message that makes you think it may be someone other than Mr. Hayes who's communicating with Sam's mom?
Yes.
And what's that?
The final message that's depicted on the exhibit at the bottom left corner is the content of the message leads me to believe that it would be Samantha Krebs that sent it.
And what is that content?
The message, which was sent on July 19th of 2024 at 9:43 p.m. states, "That's so fucking sad. They didn't mention me at all. I can't believe my love is gone."
Now, in looking at the phone, did you notice any communications between Samantha and John Pfeffer?
Yes.
Okay, now I'll specifically reference back to exhibits 108 to 112. Were you here when Mr. Pfeffer testified?
Yes.
These are exhibits we brought in through Mr. Pfeffer?
Yes.
So with that, I'm going to republish exhibit 108. With what you know about Celebrite, can you elaborate on this exhibit that was previously published to the jury? For the record, I'm showing 108.
Yes, that would be a I guess, a PDF or screenshot of a Celebrite extraction report. Basically what it is it's a portion of the report that would document instant messages that would have been sent between John Pfeffer and Jeff Hayes. Now, when I mean John Pfeffer and Jeff Hayes is basically, as documented in this report, would be the owner of the phone. It does not necessarily mean who would be sending or receiving the message.
And what does the message say here?
The message, which is from John Pfeffer, reads, "I need your email sending your contacts."
And moving to 109. What do we see at the top green level?
Can I stand up? That'd be
Oh, that's okay. Sorry.
But not the exhibits in front of me. A little hard to see, sorry.
That's okay.
So at the top is a message sent from Jeff Hayes' phone, which reads Samantha Krebs 37@gmail.com.
Okay. And then those two other bubbles, what do those represent?
Those would be documentations of calls, audio calls that would have been placed on the phone.
And what's the timing on these messages?
The message at the top that I stated earlier that says Samantha Krebs 37@gmail.com is on July 19th of 2024 at 9:57 p.m. There are two audio calls. The first call is on July 19th of 2024 at 10:14 p.m. And the other call is on July 19th of 2024 at 10:20 p.m.
Now, would that have been after Mr. Pfeffer had left his conversation with you and Sergeant Kita?
Yes.
Is it on moving to 110? What do you see here?
Would be two messages. The first message would have been is a message sent from the phone, Jeff Hayes' phone. That would have been sent on July 19th of 2024 at 10:28 p.m.
And now this blue message, what is that?
That would be a message from John Pfeffer.
And what's the content of that message?
The content of the message states your phone's gone permanently.
And time?
It would be on July 20th, 2024 at 12:36 p.m.
Now, it's hard for me to zoom in on here. So it appears that there's something at the bottom of that date and time that says UTC -5.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Universal time.
So is that some standard time that all electronic devices use?
Yes, and then what happens is Celebrite converts it to Central Standard Time.
Okay, so the time converted, that would have been, what, 12:36 p.m. and 45 seconds?
12:36 a.m.
Yeah, thank you. So then would that have been before or after Mr. Pfeffer visits Mr. Hayes' apartment to get the defendant's phone?
I believe that would have been after. I'm sorry, yes, after.
Okay. And now we're looking at 111. What do we see here?
There would be two messages, one sent from John Pfeffer, the other sent from Jeff Hayes' phone.
And what do they say?
The one that is sent from John Pfeffer states, "I told you I'd back up photos and contacts, WG, which I did. I can get you those tomorrow." That's sent from John Pfeffer. The message that's sent from Jeff Hayes' phone, which I believe to have been sent by Samantha Krebs, states, "I can't get into my email unless I send a code to that phone."
And then finally 112.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes' phone, which I believe have been sent by Samantha Krebs. And that states, "If I can't get in there, remember my new password, then I can't have any of my contacts."
All right, thank you. So let's switch gears just a bit. We'll still talk about Mr. Hayes' phone, but a different part of it. In that phone, did the defendant talk about the call that she had with Officer Fellner? Okay, with that, I would like to direct witness' attention to exhibits 135 to 137. Okay, and again, in looking at these, can you just summarize what these are?
Yes, these would be Facebook Messenger messages between the Facebook account of Jeff Hayes and the Facebook account of Missy Kane.
Does it seem to match the information that you observed on Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit 136, I'm sorry, 135, 6, and 7.
Right, in the context of the rulings the court made during the break, those messages that were received, 135, 136, and 137, you can publish those.
Thank you. With that 135, what do we see here on 135?
This would be a message that was sent from the Facebook account of Jeff Hayes to the Facebook account of Missy Kane.
And who is Missy Kane?
Missy Kane would be an acquaintance / friend of Samantha Krebs.
And the time, what time was this sent?
This would have been sent on July 22nd, 2024 at 11:59 a.m.
And what's the content of this message?
The message reads, "Right, I did talk on the phone to a cop that night, though, but I was in shock. Didn't even know who I was talking to. I thought J.O."
And moving to 136. What's the content of, is it a continuation of that same conversation?
Yes, I believe so.
And what's the subject or the content of the message?
The message states JP.
How does that relate back to the previous message?
I believe my interpretation is that it would be a correction from J.O. to JP.
So just that last part of the message? Yes. And then moving to 137. What does this one say?
It states they can't prove that was even me on the phone.
Now, in your part of the investigation, do you have any idea who JP would refer to?
I believe that would be referring to John Pfeffer.
And looking at the previous messages that we had gone through, it was actually how somehow Mr. Hayes had him in the phone.
Yes.
So In your role as an investigator, did you review Officer Felmer's body camera?
Yes, I did.
Did you see anything to counter this argument that the defendant wouldn't have known who she was talking to?
Yes.
What's that?
In the phone call with Officer Felmer, where Officer Felmer was talking with Ms. Krebs, when Mr. Pfeffer handed the phone to Officer Felmer, he made a comment to Sam that he was handing the phone and that an officer wanted to talk to her. In addition, during the conversation that Officer Felmer had with Ms. Krebs made a comment that she couldn't have police contact without prior authorization or notification of her probation agent. To me, that would indicate that she knew that she was talking to an officer. Otherwise, why? Because of the comment that she made about needing prior authorization, would lead me to believe that she understood and knew that she was speaking with an officer.
All right. Now, I'd like to switch gears again just a little bit. In reviewing Mr. Hayes' phone, did you ever see anything to lead you to believe that Mr. Hayes may have had romantic feelings for the defendant?
Yes.
And Mr. Hayes, again, is it correct to say that it was Mr. Hayes' apartment too that the defendant went after the incident where Joy was stabbed?
Yes.
With that, I would like to refer to witness to exhibits 138 to 149. Have you reviewed those messages?
Yes.
What do they discuss?
They would be a Facebook Messenger messages between Jeff Hayes and Samantha Krebs.
And what's the general context of what's discussed?
The general context, there are two separate, I guess, messages, but the general understanding of the messages is Mr. Hayes professing romantic feelings to Ms. Krebs.
Do they accurately depict the messages you observed on the phone?
Yes.
Now I move to admit. 138 to 149 is always the same.
Right. That's approved subject to the context of our motion hearing.
Thank you. So we'll start at 138. Now these are from earlier. When did these take place?
This would have taken place on April 20th of 2020.
And who are the participants in this conversation?
The Jeff Hayes and Samantha Krebs.
Okay. And who is sending this message?
Jeff Hayes.
And what's the content of the message?
The content of the message is, Sammy, there's something I think you and I might need to acknowledge.
I'm going to move to 139. Note, what's the time on this? Just to remind, time of the last one, to correct that, it was 2:10 a.m.
I'm sorry.
In 138, what's the time?
138, sent or read time.
Oh, thank you for that. Okay, so in this case, it's one of the first messages where we see this red column.
Yes.
What are the differences between the date under red and the date at the bottom right?
So the bottom right would have been when the message was sent, and under the column or the title that says read would indicate when the message was read.
Okay, so it's sent 2:10 a.m. on April 20th.
Yeah, so the message would have been sent at 2:10 in the morning on April 20th, and it would have been read at 2:14 in the morning on April 20th.
Okay, so with that in mind, let's move to 139. And you feel free to read the contents of the messages as we go through them.
Okay. This would be a message from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs, and this is a continuation from the previous message. The connection we share and the bond between grew much stronger today, I think. I noticed it like there was a chemical change in the pheromones we both admit.
At 2:13 a.m.?
Yes, this would have been sent at 2:13 a.m. on April 20th, read at 2:14 a.m. on April 20th.
And then 1:40?
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. Would have been sent on April 20th, 2024 at 2:14 a.m. and would have been read on April 20th, 2024 at 2:14 a.m. And the content of the message is not an issue, but potentially could complicate things.
And we'll be at 141. Who sends this message?
This would be a message sent from Samantha Krebs.
And when?
April 20th, 2024 at 2:17 a.m.
And the content?
I know that we are great friends, but never anything more on my end. We're too much alike.
Moving to 142.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on April 20th, 2024 at 2:20 in the morning. Would have been read at 3:29 a.m. on April 20th of 2024. The content of the message is, we are alike in many ways, and that's a good thing. It's a rarity for me to find someone who I hit it off with right from go.
Moving to exhibit 143.
This would be another message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The date that this would have been sent would have been April 20th of 2024 at 2:26 a.m. Message would have been read on April 20th, 2024 at 3:29 a.m. The content of the message is, I made an observation from earlier this evening. For me, it would have seemed very natural and comfortable and good and right for me to easily have pulled you in and been affectionate. Not something I expected, but also something I'm not all that surprised about.
And moving to 144.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on April 20th, 2024 at 2:28 a.m. The message would have been read on April 20th of 2024 at 3:29 a.m. The content of the message is not that I would have ever acted upon them, wholly fucking inappropriate.
And 145.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on April 20th of 2024 at 2:35 a.m. The message would have been read on April 20th, 2024 at 3:29 a.m. The message reads, "It literally felt like something I could have done and would have been reciprocated instead of getting a full-on slap across the face. Please understand, Sammy, I'm not trying to solicit something or complicate matters any further than they already are for you."
And 146.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on April 20th of 2024 at 2:41 a.m. and read on April 20th of 2024 at 3:29 a.m. The content of the message is, "I'm not being some creeper living in a van down by the river. I'm just openly communicating the change that manifested between us. I guess we're just gonna have to keep it purely sexual, no biggie."
Now, did you see another smaller conversation that was from May 9th?
Yes.
And what was the context of that conversation?
The content of the message is in relation to basically Mr. Hayes talking about something he's going to cook for Samantha.
It's without push 147. In the manner you did before, would you mind going through this exhibit as well? Before you do, I know there's a line in the middle of that. What does that line indicate?
The line would basically, can I get up?
Please.
Oh, it might just be three. So the line is basically indicating a separation on pages. So this is basically a screen grab, screenshot of the cell-right extraction reports. So as you can see in just above the middle portion of this, there's the number 502 and then that gray line. Basically what the gray line is, it's just a page break, more or less. So 502 is the page number, so it's just a page break.
Thank you. And once you're seated, investigator, if you wouldn't mind going through the message in the way that you had before.
So this would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on May 9th, 2024 at 1:52 a.m. The message would have been read on May 9th, 2024 at 2:04 a.m. The content of the message is, "I used platters, BC. I don't cook small amounts of anything. I hope you enjoy ribeye because that's our first dinner. I'm planning to procure 2 bone-in cowboy cut ribeyes and give them a good rub down before making sweet love to them on the grill. Starting hot, searing hot, then going down low and slow for the next hour or so. We're having grilled ribeye with roasted garlic and fresh minced chive butter and horseradish dipping sauce. Homemade coleslaw with tangy apple cider vinaigrette, grilled asparagus, red and yellow squash, sweet potato lodge fries, steamed Laotian vegetable spring rolls, parentheses maybe, red wine, white wine, dessert cordials, cinnamon ice cream paired with W/A glass of tawny port wine, just off the top of my head, we'll see."
And then moving to 148. This is from the defendant.
So yes, this would be a message sent from the Facebook account of Samantha Krebs.
And what's the subject, the content of this message?
The content of the message states, "For me and Joey or me and you, I'm confused. My buddy Scully just got pulled over and called me not good."
And finally, 149.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on May 9th of 2024 at 2:13 a.m. and read on May 9th of 2024 at 8:14 a.m. The content of the message is, "Let's think about this, Sammy, shall we? Do you honestly think that I would want to put that much energy, effort, and expertise into making dinner like this for Joey? No offense, but I'd be more than happy to make him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with a crust scallop."
All right. Now, prior to your testimony today, have you reviewed phone calls that the defendant made with Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Do you recall the phone conversation from August 23rd, 2024 at 11:11 where the defendant and Mr. Hayes discussed the fact that the police had her phone?
Yes.
What is it? With that, Your Honor, I would move to play the file. It's called Krebs Learn Cops Have Phone, August 23rd, 2024 at 11:11. It is on Exhibit 1. The folder is under the Chad Riddle folder, subfolder jail, or subfolder calls and subfolder case calls.
Okay, based on the court's earlier review, we'll permit that.
I'm going to play it in its entirety.
I had a surprise visit.
It started, I'm just going to back it up just so I can note. The file is 56 seconds long. I will play it in its entirety.
I had a surprise visit, surprise visitor, not even a half an hour ago. Guy with initials.
Guy with initials? Oh, okay. How's he doing?
Good. He said he just got out and he was there on a PO hold for whatever reason. Well, they did some kind of a search and they found paraphernalia and some things, substance-wise on him.
Oh, okay.
And he had to sit for 30 days.
Okay.
They gave him his cell phone back, I guess. I mean, lied about that, or they lied about it.
Do they have my phone?
I don't know. Yeah, yes, they do.
He does? Or the cops?
No, the cops do.
Oh, fuck.
Switching gears again, did you, as part of your investigation, speak to General Corbett?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak to Randall Meyer?
Yes, I did.
You've heard them testify in this case previously, correct?
Yes.
And when they testified, they explained the threats they heard?
Yes.
Did each of them reach out independently, or did you get them from another one?
They reached out to us independently.
Have you listened to other calls from the defendant, specifically from August 27th, 2024, that relates to your conversations with Mr. Corbijn or Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
And what did you hear?
Basically, in the call, Ms. Krebs makes a comment in regards to stabbing one's boyfriend.
With that, Your Honor, I move to play. The call is in the same location I noted before. It's a Krebs who doesn't threaten boyfriend, type on August 27th, 2024 at 16:43.
Okay, based on hearings we've had, we're welcome at that.
I'll note before I do, Sergeant Riddle, when I was saying the file name, that August 27th, 2024, it's at 16:43 or 4:43 is at the time that call took place?
Yes.
And I'll play that call in its entirety.
Right, who doesn't stab their boyfriend at some point in their life?
Right, I agree. And I'll note, now that it's done, I played it, but it was 9 seconds long, I played it in its entirety. All right, now
Before you go on to the next question, I want to give the jurors a standing and stretch break while I talk to the lawyers for a couple minutes. So we'll have a visit for about 2-3 minutes out in the hall, and while we're talking about a couple things schedule-wise, the jurors can stand and stretch, so we're going to people in the back. So we'll just briefly go off the record. Okay, everybody be seated. All right, let's just sum out a few things with the lawyers. The witness is going to be on stand for a while, so what we mapped out is we'll do about another 20 minutes and then take a bigger break and then go to about 5 today. May not be done today, that's fine. The volume on the wireless mic is kind of varying. Keep it close to you the best you can. I've got the ability to turn it up, but I've got it pretty high right now. So for you and any other witness, we'll just have you keep it a little closer. Okay. We just talked about recording of his 9 seconds that he played. You can go forward from there.
Thank you, sir. So, Investigator Riddle, that phone call that we just heard, fair to say there were 2 voices?
Yes.
Was one of those voices the defendant's?
Yes.
Just have your microphone.
And which voice was the defendant?
It would have been the one that stated, "Who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend?"
Now, again, switching gears, you reviewed other phones in this case as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Was one of those phones Joey Carnot's phone?
Yes, it was.
And with that, I'd like to direct the witness's attention to exhibits 152, 187, if I may.
Yes. You can hold on to it for now.
And just for the record, we're just taking a second while the witness reviews this IGM significant number of exhibits. So in looking at exhibits 150 to 187, do those information, the information on those, you got those from Joey Carnot's phone?
Yes.
Now, you previously testified to looking at Mr. Hayes's phone, that it was a celebrate extraction and all the things related to that. Did you use that same method of extracting information from Joey's phone?
Yes.
All right, so same thing, that the extraction gives you what it can, correct?
Yes.
But if it can't, it doesn't add anything?
Correct.
All right. Now with that, are those exhibits 150 to 187 accurate representations of what you saw in the extraction from Joey's phone?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, Your Honor, I move to publish 150 to 187, or admit 150 to 187, publish the same.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, jurors can note in their notebook, the sequence from 150 to 187, all those messages are received and can be published to the jury. Go ahead, Mr. Rudy.
Okay, now I'm going to start with 150. And as I put it up there, we'll let it sit for a while, but generally speaking, 150 all the way to 186, or rather 150 to 178, or rather 180 even. What are 150 to 180? Sorry for the numbers.
The Snapchat messages between the accounts for Lil JMac 30 and Sama Lama 9761.
Okay, so before we go through what these messages say, who are these messages from? You said they were taken off of Joey Carnot's phone?
Yes.
But what is Josette Perez?
It just would be a vanity name that's associated with the phone for being the owner of the phone.
That's the name that Joey put on his phone?
That's a known name that's associated with it, yes.
Okay. But in your review of this, it's fair to say you believe these are messages from between Joey Carnot and the defendant?
Yes.
That name, Little JMac 30, have you seen that anywhere else in the investigation?
Yes, that is the Snapchat account username for that Joseph Carnot had.
Okay. And then the two, who is the two?
That would be the Snapchat username for Samantha Krebs.
All right. Now, in the menu you did before, would you mind going through these, just noting the message contents and when it was sent and when it was read?
So this message would have been sent from Lil JMac 30 to Samalama 9761. Would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 7:27 a.m. and it would have been read at 9:25 a.m. on July 18th, 2024. Content of the message is, good morning, my shine bright like us. I would love to make home cooked meals with you and be partners in the kitchen.
Now, shine bright like and then there's a space. Is there something missing there?
There's a period.
But it kind of ends with nothing. Well, are there times where, like, if somebody uses an emoji, will Celebrite always extract those emojis?
Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. I don't know if there would have been an emoji there or not.
But fair to say that after the shine bright like there's a space and then that period.
Yes, there's a space.
Okay, so moving to 151, let's go through this one.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil JMac 30. It would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 9:31 a.m. Would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 9:35 a.m. Content of the message is, I know you're trying so hard to have time W me, and I'm so sorry, SRY. Didn't think that extra lil PC would put my dick in the dirt, but I'm still fucked up as weak speak. Love you.
152.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil JMac 30 to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 1:25 p.m. and would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 2:17 p.m. Content is, I know you got a lot going on and stuff, period. It's okay, period. Just can't wait to say I do, period.
And who would have said that?
That would have been sent from Lil J-Mac to Samalama 9761.
So from Joey.
Yeah, so the account of Lil J-Mac 30 would be the account for Joseph Carnot, and the account of Samalama 9761 would be the account for Samantha Krebs.
Okay. And then now moving to 153.
Would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J-Mac 30 to Samalama 9761. Message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 1:27 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 2:17 p.m. The content of the message is, remember to call in your subs and get the Capital One card done too, period.
And say, so again, from the phone of Joey Carnot to Samantha Krebs.
Yes, the message would have been sent from the phone of Joseph Carnot.
154.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J-Mac 30 to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 1:27 p.m. and would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 2:17 p.m. The content of the message is, I'm right by the house, come say hello.
Okay. And again, as before, from Joey's phone to the defendant.
Yes.
Moving to 155. What do we see here?
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J-Mac 30, Joseph Carnot's phone, to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 1:41 p.m. And the message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 2:17 p.m. The content of the message is basically, it contains an attachment of a photograph.
All right, now moving to 156. What do we see here?
156, this is going to be basically a screen capture of the image that would have been attached to the message that was depicted in Exhibit 155.
Okay, now looking at the time, so 156, that's more or less a blown up version of the image that's on 156 is a blown up version of the message that's on 155, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was sent at what, 1:41 p.m.?
Yes.
And then we look at 154. I'm kind of going back now a little bit, but I'm right by the house, come say hello. Does it seem like he's working and wants her to come say hi to him?
If you depict that with the image, yes, that could be an interpretation.
Now moving to 157, what do we see here?
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J-Mac 30 to Samalama 9761. Message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 4:25 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:50 p.m. The content of the message is hello.
And again, from Joey Carnot's cell phone to the defendant.
Yes.
158.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J-Mac 30. Again, this would be from Joseph Carnot's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 4:25 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:50 p.m. Content of the message is, I'm on my way home.
Okay, so 4:30 p.m. And then moving to 159.
This This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 from Joseph Carnot's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th of 2024 at 4:25 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:50 p.m. Content of the message is, "What are you up to?" And the two is the number two as opposed to the spelled out two, and then followed by a question mark.
In 160?
This would be a text message sent from the phone number 1920-637-1194. And that would be sent from Joseph Carnot's phone to the phone number 1715-451-7564. The contact associated with that phone number is Samantha, and then LOML,
Okay.
capital letters.
Okay, so before you go further, that's changed from the previous message, and just by way to highlight it, going back to 159, you look at the top, the from and to, it's been what we've seen the whole time, right? The little JMac 30, right?
Yes.
And the Samalama.
Yes.
But now we move to 160, we have actual phone numbers.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because that would be a text message as opposed to a Snapchat message.
Okay, so in going through all of these messages, they may come from different sources on the phone, but is it fair to say that all in chronological order, at least is when they're sent?
Yes.
All right. And in your experience, do you have any idea what LOML stands for?
Love of my life.
All right, so then moving to 161, what is 161?
This would be a text message sent from the number 1920-637-1194, which would be from Joseph Carnot's phone to the number 1715-451-7564 with a contact, Samantha LOML. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 4:51 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th of 2024 at 6:57 p.m. The content of the message is, "I just didn't want to talk about that while you're with Johnny Boy," and boy is spelled out B-O-I-I-I, and then there's a period.
Okay, so moving to 162. Where's 162? These are all from Joey to the defendant so far.
Yes.
Outside of that second message that we read. Yes. Okay. And let's go through this one.
This would be, do you want me to go through the content, or do you want me to explain who is from and to?
As you have it.
This would be a Snapchat message from Lil J Mac 30 from Joseph Carnot's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 4:53 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:50 p.m. The content of the message is, that's A-Y-E, "No worries, I ain't gonna touch his stuff, period. But I was gonna sit down and watch TV or whatever, and I see a bitch in front of me, period."
Okay. Now, in the course of your investigation, in this case, have you ever heard that term bitch refer to anything?
Yes.
What have you heard?
John Pfeffer referred to items of drug paraphernalia as his bitch.
I mean, comparing 162 to 161, it seems like there's kind of there's something missing there, right? Looking at 161, it ends with, "Just didn't want to talk with Johnny Boy," and then 162 is like a response to something else. Would you agree?
Yes, it appears that that's a response to
Something that isn't there?
something, yes.
Yeah, but like we talked about, there are times when celebrates won't out, like you just don't get the complete message.
Yes.
Okay, so then moving to 163, this is a little bit different. What's this?
This would be a incoming phone call.
From Peyton Carnot?
Yes.
And do you know what relation Peyton is to Joey?
Cousin.
All right, and what time?
This would be on July 18th of 2024 at 7:16 p.m.
And then moving to 164.
This would be a phone call. This would be, I believe, an outgoing phone call to the phone number 920-851-8910.
Outgoing or incoming?
I missed it. Incoming.
Incoming, this was answered, it was
Yes.
6 minutes and 13 seconds?
Yes,
Okay, and on July 18th at 8:42?
yes,
Okay, and do I remember correctly that John Pfeffer got to the apartment at about 9:46 p.m.?
yes,
So this is about an hour prior to that.
yes.
Okay, so then going back then. Why, it's interesting, because if you look at the number here, this is wireless caller by the number, and then that's in exhibit 164, right?
Yes.
If you look at 163, it's actually labeled with a name,
Yes,
but the number appears to be the same?
yes.
Is it concerning in any way?
I wouldn't say it's concerning, it's just that there's a name associated with one and not the other.
Okay, but the number is the same. Okay. So then, but does Celebrite record the actual content of the phone calls?
No,
So it'll just tell you there was a phone call placed, right?
yes,
To this number,
yes,
on this time,
yes,
it was answered or not.
yes,
But it won't, the phone doesn't record what was actually talked about,
no,
unless you have a specific app like Mr. Pfeffer did.
correct.
Okay. And in the course of your investigation, have you know Joy to have any kind of app like that?
No, not that I found in the report.
Okay, so then you were on 164, so let's go to 165. What's this?
This would be a Snapchat message from Lil J Mac 30 to the Snapchat. That would be from Joseph Carnot's phone to the account Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:50 p.m. Would have been read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:50 p.m. The content of the message is, Samantha, you know this is hard enough, babe, and you tell me to go in the other room while you sit out there with dude, period. My cravings are skyrocket right now, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point.
Okay, so now we're back to Snapchat.
Yes,
And if we know John Pfeffer got to the apartment at 9:46, we're basically less than an hour before the stat.
yes.
Moving to 166.
166 would be a message sent from the Snapchat message, sent from the account of Samalama 9761 to the account of Lil J Mac 30. So it's sent to Joseph Carnot's phone. The Snapchat message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:51 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:51 p.m. The content of the message is Chong left.
Do you, in the course of your investigation or other investigative experience, do you know anybody who may fit that description? Chong?
It was an individual likely that we identified as Chong Chang.
Do you know if Mr. Chang has any sort of drug history?
He does have prior drug history, drug contacts.
Moving to 167.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30. This would be from Joseph Carnot's phone to the account of Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:51 p.m. and read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:51 p.m. The content of the message is still, exclamation mark.
168.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to the Snapchat account of Lil J Mac 30. So it would have been sent to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:51 p.m. and would have been read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:51 p.m.
Okay, we're gonna pause after this message. If you have a question on this message, you can ask it. Okay. All right, we're gonna take our last break before the last segment of the day. 3:53 p.m. We're gonna come in at 4:10 and have about 50 minutes and break right around 5 o'clock. All rise for the jury.
At least the judge gives them a lot of breaks because they need it with this testimony. You said that's the last break. Now I got it on a faster speed for the messages to kind of help us out.
Okay, all rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. Great. We're back on the record in C versus Krebs. We'll 45 minutes, and we'll call it a day, and we'll continue with the direct exam of Detective Riddle.
All right. Can you hear me, Detective? Yes. All right, so let's start with 168 where we left off. Do I understand it right? This was a conversation sent from the defendant Samantha Krebs to Joy Carnock's phone, where she said I was just eating a bowl of ice cream.
Yes.
Okay. At 8:51 p.m.
Yes.
All right. So John Pfeffer arrives at the apartment about 9:46 p.m. Right?
Yes.
So less than an hour before the stabbing.
Correct.
Let's move to 169.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 from Joseph Carnock's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:51 p.m. and read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:51 p.m. The content of the message is, "You're sitting out there high."
170.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30. So it would be to Joseph Carnock's phone. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. and read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The content of the message is, "Should I not be ? Question mark, question mark, question mark."
Okay, so the previous message, 169, was from Joey Carnock's phone to the defendant. You're sitting out there high, is that correct?
Yes.
And then now from the defendant to Joey Carnock's phone, should I not be?
Yes.
All right, now 171.
This is a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30, so from Joseph Carnock's phone, to Samalama 9761. The message was sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The message was read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The content of the message is, "I'll split if you split, period."
172.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30. Again, this would be to Joseph Carnock's phone. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th at 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The content of the message is, "Split what?"
173.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30, so from Joseph Carnock's phone, to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The content of the message, I'm sorry, is, "Yes, you are an adult, period."
174.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30, so from Joseph Carnock's phone, to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The content of the message is "as I am two," and the two is the number two.
You know, previously, there was a difference between sent and read messages that was more significant than it is here now, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Earlier in the day, there were some messages that were sent and weren't read until about 8:50. Do you recall?
Yes.
And now it's sent 8:52:29 and read a second later.
Yes.
So now the conversation is more immediate, because moving to 175.
This is a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30, so to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The content of the message is question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
176.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30, so to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message was sent on July 18th of 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The content of the message is split what. What is spelled out W-A-T, then followed by question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
177.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 from Joseph Carnot's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The content of the message is bowl for period, then owl.
178.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 from Joseph Carnot's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The content of the message is bowl, B-O-W-L.
179.
This is a Snapchat message from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30, so sent to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. Message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The content of the message is "What do you mean?"
180.
Be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30, to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:54 p.m. The content of the message is an attachment with a, I guess would be kind of a depiction or drawing of the word savage, S-A-V-A-G-E, with exclamation mark, and then 4 yellow lines underneath that word.
Now, this is from the defendant sent to Joey Carnot's phone, is that correct? From the defendant's Snapchat account to Joey Carnot's phone?
Yes.
Is this the last, or do you, let me ask a different question. Do you see any other messages from the defendant to Joey Carnot while Joey was still alive?
No.
So we move to 181. What do we have here?
This would be an incoming phone call.
16 seconds from the same number we had before?
Yes, this would be an incoming call from the number 1-920-851-8910. The call would have been on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m.
And it's 16 seconds long?
Yes.
Moving to 182, another call.
Yes, this would be another call from the same number, 920-851-8910. This call would have been on July 18th, 2024 at 9:13 p.m.
Do you know if that's Peyton Carnot's phone number?
Yes.
Now we're at 9:13 p.m., so just a bit over a half hour before the stabbing. Is that correct?
Yes.
183.
This would be a incoming phone call from 1-920-851-8910 on July 18th, 2024 at 9:13 p.m. With a duration of 13 seconds.
And then finally, 184. 184 has two parts to it, so let's talk about the part that's in the green bubble.
Yes,
What is
so,
that?
so that is a Snapchat message from Lil J Mac 30, so from Joseph Carnot's phone to the Snapchat account, and I'll spell it out, BAMOEDE 77, and then after that is bot, BA.
And the subject of it?
The subject is, can I get that P from you, period.
In your experience, is it common for employers to drug test people with urine tests?
They can, yes.
And given what we discussed, do you believe that Joey had a job at this time?
I believe that he did, yes.
Is this the last message that Joey Carnot sent?
Yes. Yes.
At the bottom left of that, we see something not in a bubble, and it's just in text. What's that?
That would be a message from the Snapchat account of, and I'll spell it out, BAMOEDE 77 bot to Lil J Mac 30, so to Joseph Carnot. This message was not in Joseph's phone. This was in Joseph's Snapchat records, which we obtained.
So how did you obtain those records?
We obtained a search warrant for those records from Snapchat.
And Snapchat sent you the text of the conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And when was this one sent to Joey?
On July 18th, 2024 at 9:56 p.m.
So after the stabbing?
Yes.
So logically, then it would have been impossible for him to stab himself after receiving this message because it wasn't even sent until after he was already stabbed. Is that fair?
Correct. This would be approximately 2 minutes after the 911 call placed by John Pfeffer.
Now I want to look at 185. What's 185?
That would be an incoming phone call from Samantha Krebs.
And in looking at what time was it sent?
Be on July 18th, 2024 at 10 p.m.
And in relating this to other parts of your investigation, what else was going on at this time?
This would have been after John Pfeffer placed the 911 call. So this would have been after the time that law enforcement and other medical personnel would have been dispatched for the incident.
You said the defendant arrived at Jeff Hayes' house at about 10:02?
Correct.
So about 2 minutes before she arrived at Jeff Hayes' house?
Yes.
Looking at 186.
This would be another incoming phone call from Samantha Krebs. This would have been on July 18th, 2024 at 10:01 p.m.
About a minute before she arrived at Mr. Hayes' house.
Yes.
Now finally, 187. Who is this from?
So this would be a Snapchat message from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30, so to Joseph Carnot's phone.
From the defendant?
Yes.
From the defendant's Snapchat account, I should say? At what time?
This would be on July 19th of 2024 at 8:51 a.m.
So the day after the stab.
Yes.
And what's the content of this message?
The content is baby, what's going on, question mark, what, which is spelled W-A-T, happened, question mark, I love you, ... Let me know what's up ASAP, or you at work, ... question mark, question mark, question mark.
And what was the status of Joey Carnot at this time?
Joey Carnot would have been deceased at this time.
Now, switching gears from phones, did you also obtain records from the VA or Veterans Administration?
Yes, I did.
With that, I would direct the witness's attention to 188 through 194. If I may?
Yes.
Okay, now, what are 188 through 194?
These would be portions of records from Veterans Affairs for visits for Joseph Carnot.
Now, you obtained records from the VA. How did you obtain those records?
Through a subpoena.
And what dates of service did they cover?
There was I guess, a documentation from, I believe it was 2009. However, the majority of the records spanned from April of 2024 to There was, I believe there was one potentially, but I think it was in July of 2024. It's a majority of them.
Based on your review, it was, as listed in those records, was Joey diagnosed with any medical condition?
Yes.
What were they?
He was diagnosed with bipolar / manic depression, ADHD, flat feet, and I believe they have listed TBI, which I interpret to be a traumatic brain injury from what they documented as a UTV accident.
Was there anything in the records that you saw to indicate that at the time those records were obtained that Joey was suicidal?
No, there was a record that indicated that the patient, so in that case, Joseph Carnot, indicated that the last time there was any kind of suicidal ideation would have been in 2019. The notation was that it was without a plan.
Okay, now, the exhibits that I handed you, 188 to 194, what are those?
These are just portions, sections of the records that I received from Veterans Affairs.
Do they appear to be accurate copies of portions of those records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this 188 to 194.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, those are received.
Can we publish?
Yes.
Thank you. So let's start with 188. Do you see what's on the screen here, Sergeant? What do we have here?
This would be, again, a portion of the VA records. This would be a mental health note. The date is on April 18th of 2024.
Okay. And at the very bottom, does it note why Joey was seen at the VA?
It states that the chief complaint was veteran has pain with his foot.
Okay, and it ends with stemming. So with that, let's move to 189. And I know this is small, so if you could just kind of read how this starts.
Yes, so it states from time in military, comma, would like to process past childhood trauma.
What's the next paragraph down?
Was the initial request for mental health services in person or by telephone, question mark? The answer to that question is in person request / referral.
And the next one down is a paragraph that starts with 4.
Yes.
What does that say?
This evaluation was completed or supervised by a licensed independent practitioner, parentheses LIP, question mark, and the answer to that is yes.
And 5.
Urgency of need for care, question mark. The reply to that is non-urgent.
How about 6?
Based upon this initial evaluation, what is the appropriate setting for subsequent evaluation and treatment, question mark. The response is other. The veteran was provided HEC to process criteria for VA or MH healthcare.
MH, what do you think of MH?
Mental health.
So what's the next one?
Number 7, did the veteran accept the treatment recommendation, question mark. The response is yes.
And 8.
What treatment was arranged? The response is veteran is presently not eligible for care, period. Veteran is recommended that he utilize his existing health care as he is associated with non-VA PCP through Aurora in Greenville, period. Veteran is aware and has utilized local ED.
Okay. What's 9?
The veteran was provided contact information for a mental health professional that they can contact, comma, even before they begin treatment if they have questions or concerns, comma, as well as instructions about accessing emergency services, comma, as needed, period. LIP contact information 920-831-0070, period.
What's 10?
What is veteran's response when asked if they have questions or concerns, question mark. Veteran has planned to contact PCP Melissa Garcia along with given HEC to clarify eligibility 877-222-8387.
What are the next 2 paragraphs? Talk about.
Veteran was made aware of same-day, comma, in-person mental health access and acute mental health services, period. Veteran did not elect to utilize these options today, period. The next paragraph, veteran was seen for 60 minutes today as veteran was a walk-in seeking medication, period. Veteran presented with ongoing difficulty with his pain in his foot, comma, trauma from childhood, along with feeling that he was misdiagnosed as a child with ADHD, period.
Now, before we get to the bottom paragraph, let's move to exhibit 190. You see what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, is that what's 190?
So 190 is going to be, I guess, a blown up image of the last paragraph that's depicted on exhibit 189.
And just so the record is clear, would you read what's on the exhibit, please?
Exhibit 190.
Yes,
Writer reviewed the walk-in availability at the Appleton VA Mental Health Clinic. during regular business hours, comma, the Veterans Crisis Line and the option of presenting to either a local ER or to the Milwaukee VA ER in the event of a mental health emergency, period. Veteran voiced understanding, period. No evidence of SI/HI during today's session. Looks like there's a period that would warrant intervention or follow-up at this time period. Veteran reports last suicidal thoughts were in 2019 without plan, period. Mental status exam, alert and oriented ×3, comma, mood elevated, comma, affect congruent, comma.
Okay, so let's go through some of that. Do you have any idea what the acronyms SI/HI stand for?
So, SI would be suicidal ideations and HI would be homicidal ideations.
Earlier, you testified that in reviewing these medical records, you noted that there was one time where suicide in 2019 was mentioned. Is that correct? Is this that time?
Yes, that's the time.
Does it occur another time in these medical records? Okay, so let's go to 191. And for your last answer, I'm sorry, the microphone picked up. Did you see suicide from 2019 at any other time prior than what we just talked about?
No.
Okay. But you're now looking at 191. Is this a continuation of what was on the previous exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So what does that first paragraph relate to?
It states good eye contact, pressured speech, comma, rhythm, comma, and volume, comma, hygiene and grooming, good, comma, thought process scattered, comma, thought content scattered with flight of ideas, comma, denied current suicidal ideation, comma, contracts for safety, comma, behavior organized and cooperative, comma, memory and cognition appeared intact, period.
All right. Now the very next paragraph, what are the first couple lines of it?
Suicide risk assessment.
What does that say?
The veteran is presently considered to be at low acute risk / low chronic risk for SDV, given no current suicidal intent, comma, no specific and current suicidal plan, comma, no recent preparatory behaviors, comma, and can independently maintain safety.
All right. And they also discussed this SI and HI in the following paragraph, correct?
Yes.
How was it discussed in that following paragraph?
Veteran.
Are you familiar with those photos?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell me what they are? Just generally speaking.
Y'all see how the stream just ended? I mean, they must have knew. Y'all see how it ended? Let me make sure it just didn't take us back to the beginning.
In general, their autopsy photographs are.
Maybe they just uploaded.
Which voice was the defendant? What's 119?
This would be a screenshot that would have been sent from Peyton Carnot to Sergeant Keither.
And what is it a screenshot of?
It is a screenshot of Peyton's phone depicting messages between he and Samantha Krebs on Snapchat.
Does that accurately reflect?
So we'll go.
Oh, sorry. Ah, he's still in these messages.
And finally, 194. Do you note anything in this exhibit that highlights any sort of suicidal ideation?
No, I do not see anything other than, are you asking if I see anything that indicates suicidal ideation?
No, I'm
Or
asking
just
you-
related to it?
Related to it.
Yes.
And what do you see?
I'll read this. Should same-day MH appointment, APPT, or counseling needs arise, to call / present to clinic for access SW visit. In case of onset of acute MH distress or SI/HI, comma, to utilize crisis line or nearest ER access, period.
Okay, so more or less, there's any sort of suicidal ideation, there are resources available.
According to the records, yes.
All right. Oh, and then I guess to have one more point, who conducted this exam?
According to the records, it would have been Brian M. DeMuri, that's DEMURI. And the title, according to the records for him, would be staff physician - psychiatrist.
All right. Let's switch gears once again. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Greg Allen?
Yes, I am.
Who is Greg Allen?
Greg Allen would be an individual who lives, last I was aware, in Wisconsin Rapids. He was a gentleman who is associated with Samantha Krebs.
Do you know if the defendant used to do like work for him?
Yes.
Do you know, now refer back to exhibit 195?
And for the record, Judge, I was just note my prior objection to this.
What is 195?
195 would be documentation of looks like a text message that would have been sent from Jeff Hayes' cellular phone.
Do you recall where this was obtained from?
Yes, this would be from the earlier Celebrite report that I testified about
Which one?
for Jeffrey Hayes' phone.
Your Honor, does the information in this message, that which is displayed, match the information that was in Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to admit 195 and publish the same.
Okay, with the context of, we addressed some things earlier, the court will allow admission and receipt of 195 and publication of the portions that are not blacked out.
And could you go through this message in the way we have before? First of all, who is it from?
This is from Jeff Hayes.
And when?
This would have been sent on July 21st, 2024 at 2:31 p.m.
Do you know if Mr. Hayes has any connection with Ms. Allen or Mr. Allen outside of the defendant?
No, I'm not aware of any connection between Jeff Hayes and Greg Allen. Further, as I believe I talked about earlier in testimony, I did not see anything in Jeff Hayes' phone regarding any kind of contact with Greg Allen prior to, I believe it was July 19th of 2024.
And what does this message say?
The message, I'm sorry?
The non-blackout one.
It says, I need a phone too, can you get me one? An iPhone 15 Pro Max, please, too, ... I'm gonna, and that's spelled G-U-N-N-A, owe you big time, but I'll pay you back in other ways.
And when was that sent?
It's been July 21st, 2024 at 2:31 p.m.
So approximately 3 days after Joey's stabbing?
Yes.
Now finally, Investigator Riddle, did you review a call from November 1st, 2024, where the defendant says she was never there?
Yes.
What's the general summary of that call?
It would be a call between Samantha and her mother, Susan Cox. The call was in reference to a hearing that had taken place. In the call, they're discussing that hearing.
Your Honor, with that, I'd ask to play one of the file that's on Exhibit 1. Senator Chad Riddle calls, the file name is Krebs tells her mother she was never there, November 1st, 2024 at 17:06.
Court rules that that's received and to be presented to the jury.
You know, he was blinking a lot on there, so maybe that was it. But anyway, I wanted to say, JP, in the beginning said he got there, he wasn't there, and then they questioned him the next day or whatever, or got him, and then he said,
He was with the girl together, and then they said I was there.
yeah,
They
but
were
so
questioning
long.
apart, and they gave their statements, and then they were together, and then
Yeah.
I lied and said I was there.
No, you were there.
I wasn't there.
When they got there, you weren't there?
No. I was never there.
Oh. Oh, okay, yeah, all right, I got something screwed up here from when I talked to you in the beginning, right?
Yes.
Oh, I get it, okay, got it.
So in that call, who's the louder voice?
That would be Susan Cox, Ms. Krebs.
Who's the more quiet voice?
That would be Ms. Krebs.
And did you hear her say anything, say that she was never there?
Yes.
What did she say?
She stated that she was never there.
Despite that, did you later learn of a call with the defendant on April 17th, 2025, where she discusses the recording from John Pfeffer's phone?
Yes.
And what's the summary of that call?
The summary of the call is Samantha is indicating, and this is in reference to a hearing, references the recording that we have previously heard during this trial that was on John Pfeffer's phone.
With that, Your Honor, I seek to play Krebs admits it's her voice in recording, April 17th, 2025 at 15:29, and in parentheses 2, I have.
Right, and that's part of exhibit one.
Yes, sir, the same path I noted before.
Right, that's received and can be published.
There's a recording, John's phone recorded, JP's phone recorded when he walked into the apartment. You can hear what they say, you can hear what Christie says, and you can hear what JP says. When they walk in, and Joey's on the floor.
Yeah.
You're all recorded on his phone.
And then finally, Sergeant, I'd like to show you what's been noted as exhibit 119. What's 119?
This would be a screenshot that would have been sent from Peyton Carnot to Sergeant Keither.
And what is it a screenshot of?
It is a screenshot of Peyton's phone depicting messages between he and Samantha Krebs on Snapchat.
Does that accurately reflect, does the exhibit accurately reflect what was sent to you, Sergeant Keither, from Mr. Carnot?
Yes.
I move to admit 119 and publish the same.
All right, similar to what I said before, in the context of the court's review at earlier points today, the court will receive 119 and can be published.
Okay, I know the times are a little bit hard to see, but what times are we talking about here?
The times that are documented on this screenshot there are varying times, but they're around the 10 p.m. Time on July 18th of 2024.
And the first conversation with Samantha and me being what, Peyton Carnot?
Yes.
What's the first thing the defendant says?
Joy was acting all manic, so I haven't been there.
What's the next thing the defendant says?
He was talking all crazy, call me, I'm at my friend's.
And the final thing the defendant said in this Snapchat message?
I'm worried about him. J.S.T. said he cut himself or something. I don't know yet. Cops at my house.
So the last three exhibits, so I understand it correctly, that in the first call, she noted to her mother that she was never there.
Yes.
In the second call, she noted it was her voice on the recording.
Yes.
And then in this call, now she says that Joy was acting all manic and talking crazy.
Yes.
And with that, I have no further questions.
Okay, it's 4:53 p.m. on my clock, so it's a good time to break and start fresh tomorrow. So I'm going to talk to the lawyers on a couple procedural things after I excuse the jury, but tomorrow is the same routine. Get here by 8, try and get you in the courtroom by 8:15. Once again, follow all the admonitions and orders, and make sure you leave the notebooks in the conference room, and be safe. Good night's sleep, stay focused, and hopefully you can congratulate juror number 9 on our team winning tonight, and the Packers taking a full game lead over the Vikings. That's just my perspective. That's not a court order. Okay, all rise for the jury. Okay, you can have a seat back. You can hand the exhibits to the clerk and have a seat back behind the lawyers. All right, we're gonna break in the next 5-10 minutes, but tomorrow morning when we start up at 8:15, we'll start witness cross-examination. If there's any exhibits you want to cross-examine the officer on, just double check to make sure they're pre-marked. Who's after the officer's done?
Sergeant Keither.
Okay. Before we break, can I see the attorneys at sidebar? I just want to talk about a couple other things. So we'll go. All right, anything else from the state?
The final thing that I have is the one exhibit that jail called, that was a video. I was informed that they were able to get that in a format where it's no longer a video, it's just an audio call. Would Your Honor be willing to maybe listen to see if that version is more acceptable tomorrow morning at some time, or?
Yes, I'll look at that and any other ones that I deferred. I was just comparing those to one of our staff attorneys and some research on those things. So we're gonna have some opportunity maybe for some bigger gaps again tomorrow in the morning hours to finalize any legal issues that I referred to as deferred.
That's all I have, thank you.
All right, Ms. Rock, anything else?
Not right now, thank you.
Okay, all right, we'll have you guys back in the courtroom a little bit before 8 tomorrow, and jurors will be here by 8, and we'll start up in the courtroom on the record of the jury. Hopefully there's 2 exhibits that have not been received. You can visit with the clerk and move those tomorrow if you want those in. We're gonna go off the record for adjourn for the day. Thanks to Beth, our court reporter.
Okay, so it looks like they're off the record for today. So it looks like they're going to start about 8:15 tomorrow morning. So 8:15 would be I don't know. I think they 2 hours. 8:15. Okay, so they are 2 hours ahead of where I'm at. So 8:15. Okay. Okay, so we'll start about if they about 2 hours, I'll give us some TiVo time. So I'll set us up about maybe 7. Maybe about 7:30. So a lot of testimony. It looks like I'm assuming that this is the lead detective that's on the case right now. So he's probably tying all the pieces and parts together to put the bow on it so we can give it to the defense so they can be able to do their part of the case. Not sure what witnesses the defense is going to put on. They didn't really say they were putting on any witnesses in the beginning. So they didn't say she was testifying. I don't think that she would have to testify, only because she's not saying that they struggle or they were fighting or that he was hitting or hurting her or anything like that. So I don't really think there's a reason for her to testify. Yeah, because she's not gonna be able to show how he kind of like, did this to himself if that's what she's claiming. So we will schedule our I will continue to do the little take it to trial after dark. We'll probably schedule one for Wednesday. I'll do them like twice a week, 2 to 3 times a week. So maybe Wednesday and Friday, just for us to kind of kick it. Besides some trial stuff, right? Open up the panel, open up the doors for everybody. Yeah, Maddie, I see your last message, and I definitely agree with that one. They got a lot of things to do in regards to that. You did? You surely did. You definitely popped it. Oh, wow. Yeah. I think that's everywhere, Barbara. I don't think it's just here. I think it's all over. I think that there's not enough resources and it's not taken real serious. I mean, they just now really like doing a lot more. Of course, it doesn't happen overnight, but I definitely know that they are coming along with it, right? Because it was a time where it wasn't even it wasn't considered a health issue. But now that it's been brought to the forefront, more places are trying to do better about it. Yeah, so I think that it's gonna be, it's just a work in progress, as you go and you learn more things. But yes, they are going to get it together. Yes, SD, we'll do a trial at the dark. I think we'll do it maybe Wednesday. I don't know. I was thinking maybe tomorrow. It just depends on how I don't know. Maybe Wednesday. Yeah, but I'm looking at the comments too. Maddie, as you saying that, it's getting better and more open for men to be able to express those feelings. Like before, it was like your manhood, you can't say anything and things like that. But I think now it's getting a little bit more open. Like, I'm not saying it's perfect overall for men, but they're getting more comfortable and more vulnerable to be able to speak. Yeah. Yeah, I think that they're getting a little better with it. I hope. I definitely hope. You say it's gonna get worse before it get better? I hope not. It's something that they struggle with all over. Okay, so our plan is, I know we did not get to our fetish trial, the preliminary hearing. Guys, that's only about an hour. So I will get that scheduled in sometime. We'll do it this week. Don't worry, because I haven't looked at it and I do want to look at it. So we'll look at it and kind of go from there in regards to that portion. Tomorrow we'll definitely be in this courtroom. I am still looking. We do have the plea deal that's going to be happening tomorrow at 10:30 Mountain Standard Time, 1:30 Florida time. I am still looking at this other case that they're supposed to be with the mistress. So we may have to look at that one also going into that courtroom. But for this one, we are caught up on everything that we could possibly be caught up on, because they don't have anything else out there. Okay. So everybody kind of got the plan. I was thinking that maybe we can even cover that that fetish one in one of our trials after dark. It's only an hour. So that could be a thought too, just depending on how our days go. Today was I think a pretty decent long day, considering that we started at 6. Right? Okay. Everybody good? Thumbs up. Got a lot of excitement going tomorrow. Like, is he gonna take this plea deal or is he not? You were helpful as always, Maddie. The floor is always open for you. I'm glad you told me that you were able to come up here because, yeah, I don't know anything about that, right? So tomorrow we got our plea deal. We'll go back in the trial for this one, and we'll fit our OnlyFans in, maybe on a night one, maybe on one of our trial at the dark, since it's so kinky. All right, guys. Okay, Lynn. Everybody had our notification on. If not, go to the page and you'll definitely see it. Yeah, I thought it was in Tylenol. You could tell I'm not a druggie. I don't know anything about these drugs. When I go to the doctor, I can't even pronounce half the drugs. I have to spell them out. They be like, "What medication?" I be like, something with a Z-I-N-E. Like, I don't know. I'm so glad you came up here and saved me, because they would have been way more confused with me. All right, guys. Well, you know you were in the right place today, where there's no filters, right? No fluff. Just facts. So you can be the judge. I guess the Vikings must play tonight. It's Monday Night Football. The Vikings playing tonight, Baca? Oh boy, yes, that time. Are you ready for some football? All right, guys, have a great evening. Thanks for hanging. Thanks to the mods. Thanks to the chat. Thanks to everybody for their support. I appreciate it. And I will see you in the AM tomorrow. Peace.